Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Western Greece and to Higher Clouds. Welcome to the introductory session of the 9th Regional Growth Conference, the second International Regional Growth Conference. We are linked online, so we can't have the greetings as we usually do. So I'll just say a quick summary of I would like to thank the Regional Secretary of Western Greece, Mr. Karios Permakis. We are going to start with the publisher of the Peloponnesus newspaper, Mr. Deloudis. Dear Karios, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. Most of you agree that our state has a very strong central government, but also lags behind in institutional issues. And we are focusing on this at this conference, the lack of greater policies as well. Our people said that regions and municipalities should be responsible for their financial organization and cultural issues. Those who feel the lack of planning at the regional level talk about services, short staffing, no need for independence in planning and other such causes, which is true. But why do these not exist? Because Greece does not have a tradition of planning. Even adjusting to the regional planning of the EU is just paying lip service to the EU mechanism according to EU regulations on how to absorb funds. We draft regional programs without active choices, regional strategy, and not manage to see that to bring the Greek regions to the centre of Athens, which remains the main axis of the country, which remains the powerhouse of Greece and accommodates infrastructure and, of course, administration of the country. This situation can only change if the regions and municipalities gain strength. This is how spread out development. This means long-term planning and public and private investment. In the EU, the greatest growth is shown by regional cities with great collaborative tradition, great administrative structure, and of course, a developed civil society. To do this, we need to introduce reforms of government sectors, investments, regions, because this is the only way to change the balance between the regions and the centre. Now, we need to have a faster strengthening of government after where we do have an elected region government, but they need to have more powers. Third, we need to follow the EU's example of similar actions, so to transfer rights to regions and municipalities to strengthen their power and also have much better planning of their programs. Finally, to enhance civil society. In a in our opinion, regions and municipalities should use this, should organize communication events, should join forces with the citizens to manage to become robust and effective in the public eye. Every year, our conference tries to become better. We are an annual event to discuss regional development across Europe. Great thanks to all who supported us in this effort. I would like to extend my warm thanks to the regional secretary of Western Greece and our great guests accepted our invitation here. And all bodies and organizations, universities, have supported us with offices for sponsors and higher clients and Mr. Kanapanas for added by Mrs. Kiparisi, who for using the readers of Health Watch newspaper because they give a sense of uh, a sense to all that we are doing. I hope that the conversation will be very successful and useful. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would now like to welcome Secretary of Western Greece, Mr. Nektarios Parmakis. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome the Regional Growth Conference 2021 to ensure be yet another year an important forum for dialogue and an exchange of opinions and a cornerstone for us to learn about interesting things as an important juncture for Greece. This juncture is focuses in an effort to trying to suppress the COVID pandemic and plan the day after for society and economy. Obviously, the first part has to take place before the second. And so our top priority at the moment is to the extent each of us can, to giving a final end to the pandemic, of course. Main players here are scientists, vaccinations, and drugs. Will devote the pandemic to something like just a common flu, but they need help states in any way in all levels of organizations and of international organizations such as the EU, which I'm sure can play a very important role, not not only for its member states, but for the planet as a whole. You know, the pandemic is like a fire. If it is not put under control at any time, we can be at risk. And it was also a great lesson with this pandemic. In the beginning, some of us thought that it's such a distant thing, but it turned out to be something very real. Tiny little enemies that can still be a great we see that thanks to vaccinations, people have started to see light at the end of the tunnel and starting to return to their daily lives. And this is what's happening in Europe as well, and of course, Greece, and of course, our region, the region of Western Greece. So, it's right at the end of the tunnel becoming more and more evident. But the great challenge is to see how we face the consequences of the pandemic, how we will change systems of the EU to fund it, how we can bring this into our daily lives. So today, the administration of Western Greece, we're starting a 3-day conference with very interesting events. this ninth conference. And we're going to talk about all these issues and much more. How everything concerns the global and affects the EU and our own neighbour, and what we, staff, top-to-bottom approach can offer to society. With us, we have distinguished speakers, politicians, administrative governors, scientists, and of course members of civil society, because together we share and all together we should work towards finding solutions that will open up a new future. This future should be better and more nice, because I know the challenge is not to return to things where we but we need to care for welfare and to bring Greece power century. The pandemic is not the greatest crisis of the pandemic and the greatest in the last 100 years, but it's also the greatest challenge for our country over the past 200 years. Is now an anniversary of the 200 years from the revolution. We now have organized our own revolution for Greece for the next 200 years. Greece with strong institutions that will use its geopolitical location and other assets to become a strong EU power. I believe that we can do this. We've done it before and we can do it in the future. So, from here, from the city of Patras, near Calabrica, Anaya Lavra, Slogi, heroic creations of the revolution, I'd like to welcome you to this history of hidden powers and to talk about the past and future of our country and of you. This year, we're also celebrating another important anniversary. 40 years since since the year that Greece joined the EU to become a member state of a welfare organization. So we need to pay honor 200 years of free Greece and to 40 years of Europeans. We need to change ourselves. We can do this through a bottom-to-top approach, using strategies, regional strategies that should then become national strategies. And when we can do this through collaboration between centralized structures and the central state, the new era requires the motivation of society and great collaboration between decision-making centers and local societies. And to face the pandemic and manage its consequences in society and the economy needs organization, yes, we all feel its consequences, but we do not all face them in the same. And this is because we don't start at the starting point. We need to take into account particularities and put them as an integral part of the national strategy that will face this, and to have the national strategy and regional strategy hand in hand. We have a lot to do. We have a society overall that has suffered a lot from the pandemic. We've had businesses, we've had professionals, we have freelancers that have suffered a lot, society at large. We need to take into account public health safety. So we need to take into account all the above to manage to speed up the process, to manage to achieve what we're trying to do as new Greek revolution at a local level. I I believe that this year, since the last conference, has proven to show that local government can go in the towards what society needs. The region of Greece, to manage the pandemic, managed to draw funds of 25 million euros to modernize hospitals, modernize all the structures that we need in order to boost local entrepreneurship and to support jobs. We are utilizing more than 65 million euros in supporting business. In 2021 alone, we had 1,227 support projects, most of which have to do with tackling the consequences of the pandemic, and another 230 have to do with growth projects. And all these took place without keeping anything else behind. We speeded up the investment projects. We managed all daily issues, and we stand by local citizens all the time. And we are at the final stage of consultation of the next strategic planning to manage to channel to local society all available resources. We have submitted our proposals to all possible funding mechanisms. Ladies and gentlemen, ending my speech, I want to say that history will show that it fell upon our generation to handle the pandemic and its consequences and what it did to our land. Just after a 10-year-long crisis. So, let the failures of yesterday, the lessons of tomorrow, and start, regenerate our country. And our country is going to be a judge, because our actions today are going to show what citizens are going to do next 2 years. The collaboration between all stakeholders will be the key for success. Leaving until Saturday evening, we'll have a lot again. I would like to thank Mr. Fuller for his newspaper and all those involved in the organisation of the Growth Conference, which is now an established institution. Region of Western Greece takes part in it. We are trying to always be involved with all European authorities. And I would like to welcome you to this conference in Western Greece, the region that has always tried to blend its Greek nature with its European spirit. Thank you very much. Yes, we will we will gain a lot of information over 34 sessions. Thank you to our General Secretary of the region. Now we have the Vice President of the European Commission, of to hear a message he has to send.
Αγαπητές φίλες και φίλοι, λυπάμαι πολύ που δεν θα είμαι σε θέση να βρεθώ κοντά σας στο φετινό συνέδριο στην Πάτρα με την εντυπωσιακή συμμετοχή πολλών και διακεκριμένων ομιλητών. Έχω ακόμα χαραγμένο στη μνήμη μου το περσινό συνέδριο, επειδή ήταν και η πρώτη φορά που είχα την ευκαιρία της φυσικής παρουσίας πανευρωπαϊκά μετά το πρώτο lockdown. Από τότε έχουν αλλάξει πολλά. Πολλά σημαντικά μαθήματα, αλλά και ιστορικά βήματα προόδου για την Ευρώπη, βήματα που πέρσι ή πριν από 18 μήνες θα θεωρούνταν αδιανόητα. Γι' αυτόν ακριβώς το λόγο, μέσα από τη βαθιά θλίψη της τραγικής απώλειας εκατομμυρίων συνανθρώπων μας όλο τον κόσμο, θα πρέπει να κρατήσουμε και ένα ελπιδοφόρο μήνυμα. Το μήνυμα ότι η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση στη σκληρότερη δοκιμασία που έχει βιώσει στη μεταπολεμική ιστορία της Ευρώπης κατάφερε να μείνει ενωμένη, βρίσκοντας κοινές λύσεις στις πιο κρίσιμες προκλήσεις. Ξεκινώντας από τον τομέα της υγείας, εκεί που δόθηκε η μάχη στην πρώτη γραμμή, έχουμε σε εξέλιξη 3 μεγάλες ιστορικές τομές στην ευρωπαϊκή πολιτική. Πρώτον, το κοινό μας εμβολιαστικό πρόγραμμα, το μεγαλύτερο στην ιστορία της ανθρωπότητας, με εμβόλια προσβάσιμα σε όλους στην Ευρώπη επί ίσης όρης. Και σε αντίθεση με άλλες χώρες, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση δεν ζήτησε ούτε απέτησε αποκλειστική πρόσβαση σε εμβόλια, αλλά αντιθέτως είναι ένας από τους μεγαλύτερους προμηθευτές εμβολίων παγκοσμίως, εξάγοντας πάνω από 227 εκατομμύρια δόσεις σε 46 χώρες. Δεύτερον, θεσμοθετούμε μια νέα Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση Υγείας που θα μας θωρακίζει στις υγειονομικές προκλήσεις του αύριο, αλλά και θα επεκτείνει δυνατότητες κοινής προμήθειας σε θεραπευτικά σκευάσματα κατά του COVID-19 που ήδη εγκρίναμε πριν από 2 εβδομάδες. Και φυσικά, τρίτον, το ψηφιακό πιστοποιητικό. Μια ελληνική πρωτοβουλία που εισηγήθηκε ο Πρωθυπουργός και που ανακοινώσαμε στην τελική του μορφή υλοποίησης μόλις την περασμένη Παρασκευή μαζί με τον Πρωθυπουργό και τον Πρόεδρο του Ευρωπαϊκού Συμβουλίου στην Αθήνα. Πρόκειται όχι απλά για ένα πιστοποιητικό εμβολιασμού, αλλά για μια δικλείδα ασφαλείας για την επάνωδο στην κανονικότητα στην Ευρώπη και ένα παράδειγμα για τον υπόλοιπο κόσμο για το πώς αυτή η επιστροφή μπορεί να γίνει με όρους δικαιοσύνης και ισότητας για όλους. Παράλληλα με την προστασία της δημόσιας υγείας, η Ευρώπη πήρε ιστορικές αποφάσεις και για νέα καινοτόμα εργαλεία για τη θωράκιση της οικονομίας. Μαθαίνοντας από τα λάθη της προηγούμενης κρίσης, αναστήλαμε τους δημοσιονομικούς περιορισμούς του Συμφώνου Σταθερότητας, δίνοντας έτσι στα κράτη-μέλη πλήρη ευελιξία και για την επόμενη χρονιά να στηρίξουν τις οικονομίες τους όσο χρειάζεται χωρίς κανένα περιορισμό. Δημιουργήσαμε ένα νέο χρηματοδοτικό εργαλείο αξίας 100 δισεκατομμύριων ευρώ για τη στήριξη της απασχόλησης παντού στην Ευρώπη. Ειδικά στη χώρα μας στην Ελλάδα, 5 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ μέσω του προγράμματος συνεργασία διατέθηκαν για αυτό το σκοπό. Και δεν πρέπει να ξεχνάμε το νέο τεράστιο πρόγραμμα αγοράς ομολόγων της Ευρωπαϊκής Κεντρικής Τράπεζας ύψους 1,93 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ, που μείωσε θεαματικά το κόστος δανεισμού σε ιστορικά χαμηλά επίπεδα και για τη δική μας χώρα. Και πάνω, πέρα απ' όλα, στην ιστορική πια Σύνοδο Κορυφής της 20ης Ιουλίου του 2020, η Ευρώπη δημιούργησε το δημοσιονομικό υπερόπλο των σχεδόν 2 τρισεκατομμύριων ευρώ για την οικονομική ανάκαμψη. Ένα πακέτο και ένα εργαλείο πολλαπλάσιο του πακέτου Marshall σε πραγματικούς όρους. Μια απόφαση επίσης ιστορική, γιατί για πρώτη φορά πέρα από τον ευρωπαϊκό προϋπολογισμό για τα 7 επόμενα χρόνια, δημιουργούμε μέσα σε αυτό το πακέτο το σχέδιο ανάκαμψης με τα 750 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ του κοινού δανεισμού, ένα πρώτο μεγάλο βήμα ομοσπονδιακής δημοσιονομικής ενοποίησης. Για πρώτη φορά στην ιστορία της, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση θα δανειστεί για να επιδοτήσει κράτη-μέλη βάσει των αναγκών τους. Με όλα τα κράτη-μέλη συλλογικά, όχι ατομικά, να είναι από κοινού υπεύθυνα για την αποπληρωμή των δανείων με την εγγύηση του κοινοτικού προϋπολογισμού. Αναλογικά με το μέγεθος της οικονομίας της, η Ελλάδα θα είναι η 4η πιο ευνοημένη χώρα, λαμβάνοντας από το Ταμείο Ανάκαμψης και από τον κοινοτικό προϋπολογισμό πάνω από 60 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ σε επιδοτήσεις. Ένα ποσό που αντιστοιχεί στο 1/3 του προ-κρίσης εθνικού προϊόντος μας. Αυτός ο μηχανισμός ανάκαμψης και ανθεκτικότητας είναι ο πυρήνας αυτών των πρωτοφανών κονδυλίων, με σχεδόν 18 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ επιδοτήσεις και 13 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ δάνεια. Αυτοί οι πόροι της ανάκαμψης μπορούν να ξεκλειδώσουν ιδιωτικά κεφάλαια και να οδηγήσουν σε περαιτέρω συνολικές επενδύσεις περίπου 60 δισεκατομμύριων ευρώ και στη δημιουργία 200.000 νέων ποιοτικών θέσεων εργασίας στην επόμενη εξαετία. Και εδώ η Ελλάδα πρωταγωνίστησε, καταθέτοντας δεύτερη σε όλη την Ευρώπη το εθνικό της σχέδιο ανάκαμψης και ανθεκτικότητας, γνωστό πια ως Ελλάδα 2.0, για την εκμετάλλευση αυτών των πόρων της ανάκαμψης. Και όπως προδίδει και η ονομασία του, το σχέδιο το ελληνικό αποτελεί μια μοναδική ευκαιρία για τη δημιουργία μιας νέας Ελλάδας, σύγχρονης, εξωστρεφούς, έτοιμης να αντιμετωπίσει όχι μόνο τις προκλήσεις της πανδημίας, αλλά και τις παγκόσμιες επαναστάσεις του μέλλοντος, όπως η πράσινη μετάφαση και η ψηφιοποίηση της οικονομίας και της κοινωνίας μας. Πρόκειται για ένα σχέδιο δομημένο, αναλυτικό και πάνω απ' όλα ελληνικό, που γράφτηκε στην Ελλάδα. Δεν το έγραψαν άλλοι για μας και που περιγράφει 170 συγκεκριμένες επενδύσεις και μεταρρυθμίσεις σε 4 πυλώνες εχμής. Την ψηφιακή μετάβαση, την πράσινη οικονομία, την τόνωση της παραγωγικής, εξαγωγικής και επιχειρηματικής δραστηριότητας, αύξηση απασχόλησης και τη συνοχή της κοινωνίας με αιχμή την υγεία, την παιδεία και τις δεξιότητες. Αντιλαμβάνεστε ότι οι λεπτομέρειες του σχεδίου βρίσκονται πια υπό συζήτηση και στην τελική φάση της έγκρισης και δεν θα ήθελα σε αυτή την ευαίσθητη φάση να αναφέρω συγκεκριμένα νούμερα για την Πελοπόννησο και τη Δυτική Ελλάδα. Μπορώ όμως να σας ενημερώσω ότι στα έργα που αξιολογούνται στο πλαίσιο του Εθνικού Σχεδίου Ανάκαμψης συμπεριλαμβάνονται επενδύσεις που θα ενδυναμώσουν άμεσα τον παραγωγικό ιστό της Πελοποννήσου και της Δυτικής Ελλάδας. Από την αναβάθμιση ερευνητικών κέντρων και τη δημιουργία νέων βιομηχανικών πάρκων μέχρι τον εξυγχρονισμό των υποδομών άρδευσης. Επίσης, μπορώ να σας διαβεβαιώσω ότι η έγκριση του ελληνικού σχεδίου από τις υπηρεσίες της Επιτροπής θα είναι από τις πρώτες μεταξύ των 27 κρατών μελών και μάλιστα μέσα στον Ιούνιο. Γεγονός που θα επιτρέψει τους πρώτους πόρους της προκαταβολής ύψους περίπου 4 δισεκατομμυρίων ευρώ να εκταμιευθούν μέσα στο καλοκαίρι. Και δεν πρέπει να ξεχνάμε και τους πόρους του νέου ΕΣΠΑ για την περίοδο 2021-2027, που στη βάση των τελευταίων προβλέψεων
which based on previous data
835 εκατομμύρια ευρώ από τα ευρωπαϊκά
we have
κονδύλια
about 835 million euros from the new NSRF funds.
So, να κλείσω με μια τελική
I'd like to
και
end
ίσως πιο
by
γενική παρατήρηση.
making a more general
Είναι προφανές
comment.
ότι η κρίση της πανδημίας
Obviously,
ανέδειξε
pandemic
και αδυναμίες στο ευρωπαϊκό οικοδόμημα.
showcased
Σίγουρα έγιναν και σφάλματα,
some shortcomings
τόσο
in
σε
the
ευρωπαϊκό
European
αλλά και σε
structure.
εθνικό
We
επίπεδο,
also had
ιδίως στην
mistakes.
πρώτη περίοδο της κρίσης. Πιστεύω όμως ότι αν τα βάλουμε όλα κάτω, η συνολική απάντηση της Ευρώπης στην κρίση, και εδώ εννοώ η απάντηση των πολιτών, της κοινωνίας, των κρατών μελών και των ευρωπαϊκών θεσμών, ήταν εξαιρετικά θετική. Δείξαμε το πρόσωπο μιας Ευρώπης γενναίας, στεναρής, τολμηρής, ελπιδοφόρας, που στα δύσκολα μένει ενωμένη και κάνει υπερβάσεις προσωπικές και συλλογικές. Μια Ευρώπη που αντιπροσωπεύει μια δύναμη καλού σε έναν ολοένα και πιο αβέβαιο κόσμο.
We can, with these funds, they can help to support us in a very uncertain world. Greece is going to continue to
έτσι ώστε η
support
χώρα μας να
the
κάνει και αυτή
EU
τη δική της
efforts in the
υπέρβαση.
coming years. So
Είναι πια στα
Greece
χέρια
has
μας
to take
να πάρουμε
part
και
in
να
this.
χρησιμοποιήσουμε
We
τα νέα
should
εργαλεία
use
που βάζει
these
στη
new
διάθεσή μας η
financing
Ευρώπη
tools
για να φτιάξουμε αυτή τη νέα
available by
Ελλάδα.
the EU to
Σε
build
μια χρονιά
this new
τόσο
future.
σημαδιακή, τόσο
In
συμβολική για
such
τον
a
τόπο μας,
critical
θα
year
πρέπει να
for our
θυμόμαστε τα
land,
διδάγματα
we
των
should
μεγάλων ιστορικών
remember
υπερβάσεων της χώρας
what
που έγιναν
Greece
πάντα
has
με
done
τη
in
βοήθεια της Ευρώπης.
historical
Και πάνω απ'
junctures,
όλα,
which have always
την
been with the
αξία
help of
της
Europe.
τόλμης, της
And we should
συλλογικότητας και
remember
της
the values
σκληρής
of daring,
προσπάθειας.
of collectivity,
Σας
and of hard
εύχομαι
work.
ένα δημιουργικό συνέδριο
Hope that this
και με
conference
την
will be
ευχή να τα
greatly
πούμε του
helpful,
χρόνου από
and
κοντά.
I hope that we will
Σας
be able to
ευχαριστώ πολύ.
meet up. Thank you. At this time, even hearing about money sounds very nice. So now we finish with the introduction, and we are going to move on to Mr. Athanasios Ellis, the director of the English edition of the Kathimerini newspaper. So, Mr. Ellis. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We're going to start the first session of the conference with Mrs. Yana Gelopoulou, the president of the Greece 2021 committee. I'd like to welcome her here. Sorry about this, but I'm going to be looking both sides because I've got my own monitor as well. Good morning to everyone. Good morning, Mr. Ellis, Mr. Doudouris. Good morning, your guests. So after 2004, you're taking responsibility for another national case. How does this make you feel? Okay, I'm going to be honest. I think the Olympics show that us Greeks, when we want to do something, we can do it. We have the ability to work hard, we have the will, we have the zest, we can do stuff. But what we're going through now with the pandemic showed us how many times Greeks have been able to move on and overcome obstacles that seemed unsurpassable, to innovate. A major element that makes the change is that when we're united, we manage to do a lot. And this happened, this was evident during the Olympics. And at this juncture, in this year, we decided that we will have an organized structure, an organized anniversary, then we will do a lot. And of course, we are kind of celebrating our passing into the third century of a free state, which means that it does not only have to do of 200 years from the revolution, but it's an anniversary of all the people, the heroes, everyone who participated in building modern Greece and in our history. So that's why I say that, of course, we were disappointed because we're a very small group of people, just 45 people responsible for this. don't have, we can't do all the things that we had promised to do, infrastructure, the logistics, all that. It's impossible. But we can do this with the collective conscience of the Greeks. And we saw that there is a national conscience. And the national conscience has to do with the fact that in a climate of unity, we inform not only the Prime Minister and the President of the Republic, but all parties about what we're going to do. And we need to make peace with all the elements of our past, the good ones and the less good ones. We see that all sections of society want to this year to be a starting point for a new era of a new plan at the level of cities, at the level of lifestyles, at the level of energy, in any aspect. And the opinions that they have that have to do even with religion, with the dynamics of the new generation, with the competitive advantage of innovation at schools and universities. We see all these participating in competitions. It would be very interesting to hear your answers here. I'd like to ask, first of all, I'd like to welcome the Minister for the Exterior, who's just came into the room. So, to what extent did the pandemic affect your plans? Because I believe that we're not in your shoes, but we felt that, it was our great celebration, and we were saddened to see that obviously not all that had been planned can be done. So, okay, you can do some stuff, but you have so many restrictions. Us Greeks, I'd like to say, find a way to create what we really want, what we set our mind to. At the moment, organized 50 actions in Greece and throughout the world, even like in Brazil, Canada, and other faraway places in um, South Africa, up to today. So, of course, we can't start when you start with such a plan in this juncture. It's difficult because we have the experience of again of the Olympics where we had a lot of unforeseen circumstances as well. So we managed to change our plans to take into account new circumstances and the way we were going to do things in the organization for and the competition, for example, that we hosted. We had a lot of competitions from the university, the Aristotelian University, from other universities, a lot of competitions for innovation, a lot of things like that. All these have not stopped. And we've actually been aided by Nectarios Varmakis. We work a lot with him as well. If we want to if we wanted to if you want, I can tell you what has been proposed as suggestions for actions from the Peloponnese alone. We've had a lot of proposed actions there with the participation of civic society for the celebration of the 200 years we decided to celebrate this year throughout Greece and throughout the world. And we are not changing that. We want proposals from all of you. How do you feel about this year? We want proposals from the regions. So we're going to have a plan that will go through historic cities. And we will form a route that will join all the regions in this historic area. We will have companies, institutions, and we'll see how we can make our land more attractive for tourists. I want We want to show guests points with historical significance, such as the places where events took place and the produce they have, the people they have, and uh, we also want to highlight important landmarks like houses of historic figures. And in this in this field, we have 30 proposals from the Peloponnese. We have from Argos, which was the locus of the First National Assembly, and from the Valley of Evrotas, and from other places. We have a proposal for an opal museum, and we have a proposal for in Mani for a new museum there. We have proposals from Monemvasia with a new system for lighting the area. And we also have a proposal for a digital museum in Silocastro. And we also have another proposal from a very beautiful place of the Peloponnese in the municipality of Northern Kinuria. I believe that all this can be integrated in the program of Greece 2021. In the platform of Greece 2021, we have 42 events from foundations, museums, universities, and all these are hosted under our auspices. And during a pandemic, we, see, we and even during a pandemic, we decided that we will not get even a single euro from the state to organize this because all this comes after 10 years of a financial crisis. And we need to support all the regions. We've had companies that did not give us money to support us, but they have given us um, sponsorships in kind in some way, like the Bank of Greece that that directly financed a program but did not give us money. And then we have the other four systemic banks that supported us. We had we managed to reach out to large companies throughout Greece, and they all decided to support us, each one in their own sector. People have asked for different kinds of sponsorships, like building a plot or financing a competition. We managed to organize all this. So this is a great show of work, of collective action. This means indeed that we are making the most of our advantages and leaving behind the problems of the last 200 years and moving on to the future. And all these some of the things that we are making, like at the level of infrastructure, is going to remain even after the celebrations. So what I said is that the system of promoting the historical and natural beauties of Greece. Sometimes we have old buildings or we have old monasteries, old churches. All this becomes a very beautiful product for guests, for visitors. So, what would your actions be in the region, given that this is a regional growth conference? So, you kind of talked about what I was going to talk about financing, but I, I have to say that all this planning is ongoing, but I don't think it will be completed within the year. Will some of these things happen next year in 2022? Because I see that, you're very willing to do things, but would it be possible to complete it this year? Yes. Obviously, this committee, to Greece 2021, was established for this year and it expires on the 31st of December 2021. But obviously, we had a large challenge last year. In in the Olympics, we saw that the added value that we gave um, lasted much longer. For example, during the Olympic Games, within our budget for 2004, we organized the games, and we also had 132 million euros left in the bank that were used for other things because, yes, we were willing to do things. We were we were willing to use this money to invest it in something useful. So we built sports facilities, we changed the use of other facilities. In general, we did a lot of work on 150,000 people had actually registered for participating in the program that we had created, which gave added value for Greece, even after the end of the game, without regard to whether someone was a private citizen, an employee, and we tried to get people to change their attitude. So, we try to teach people that we don't smoke in confined spaces, things like that. Obviously, apart from the financing part, stayed with us long after the games. And at the moment, I believe that what's happening is that we see a plethora of suggestions for creating added value. So we have actually added value in the cultural heritage of Greece through the institution of 2021. Each and every one of us might have a different background, but Greece as a whole has a unified image and a unified cultural heritage based on the three pillar axis of and homeland, family, religion, and and this obviously is a the traditional values of Greece, and these are what we are based on. So, in 42 countries, we had in 46 countries, we have things, events taking place through this committee we have formed, and it covers both sides, the Greeks here in Greece and the Greeks abroad. So, all this historicity that we are talking about, we're highlighting it, we're talking about it, we're writing about it, we're analyzing it, we're examining it. It haven't covered a lot of fields were unknown to many. So, for example, someone who supported the fleeing Jews.
Still Papa Nicolau, who is the benefactor in his homeland. So, Chalkida, Evia, etc. We can see all the different proposals organized by the people, by the public, and in schools as well. People decided to go in the streets with the different places, that is, streets that have the names of heroes, the General X or the General Y of the Hellenic Revolution. Or this is up to the director, to the professor, to the teacher. In another school, they had to draw what they were left with. The lesson of painting, history. There was a bombardment of proposals coming from sources. We shouldn't lose any point of cultural heritage. We should not lose this will to work. We can see that we can work along all together. Municipalities, regional authorities, institutes, museums, schools, private sector, everything may offer something important. It can be the experience of the pupils or the documentary, a museum that turns digital so that everybody can have access to that and learn many more things and the pupils learn more things. So it's a heritage for everyone, all together, all together, not something impersonal. We don't just need to have actions, but we need to do the better for the for this endeavor. We are willing to receive proposals. It's up to taking initiatives, in my opinion. So this will be the key. There are a committee, of course, that especially after this year will come to an end according to the law. But when it comes to us, when it comes to me, we don't want to lose any single point. Of course, I should say that many out of the things they said are things that will happen and will be happening post 2021, post 2022, and Greece 2030 will have an impact even in 2040. Why am I saying so? We need to finance that from the revenues of these stems. And we need to promote specific programs using algorithms in Greece, for instance, which is important. We link to any endeavor, to anything that might be beneficial to our activity. It's not a matter of who said it first. No way. People and children to study here. We need the talented people to study here in our country. We need them to be here and find a job here in Greece. This is why we have a gaze towards the future. What is that? Remembrance and design, collective memory and plan. because only thus can we move on towards the future. We need action now. Greece in 2040, what does this mean? We have asked from all types of Greeks, all different stakeholders, all stakeholders, to work together, to work jointly about each sector, about each profession, and how they imagine themselves in 2040. All these conclusions and the results will be beneficial for us to find what were the jobs that are a risk of extinction, the pandemic. What are the efforts, what are the challenges for our country, clusters and perspectives? There are different groups to study. There are tables related to that. We do have a plenary as well. Different aspects. We have also the trade unions like SA, the General Federation of Workers, and other collective trade unions, because all together we should open ourselves to society. We must prepare a white paper towards society. Should we change our course? What should we do to be up to the task for 2040? This is our general objective. This is what we want to do. So, in other words, we need to focus on tangible and intangible heritage. Right now, we need to lose nothing. I am determined to do so, and I know the flaws of Greeks well. Right now, we have a legal framework which says that you have an expiration date, but this effort goes beyond a huge effort, and there will be continued. Yes, but in the long run, because this is critical. I don't think that further. Teach about Greece 2040. We have so many brains in Greece there. We've been discussing about it, talking about brain drain even with the price, etc. What exactly do we expect? This whole effort of the well-known personalities and the friends of Greece, because we have many, many brains that could be used. How can we be assisted? How the government be assisted? It needs to be active because we need to listen to Greeks who are successful, both domestically and abroad. What do you expect with this forum? In a more specific way, do we expect for people to come back, return back to Greece? What are your expectations? What are your objectives? Apart from the general overview that is a approach, do you have something more tangible ways of acting? Well, I'm telling you, we are a national committee. And of course, something depends on the government. We don't need to change everything to the extent that we can. We need to invest in the good points that will be based on our pros. And of course, we need to move on with substantial aspects. For instance, if they choose to come back, these have different aspects to be taken into account. People should be incentivized. You know, company, no need of technology. So technology is a top-notch sector that will be an asset for all companies. We need to keep Greeks here, and this means Greece trust. Second, do you believe that there is a Greece for the ones abroad and another Greece for the ones living in in the right now? There are some seminars taking place for all Greeks, older or younger, for different sectors, and get to some answers. I remember there was a school in the city of Kozan, and then there was another in Trikala. The Didn't Kalakis talk to them, all the Christos talked to them. I remember the children were at awe. I told them, guys, you believe that this is a dream that came true, but they began from a simple school like yours. This is where they began. So it's just about organizing a gallery or a photo exhibition somewhere in Greece and congratulate them all. No, this is not the matter. You don't need to be attractive for Australia or India. These people are linked with the access. There must be substantial communication and meaningful interaction. The embassy of the USA, Greeks, foreigners, and non-Greeks, all together. We must choose young people and we must show them the way. So when I'm telling you that there is a plethora of actions with innovative ideas, this is for the future, am I right? And of course, we need the tangible aspects which are important. These people that should be integrated in the program, and yet there are people who should have love for their country and how that country will look like in the future. We need to see the course of the country, what will be the future. As the Vice President said before, in energy, for instance, you know that we have proposals that are talking about the traditional ways of the traditional professions. There are alternatives about how you can use traditional technology, traditional jobs in a modern way primary sector. So what do we need there? What are the new developments in the primary sector? And how technology can be used to relate to the new era? I could elaborate on that for many hours. Unfortunately, we only have 8 minutes at our disposal. But you know, time is precious. And let me repeat, without any single euro taken by the state, companies that adopt proposals, companies that are willing to listen, which have worked all together. I guess this was my question besides. Because of the result, what about the brand name Colocotronis? Have we come to an end? Okay, they all know now, Greece 2021. No matter where we are, from Castelloris to Ptolemaida, Alexandroupoli to Crete, you are going to know what Greece 2021 stands for. Peloponnese is equal to Theodoros Kolokotronis. So, the Tanissa equal to Ioannis Kapodistrias. The Aegean Sea equals to the Lady of Rho Island. So do your stuff because something will be left behind for you. And of course, they are telling us that we will help them to take the necessary initiatives that will lead them towards a bright future. I don't mean to go into clothes and fashion about women, but I'm pretty happy because we have specific objectives. Let's just see what this has impacted, whether there is a turn or a shift towards a more traditional way of doing things. Yes, we have observed that. Take an example by Argos. There was no fashion exhibition. There was no fashion show. There are dealing with sewing or dealing with the culture of food. So they could continue their jobs. They should not be wiped out. We need to keep all techniques vivid. This is very important. This is our culture. and we need them to find a job. This initiative of ours was very important. And it needs a very good cooperation with the state. We need to register all these professions, all different new designers get inspired by the museums. And of course, they are inspired by the Turkish weapons of the occupation, or they can be inspired by Suli and its famous cells. So there is response. Yes, it is actually interest. The real economy, there is reaction. Yeah, of course, there is a response by them, and they need to keep all their projects alive. For instance, development is Laconia, a famous region, one of the richest regions in Greece. There is an association of traditional professionals in Laconia, another one in Kalabaka, another one in Arachova. So there is a big inspiration and there is initiative, there is a willingness for them to stay vivid and keep on with their traditional professions. Conversions and partnerships are the key, the key for the future, and it may deliver remarkable results. It's not just up to the regional authorities, it's up to the municipalities as well that need to collaborate, even the museum or the university, if any of the university, the Faculty of the Environment in China prepared a program that right now is June, on June 15th will be exhibited about these three in six developed needs. So through tables, through paintings rather, we shall narrate the history of the revolution and how this is linked to local history, to local narratives. We have the best people, we have innovative people, and we have the best result. But what did we lack? Partnership, which is the key. This is what of our committee. On that happy note, for positive thinking, I would like to thank you for this very, very interesting dialogue and communication. And I was very happy to listen about the real economy and what this whole effort transcends and overcomes 21 because there is an interest by the Greeks living abroad as well. We shall see that Greece is not just about antiquity, but also about modern Greece. And by modern, we mean the whole course of the last 2 or 3 years and the modern image of the country overall. You are doing a job that will leave its footprint. Thank you for participating. Let me let me invite Alexia to have another discussion with the minister. We will discuss about Mr. Çavuşoğlu and Turkey. Thank you very much, Mr. Gelopoulou. Thank you indeed. Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Alexei. I'm correspondent. I'm happy because for the second year in a row, I participate in this conference. We had Luis and Peloponnesus Journal, the region the region is great honor today because the minister accepted the invitation. Because we have the minister for then the one of the most active and successful ministers of this government. Minister, I imagine you have never been interviewed in this kind of way. No, never. And that beautiful place for me. Let us start with the visit of Javuso in Greece. Was a visit was discussed what we took from Maximus Mansion, the communications, the common statements that didn't bring to a joint Ankara. And the third point, your personal action during dinner. So, from the diplomacy of weapons, do we have diplomacy of hugs? So, I think that exactly due to the statement in Ankara, he wanted to show that our relationship has not been impacted. So always it's easier to discuss with a friend.
Yes, it was a completely different visit. However, we should not be surprised by the different climate because our stance has been reflected in a very clear way on the public dialogue. Is, is that understood that regardless of disagreements,
So regardless of that, we have a common framework with the other side, and we should never violate international law. When this happens, we must be crystal clear. Now, when it comes to your discussion, the bilateral one, and the broader one in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the government raised all questions and Çavuşoğlu talked about the demilitarization of the Greek islands. I'm asking you because many times throughout the period, the Minister of Foreign Affairs raises this issue of demilitarization and the ownership of the islands. Well, I'm going to tell you what we said because this is we said whatever should be uttered, whatever is litigation between Greece and Turkey or the infringement of the law has been raised and will be raised. This dialogue will never be taken. We cannot move away from our national views. So things should be seen at two different levels. Yes, the entourage and the environment is we have to manage the main difference between Greece and Turkey, but to resolve that the Greek side will continue to understand its positions. I said that in the press conference. The style was different, but I said that there are significant differences and different views. I said that on camera. Of our differences, there are differences, but we Turkey will step away from illegal actions and we should be allowed to discuss all matters. Possibly, if Turkey changes its views, we can resolve problems. That was the image that Mr. Çavuşoğlu could come to take the relay from what has been done in Ankara. Well, it's not a football match to say something like that. We have been expressing ourselves And I should reply as a Greek minister back then. The country has specific national views that are based on international law. You are obliged to repeat our national posts, national views. Otherwise, we cannot, or rather, otherwise, some people might think that we go away from our. It's not government. It's not a matter of the current government. It's a national matter, and of course, the same reaction should be done by any Greek minister that would have visited. And Mevlut on Monday was very cautious when it comes to the wording that he chose to use. But before that was an interview in the Vima newspaper. He said Turkey does not reject the expansion of the Greek territory. Let me ask you whether now Athens is discussing about the expansion of its water affairs. Well, the expansion of that will not be discussed now, and this will not be discussed with any other country. The expansion of that is a national right. This will be done when our interest imposes so. Specific Turkish view. And second, we have seen that there is a specific rule of law not accept. It's the only country on the planet which has settled with casus belli another country if the other country, this us, promotes its own right. So the what will prevail cannot be the right of one power. Sources. Well, actually, excuse me for this interruption. There is a tool of expressing the national view. Each Greek minister, and everyone is obliged to repeat the national views. So the casus belli phenomenon is absurd and not acceptable. Just about our rights, seems that Turkey turned a black eye on that, as if they couldn't understand. Well, we have different views with Turkey. I told you that before. I'm not saying that we have a rosy relationship, but what is here? They are behaving in a way that violates international law. Behavior of Turkey, though, this is very, very important. That is what was seen the previous summer. We cannot tolerate that. Turkey now understand or should understand that this infringement of the law cannot be beneficial either for Turkey or for Greece. You talked about the tensions of last summer. Do you believe that now, after your meetings, after your discussions, will this be mitigated? What did you say? Do you believe that the current summer, will be calm or not? Well, I hope so. I hope so. I wouldn't like to revive what I was obliged to experience last month. I think that Turkey moved away from infringement of the law, and let me tell you something else that we discussed with the Blood. Turkey would be cautious when it comes to different matters. Mr. was prior to his coming to Athens, Sunday, he visited Thrace, which was characterized as a private visit. But Mr. Davutoglu didn't tone. It was quite calm, contrary to previous visits. But then he uploaded a video on the web. What is your opinion about this visit he paid to Thrace? And how can you compare the experience of the mayors or of the local authorities who said that he was not a wanted person, he was a person non grata for Thrace? On camera, we heard Mr. Papayan talking about it. So this issue is not open yet. Many people asked us, why did you let him go, etc. Greece is a European country based on the international law. I think that it is a country where restrictions have no place. The country that may express itself and will be clear about its own views. Okay, now let us talk about Cyprus. If you don't have any reaction, please comment on what Tayyip Erdogan said, who said that he will visit the occupied areas on July 20th, that is the date of the anniversary, and he will talk about a new base there with drones. And second, what about the proposal of the opposition to link the perspective of a European Turkey with what happens in place in Cyprus? What do you believe about it?
First of all, not my advice, if it's worth a while, to avoid further disputes in Cyprus and in the Eastern Mediterranean. Turkey invaded Cyprus. That's a fait accompli. There is an invasion army in Cyprus, wherever it takes Cyprus. It exacerbates a very complicated problem. It makes more difficult the relations between the two countries. I would like to advise Turkey to avoid anything that could constitute a defiance towards Greece, towards the international law, the European Union. So there is a need to have a general framework that governs the relations between the two countries. There are some things we are lagging behind when it comes to viable solution. Fortunately, Turkey's actions in the latest weeks has brought our relations to the worst points 1974. Since 1974, we've launched an effort to have a bicommunal and bicommunal state, but Turkey is casting doubt on this common framework. So we are at the worst point ever. And the last thing we need now in such an exacerbated situation is more defiant actions from on the part of Turkey. There is, after the declaration of the Geneva Convention, you said that we didn't make any steps forward. Yes, I do believe that what there is, we cannot have any agreement without the framework of the international law governing our relations. This is a common feature throughout the human history. We need we need dialogue. We need to launch a dialogue and continue dialogue with Turkey. The German foreign ministry said that there will be a convention on June 23rd. And I would like to raise the question whether Athens has been invited to this convention and whether Greece is in open discussion and open contact with the German government. First of all, we have restored our embassy. We have visited Libya. We're talking, we are negotiating with Libya's government. Therefore, we have immediate and direct dialogue, direct communication with Libya. However, we are deeply, we are satisfied that Germany didn't invite us to this convention on the premise that because this is a protracted obsession on the part of Germans, and we are deeply dissatisfied for that. When it comes to this convention, the Greek Libyan agreement, given that it hasn't been validated by the Libyan parliament, what's the future of this agreement? The transitional government needs not to activate, not to apply, implement this legal agreement between Libya and Turkey. That's our advice to them, and that's our stance. What they should do, and we hopefully they will, is to leave to all the elections, not to validate this agreement, and then the newly elected government will take all the necessary steps in order to resolve this situation. What we need to do in Libya is the retreat of all the foreign armies from Libya. There are some countries that are stonewalling, that are dragging their feet in order not to the situation. When it comes to the Balkan Peninsula, there is on the table a scenario of redrawing borders in the Balkan Peninsula. What's the stance of Athens vis-à-vis this development? Just the Balkan Peninsula is our region, our neighborhood. Know that the accession to the EU process for the Western Balkans is a very complex situation, and the last thing they should do now in such a context is to exacerbate the situation by putting on the table this kind of scenarios. Things that would have happened during the Middle Age happened at the end of the 20th century in Thessaloniki. This is inadmissible. Anything we do should be done with paying a lot of attention, being very attentive, not to exacerbate the situation, because these situations are very complex ones. So this non-paper, according to which is the perspective of redrawing borders, this cannot happen. It's there is no chance for that to happen. This is extremely dangerous to change, to redraw borders in the Balkan Peninsula, and we don't discuss it at all. We see that there are some steps toward The Hague. What's the situation? What's the developments in that on that front? Yes, if it were the president, it could transfer competences to his prime minister. And Eddie Rama has repeated it many times. That's why I would like to ask you to consider the Western Balkans relations in the context of the bilateral relations. Albania, historically, if you see what has happened there, Albania wants to be a part of the European Union. That means that in order to do so, it needs to adopt all the acquis communautaire, and you'll see that up to now, Albania was in line with all its obligations vis-à-vis its adhesion process. So things have improved vis-à-vis the bilateral relations between Greece and Albania, but there is always a great room for improvement. And Albania needs to embrace European values and make an effort to become a fully fledged member of the European Union. But to do so, it needs to fulfill all the conditionality when it comes to the acquis communautaire, beginning from the recognition of the Greek minority. I think so that the Albanians have opted for Europe and they are heading towards this target. When it comes to the European Union and Belarusia, we had this forced landing of the jet, and we had the abduction of the journalist. These things brings us to the middle age when it comes to the protection of life and the civil rights and the protection of fundamental rights of people. What happened was inadmissible, was tremendously inadmissible. A European country forcing to land an aeroplane to abduct a passenger on board of this aeroplane. This is inadmissible. These things cannot happen, neither here nor in any other place in the world. We have a clear stance on that. We fully support any effort to impose sanctions against this country. We give him an opportunity, a window of opportunity to open up a dialogue process with the European Union. But what happened there is inadmissible for a European country. And we should demand, we should keep demanding the liberation of these journalists, the restoration of fundamental human rights in Belarus. Sergei Lavrov, you met with the foreign prime minister of Russia, Sergei Lavrov, and you talked about the bilateral relations between Greece and Russia. Yes, indeed. The bilateral relations between Greece and Russia are not at the best historical point. And I would like to say that, yes, we do have some disputes, we have some disagreements, and we form part of the European Union, which imposed sanctions against Russia. And as Europeans, we support the European Union decisions. So we fully comply with the decisions of the European Union vis-a-vis the other nations and the bilateral relations between the European Union and the third countries. And when I talked to Mr. Lavrov, and when I talked to him openly and sincerely, I told him, and they understand, they perceive this reality that Greece is part of the NATO alliance and of the European Union. Thank you very much, Mr. Denders. Thank you very much for being here. And now I give the floor to my dear colleague. Thank you for your attention.
Let me thank Mr. Stachouli, the Minister, and now the Minister of the Interior, that is Mr. Rogakos. We will have many news. Okay, some technicalities. Now, let's see, what is the agenda? So, development, RRF, etc. And now, after the RRF. And the Minister of the Interior has much job to do. Now, okay, you have the floor, Mr. Rogakos, with the Minister of the Interior, Mr. Makis Voridis. Thank you very much. A brilliant conference. We participate in that, and this conference delivers news. What I would like to ask the minister is two or three things that should be replied, not just by the Ministry of the Interior, but the co-competent ministers, but what our country needs. That is the next day. The next day, gets RRF money that will be used in the country and must find the way so that we can have what we say as a great work. This is the main concern to us in the days. That is why we would like to welcome with us the minister, Mr. Voridis, so that we can discuss about it. Good morning, minister. Good morning, Mr. Augustus. How are you? Good, Mr. Mr. Voridis. Would like to being here. Minister, starting very interesting discussion. Let us have your view and overall reaction about development course of this. We're talking about the development course after the pandemic in a post-COVID era. What will be the course of our country? What are the priorities set by the government, Minister? I know that you have started the big project with the municipalities and regional authorities, what's about more than 2 billion euros. So what matters here is where this will be channeled, how resources will be allocated. Look, I believe that now we are in a very crucial point. It will be very crucial. You know, many times, many years rather, there is a period of financial dire straits. It has affected infrastructure, investments. This is an overall problem to of our country and to make adaptations. Now, I believe that we have a different type. It's about money, money linked three main sources. And the fourth one is the Ministry of the Interior. These sources are the RF, which is important, then the NSRF, the money that exists, especially Western Macedonia investments, and the development region for the transition into the post-lignite era, especially to us, there is also the program Anton's Treaties, the program to the benefit of the regional authorities, which amounts to thousands of euros. This means much money. This money should be used. There will be significant challenges. Why? Because since much of this money, many of these amounts have a specific timeline, otherwise we lose it. And here we must build those regulations that will be able to accelerate the absorption and the successful absorption that I told you before. That there are two methods. First, where do we channel this money? What is the direction of this money? What means exactly to have this guarantee? The second is this, then you must be very speedy so that transparency and social funds are should be linked to your results. Furthermore, should be able to guarantee the absorption of all this money. What the country does, and of course, it's quite difficult that the money from the SRF from the previous period. There was a non-absorption, there were delays in the past, etc. Imagine that we are that what I'm telling you. So this is a big exercise for the public administration. I believe that the effort done by the government affects the totality of the government, of course, and we must abide by different directions in different sectors. The effort of the government should be here that it is big chance with this amount of money to co-shape a different development model for this. This should not be wasted. They should be invested in a specific way, in full transparency, and used at the best possible level. This is the big challenge. Minister, you know what the issue? People are worried in a big region of Greece that will take a significant portion of the play, and I'm saying so because I know what's going on. There is a fear for not wasting what you said. We must run, not wasting things. We are not used to absorb all money, and I don't know whether municipalities, regions, and the central administration to be able to absorb all money. There is no place, there is no possibility to lose anything. If you ask me, I am a bit skeptical about absorption, which is the big issue. Well, you can't be skeptical, of course, because right now we are quite early. We are a country that is quite speedy when it comes to submitting the program, since indeed this has been done at the level of strategic planning. Much job has been done, and since this is a very important issue, it's something that discussions with the different regional authorities, we can talk about it. Look, right now we are concerned with absorption. Please do not be skeptical about financing because financing is guaranteed. When we are saying that we have a specific plan, which is discussion, of 2.5 billion to finance a gigantic program, and on streets, that is, with a series of actions that should be implemented. If we say money is not enough, we need more, this does not take into account the political side of the discussion. If we're talking about 100 million euros per year, You can imagine this is big money. Discussion, saying I want more, is out of the question. We must build this type of infrastructure that will allow us to talk about mature projects and mature finalized works. Furthermore, let's have a clear discussion with the regional organizations. What does this take? It takes different services. It takes to see the rules in the municipalities. See in what way we can effectively engage everybody in order to be successful with absorptions. So there are critical issues. Let me take an example. I love, and this comes from my previous ministry, especially for the regional municipalities, it's very, very important to talk about production. Very important to avoid stagnant production. Our primary sector is very important. We must be able to equip all factories to guarantee the normal flow in all factories, and then everybody should have access to factories so that we can avoid any crisis in our productive structure. We need money, and this money should really be channeled to help the real goals. We can relax procedures of control through which we control the way that a project moves on. No matter how we facilitate that, you know that we're talking about European commitments, European rules, and standards. We cannot drift from that. I mean that we must move on and we must keep on being transparent. Our approach here is that we must be smart enough, we must turn on people to be able to have mature projects. This discussion is very important. And uh, I talked to you about a very special issue, which I know pretty well. It is the primary sector. But we need everybody to become the co-owners of this project. When it comes to the RRF, we, the Ministry of the Interior, especially the General Secretariat of HR, has talked about a plan that is to talk about the amount of money for new producers. And then we should talk about the public employees. I love crickets, and I heard that this is something that is the benefit of the public employees. You will boost again the public employees. Come on, let's get rid of them. etc. Big grumpy people about the public employees, civil servants. If we need to have in the public sector, this is the best. This is the best practice in the private sector. In reality, we are taking the practice from the private sector, introducing that to the public sector. So this criticism is blind because it doesn't take into account the overall picture. If we really need to talk about something public, meeting the needs of users, so of everybody else, then we should teach them some tools of administration. Well, Minister, they're talking about dismissals, not recruitment. Well, the opposition and the people are afraid of being unemployed when it comes to municipality administration. You're talking about bonuses here. Well, yes, the position lives in an imaginary world. Well, this is something intimidating for employees. They said that the boogeyman in democracy would dismiss everybody. How many have we dismissed in these 2 years? globally. These are the boogeymen of the left, right? The opposite. In front of this demand, clear that we shall have some target for the logic is delivery. No, it will be target that will serve a specific plan that exists so that the public sector may help us. We're talking about the PPP and must achieve our main goal. I'm saying that in the RF have included project Y because this has significant benefits. Okay? That should be given, it should be channeled in a specific way. This is Mrs. Klakakis, Ministry of Finance. We have specific ideas and resources. What are they saying? This should be something tangible, well shaped. It should follow an up-bottom approach, and this should be disseminated across all chains. They have a very effective administration. This will be linked to the targeting of the different posts. In my view, this is a very important structural shift within the public sector. It hits a course, a culture that prevailed for many years in the public sector. These are other relationships of effective administration, linking goals with efforts. It builds bridges. So there is a hierarchy. The money of the fund is needed to take this significant reform. Good. About 50 million euros. This is money which is huge. But why am I saying? Because this will not be absorbed. We don't have that. We also need targeting. We also need specific objectives of how executives build. So it takes a series of questions in order to reach that point. Yes, you know what? Because the people are asking bureaucracy, red tape in the public sector. A citizen, it's not possible for a citizen to lose hours and days to be served within a service. This is called digitalization. We've taken many steps, yes, and we are going to take many more steps. In general view, talking about flows that date back to many years, but we have seen for the last 2 years there is a significant change in the way through which a user can be facilitated. There are many problems, of course, but there is a significant improvement and a speedier improvement of things. Well, yes, because we move on with the digitization and add projects linked to that. For instance, there is a project that will connect all municipalities, all service municipalities. That is, for instance, if we need papers from 2 or 3 different municipalities, then we apply in a one-stop shop. This could be created and have a common language, and have a better serving of the users. This is about a holistic system in the accounts, a better image of the financial things, municipality, better service of the municipality, so the administration may serve a better way citizens and they can talk between them. It's a whole new world. Will you have the time to take these reforms, Minister? Because My favorite question is whether you will have the time or whether we will have elections in the fall. This is another story.
We want back elections. Not uh, elections upon the completion of our mandate, and that's the result of all those things that I've mentioned before. We won't celebrate, we won't hold any elections. It is meaningless. It is useless. I think that all the governments should conclude their mandate, and all the previous years, this has been a partisan approach. It was only the partisan interest that drove the actions of all governments in the past. We went through a very difficult destiny with decadence, with a decline, and it was the destiny of the management of our bankruptcy as a country. Yes, we do put our country to the back to track. We bring normalcy to our country. We at last decided to take action and to deploy all the different policies that are needed in our country in order to embrace the future in an optimistic way. We should amplify, we should extend, we should open up our economy, amplify it, and make it bigger. And in order to avoid accumulating debt and being always a debt ridden uh, country. Let's see telework, the remote work, in both in the public sector and the private sector. How can we protect the employers, because it is inadmissible to enter in a new jungle of labor, of a sweatshop labor market. France has a very a framework for teleworking since many years now, and it is a very strict framework. For example, it is inadmissible that our employer calls us or sends us an email and requires us to answer it at 8 o'clock or at 9 o'clock. The other issue is the hours, 8 hours, 8 working hours, because there are many people expressing their concern about that. Yes, we are launching a reform, and we need an integrated and transparent mechanism in order to manage this new reality of teleworking, of remote working. This needs to be orchestrated from up to, in an up to bottom approach. You raised two questions. When it comes to the working hours, those who work remotely is they earn some time when it comes to commuting. They do not nowadays they do not need to commute in order to go to work and get back to their so they can manage better their time schedule, their timetable. And therefore, when it comes to the working hours, upon the completion of the working hours of an employee, the employee is allowed to disconnect. So we have the right to disconnection. It is a fundamental right. When it comes to their pay, to their salary, there will be differences when it comes to the salary. This new context of teleworking. No, no, and moreover, the teleworking is not an obligation. It is on a voluntary basis. Those who want, who wish to work remotely, they can do it. Those who do not want, they will keep working uh, from the office. It is a flexible way of working. We've started some reforms. We have a very dense political uh, uh, agenda. We voted a new law on January 2020, in January 2021, when it comes to a step, when it comes to the exams, the entry exams to the public administration. We passed a law when it comes to the transparency in the public sector. We voted through different the diaspora vote. We voted through a bill related to the local administration and regional administration and the decentralized administrations in order to resolve all these problems that have been accumulated in the past years. And we voted through, or we are going to vote through the telework, the remote work bill. And all these laws we've passed, all these legislative initiatives have a common goal, namely to render our country a more prosperous country, to establish rules and to cooperate, to foment cooperation between the public and the private sectors to, to render a country a more competitive one. When it comes to the equipment needed by those working remotely, we will integrate this part in the law. Yes, the public sector needs to provide all the employers with the equipment. Likewise, the voucher you issued for the children, you could issue a voucher for those who work in the public sector in order to get the necessary equipment in order to do their work remotely. Thank you very much, Mr. Oridis. Last question. When it comes to your labor market reform, the official opposition accuses you of violating the 8 hours per day, the 8 working hours per day, and you violate and you eliminate the fundamental rights of employees. sincerely, I would expect that there is maturation in these things, because they are not mature. When they say these things, they show to all of us that they are out of touch with reality, because we haven't voted through anything like that. Anything like that. They are always doom mongers. They are always uh, expressing uh, defeatism. Yes, workers could work more during the 4 days of the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and then on Friday they can take the day off, so they can have 3 days of holidays, 3 days off per week. You have 30 seconds to conclude. The legal practice of some employers has nothing to do with the intention of the government. Nothing to do. We, as a government, we are voting through a reform in order to uh, safeguard the rights of the employees. We need to safeguard uh, their fundamental rights against some employers, the minority of the employers who are misuse these new uh, instruments. Thank you very much, Mr. Cornelius. I retain some very important things. Teleworking, a very big issue, a very big challenge ahead of the future. The 8 hours per day and 2.5 billion euros will be transferred to municipalities and regional authorities. Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to the following speaker. Or before that, I would like to say that Mr. Voridis is one of the best speakers, because you can have a great discussion with him. But now we have the new generation of journalists. We have that's George Evgenidis, political correspondent. What are we going to feature? DJ for regional development policy. We are going to talk about all the different challenges vis-à-vis the regional development. Carsten Rasmussen will be with us in some minutes. We have a very good interview, one-to-one discussion with Carsten Rasmussen. Thank you very much. Now,
I have no sound. I apologize, I have no sound. I have no sound, no translation.
That have been of great help and of great value, both for Greece as an entity, but also for regional management, such as this of Western Greece or the Peloponnese. These are valuable assets, and we are looking at how this can be boosted, how this can be improved so that they produce more added values for local communities. I'm going to try once again. Mr. Rasmussen, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us, even virtually. I hope that next year we can meet in body and flesh, but at this point, let us discuss on this basis. I want to start with a broader question, because we are at a time when the European integration as a project is tested, and there is a growing tendency to return to national and nationalistic policies at some points. So how important is it to strengthen regional development and work with local communities at a more, let's say, individual basis?
No, I think you are absolutely right. Europe is being challenged. We have seen all the borders closed due to health reasons, and they are very slow in reopening. Greece is one of the countries most exposed to this logic. We're waiting for the tourists to come. The economy is open, but the tourists need to be able to travel to Greece. Let's hope that this ordeal is soon over. In this context, and with the necessary health measures in place, there is a risk of spillover also to other policies. There's a risk that states, nations would go back to the very old reflexes of turning towards themselves. And to keep the machine going with the great tools that we have the cohesion policy, we've had it for 40 years, and we have the splendid decision on the RRF, which is a real boost to the European economy. With those two tools, we need to make sure that we create facts on the ground and we keep the dialogue open directly with the local authorities and with the national authorities. And that is actually what is going on. We are working very hard digitally when we cannot do it physically. So the system is up and running and moving. And we are these days waiting for the first regional programs to be proposed as part of our policy. That is going to be a decisive moment. And throughout autumn, we're going to negotiate directly with the regional authorities and even also with the mayors for those agglomerations that will have its ring-fenced budgets. In this sort of dramatic situation that Europe has been through, the world has been through, I think it's fair to say that our job is to reconstruct Europe bottom up. And that starts with towns, that starts with regions. This is where we are the closest to the citizens. So I'm very enthusiastic and optimistic that we're going to have a great and deep dialogue with the regions in terms of the priorities for the next 7 years.
What you are addressing is extremely important, because all 27 member states do not have the same kind of organization within. And of course, development needs to be inclusive so that it is sustainable. But let me come to the challenges you are faced up, even from Brussels, and despite the fact that you are traveling often, especially in Greece. Is bureaucracy still an obstacle, or are we working past it? We have actually made some steps during the pandemic in this field.
No, on the broader picture, let's say that Greece has made a few very significant steps. We have been very impressed with the use of the tax platform for a number of issues for vaccines, but also for the support, for the channeling of some of the European support that has very quickly reach their businesses. And I think this is an example to follow. This should be an inspiration. Looking at ourselves, at the cohesion policy, the way we implement it, we can certainly do better. We are not past bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is necessary. We are bureaucrats on the Greek side and on the European side, and we have to be bureaucrats. We have to take good care of the taxpayers' money. We need to be able to know where the bills are, know where the investments are, what the timeline is, and so on. That is by definition
we do need bureaucrats. Let me
exercise.
just interrupt you. We do need bureaucrats, but we need bureaucrats who get the job done and do not stall the process.
Yeah. That is very. We need to work, and will continue to work on two fronts. Indeed, you are mentioning one, which is the most important, that we get results on the ground. In that respect, let me just mention that Greece, when we look at the funding period 14-20, which is still running up to 23, Greece is actually, and that may surprise you, first in terms of implementation and absorption. Greece has an average of 73%. Against the EU average of 56%. So Greece is, surprising as it may seem, the front runner right now. And I think that really is a sign that things are moving and that the Greek government is taking this very seriously, and that underneath also the Greek regions are doing their job. Now, we can do better in terms of the interface between the citizens and our funds. We are fully aware of that. We are have moved in principle to e-cohesion. That means all our interaction should be digitized, and there should not be any more paperwork. But cutting the red tape and simplifying our procedures is not something you do overnight. And I would say it is actually not something you do even in a year. This is something we want to be built into our system, the continuous search for efficiency, making our products user-friendly, and making them target. So what we pledge from our side is our commitment to do our part of the deal, and then it is also up to the member states to do that. What we have to realize is that we have a rather complicated but limited European rule set for the structural funds. That has then to be implemented, or implementation takes place in a national context, where then the entire legislation of the member state also plays its role. We cannot efficiently implement infrastructure investments if the cadastre system is not efficient, if it is not up and running. We cannot speed up the implementation of infrastructure projects if there is not a safe and expedient procedure for taking care of archaeological excavations. You know that some of our big
we need more interoperability, as I can understand.
Exactly. So I think we need to work very narrowly on our own policy, and we need to recognize that we can do better, we will do better. And then we also need to rely on the overall necessary reforms in each of the member states where these reforms are relevant. We cannot implement great projects in sectors that do not function well. And that's why we are enthusiastic about some of the reforms that have been agreed also now with the RRF. Some of these reforms are also relevant to the cohesion policy. Let me just mention the water reforms and the waste reforms that we have agreed. Having a more efficient governance system on the Greek side is a preliminary to having the ability to design smart projects.
Yes, you have vast experience in the Greek reality. Touching upon what we now discussed, I would like you to assess a bit, how is the cooperation between the central Greek government and the regional governments, and what are the challenges ahead in this field of cooperation?
We have, from the point of view of what needs to be done, we are well advanced. And the government has, I think, as far as I can see, emitted very clear instructions or guidance to the regions as to what they have to do. We have a clear architecture. Greece has chosen once again to allocate 1/3 of all the funding to the regions, 2/3 stays in the national programs. In the current funding period, the 14-20, we found that some of the distributions of tasks was not optimal. And we have been working hard with the government to find a better, a more logical distribution so that at each time we know who does what. There is definitely a need to further empower the regions, to make sure that the regions have the resources to implement. And that also pertains to the participating towns and cities. We have agreed with government that we need to set aside specific funding, both for project development, and here we're looking we're very optimistic and ambitious that we would be able to introduce mobility and modern public transport systems everywhere.
Okay,
or in all major
now I have to
agglomerations.
follow up on both of these because they are both newsworthy. At first, which are those 25 islands you have in mind? I presume they are not only in Greece. And I would also like to know if you have a more concrete idea of how they're going to turn more green. And then I would also like to know what you have in the cards for the public transport system in Thessaloniki.
To start with the Greco Islands, this is still work in progress, and the 25 islands are Greek islands to participate in a Greek scheme. This will be run by Greece. In addition to some of the European schemes, we have the Sustainable Island Initiative, but it will be a large-scale operation. 25 is what we have in mind right now. The decision as to exactly how many will participate will be made by the government. None of the islands have been selected so far, but without revealing too much, I would imagine that the participation of Astypalia, Halki, Tilos, those that have already taken initiative in the area, should be a kind of no-brainer.
I understand this concerns the entire energy consumption model of the island.
Yes, indeed, whether they're connected or interconnected or not connected at all. But it goes beyond that. It also addresses the issue of waste management. We need everywhere in Greece, we need to move towards selective waste collection, which of course in isolated islands is a very specific challenge. The same applies to water management. We need to make sure that water is professionally managed and that we make the necessary investments in something that is very small scale, facing municipalities that sometimes have very limited resources to do that. So here we need to think out of the box, work in networks, finding ways of having solidarity in the management of some of these networks as well. But we want these to be living labs. I think this is what Halki and Astypalia are showing, and Tilos before them. We are exploring things. So there will be a huge percentage of the funding that will be classical. It will be dealing with photovoltaic installations, wind energy, and so on. And then there will be a certain element of exploration and testing in that. And I think we can afford to do that. What matters most of all is that we have a local buy-in. So it is out of the question that any island would participate on a diktat top-down or from the European Commission. There will have to be a real commitment and a shared consensus on each island that that this is what we want to do. That is also a way to overcome the eternal question as to where do we place the photovoltaic installations, where do we place the windmill? I mean, it has to be something that benefits all.
And let's not forget Thessaloniki in a nutshell.
I imagine you're referring to our metro project. That is stalled because of the excavations around one of the stations. We are following this closely. We are depending on the Greek legal system. This has been taken to the highest courts. It is clear that we will never, and Greece will never, jeopardize archaeological findings. So we simply need to live with the fact that these things take time. On the other hand, we are now looking at a situation where hundreds of millions have been invested and are not yet in use. So the sunk costs are significant, and we are impatient to get this up and running.
We have 5 minutes left in this highly interesting discussion, and since we are in Patra, I would like to come to the challenges for Western Greece more specifically and for the region here. which are those major challenges? Which are the infrastructure plans you have in mind? And what is ahead of us in more areas than infrastructure?
Sure. Let me start, first of all, though, with infrastructure, because I think what is on everybody's mind is the implementation of Patras Pyrgos. I mean, classified as one of the most dangerous roads in Europe and in Greece. In principle, we've already decided this. It hasn't happened yet, but we will stick to our commitment to finance this piece of motorway if we so want, and we understand that this is in the cards. Over and beyond that, one of the big challenges we have is to get some really forward-looking and strategic investments in the major cities and towns. To give you an example, the renovation or the reconversion of the Patras waterfront is an excellent opportunity. We've seen other big cities in Europe doing that conversion. It started with Liverpool 25 years ago. We've seen what happened to Barcelona. We've seen Copenhagen. We believe that the same opportunity is there also for Patras, but of course it takes some diligent and committed and planning and a lot of stamina. But this is what we would like to work on with Patras in addition to public transport, as I mentioned. It would be a long way to walk, but we think we can get there. We have 9 years to go. Over and beyond that, for Western Greece, as for all regions, we will need to continue doing much better on waste management. This is one of the regions that is still far away from compliance, and we will need to do the necessary infrastructure investments, but also to make all the municipalities move towards selective waste collection. And finally, we have had a good process in Western Greece on what we call smart specialization, so the innovation policy, and we would like to continue working in that area as well. The rule of the game is that each region asks itself, what are we good at? Where should we invest more? What are the promising emerging sectors for us? And that is, of course, a very local sector, a local process. That is something that requires the implication of all relevant stakeholders, business, NGOs, trade unions, employers, representatives, and the local authorities.
Just a final question before we wrap up. You mentioned waste management here in Western Greece. How difficult is it actually to get the job done correctly? How difficult is the cooperation in some cases with municipalities and authorities?
It's very difficult. Let's be honest about that. And we will need for everybody to do better. For us, the key to progress in this area is the cooperation of municipalities around their foster. They are in the law, they exist, but to a certain extent, some of them are only on paper. We need to make them real. We need to have a waste treatment site that is sophisticated, that takes care of the 7 waste streams that are being implemented by law now or decided by law as we speak. And the municipalities need to contribute with a quality waste collection that makes it possible to reuse. But in Western Greece, we have a long way to walk on this. And it's important that municipalities understand that this is not something that you may or may not do. It is actually European law. It applies to these municipalities as it applies to municipalities in the Netherlands. So it's just a job we need to get done. Over and beyond that, we're talking about European legislation that has moved on and become more and more ambitious. So this will be challenging even for the best, and we will need to stay focused on this throughout the entire period.
Let's hope this ends well and everyone does its job and it's part of the deal. Mr. Rasmussen, I want to thank you very much for this illuminating talk, and I hope that next year we meet here in Patra, not virtually.
I promise that if you invite me, I promise I will be with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Have a good
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now wrap up and we are going to move to the next session. Thank you very much for watching. Έβγαλε ειδήσεις. Έχω την ψήρα μου, κύριε.
Για να φαίνεται πιο έτοιμη.
Για να μου παίρνετε συνέντευξη. Νομίζω ότι έχει πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρον η αξιοποίηση των κεφαλαίων από το... Με συγχωρείτε. Νομίζω ότι έχει πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον αυτό το οποίο θα γίνει το επόμενο διάστημα και εδώ στην περιφέρεια, αλλά και συνολικά σε μεγάλα έργα υποδομής σε όλη την χώρα.
Throughout the country. He heard about the CELLAR. He said that the CELLAR will be an indicator of how we can take the energy mix in 55 gigahertz. We have also talked about Exconomo that will continue and about waste management because we're lagging behind. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, welcome our dear friend, Mr. Papa Thanasiou, an experienced entrepreneur, now special missions. Yes, we have a TV show, Earth Channel, every Monday night. We shall have a discussion with the ex-commissioner, with the commissioner, Mr. Avramopoulos. Discuss many more interesting things related to Europe, related to current affairs. So he was a former mayor, he was a former commissioner, so we're going to have another politician. Mr. Avramopoulos, you can take a seat, please. Welcome, Mr. Avramopoulos, welcome. My great joy to be here with Mr. Avramopoulos, former commissioner, former minister, affairs and defense minister, former mayor of Athens. Gentlemen, hello. I honor to be here in this very important conference on regional growth. I would like to thank Peloponnesus General for this invitation to be here with Mr. Avramopoulos, really to introduce him, former commissioner, former minister of Foreign Affairs and Defense, a staff of Nea Demokratia. We have many things to discuss. Let us start from Europe. We celebrated our 40th anniversary from us joining the EU family. So where are we heading now? You lived that before. There was the pandemic, of course. There was no solidarity. There were national agendas. What takes now so that we can play a different role? First of all, I would like to thank you for your opening remarks. I'm happy to be here in Patras. I'm happy to be a part of this conference, which has a specific objective, but does not limit itself in the boundaries of the neighborhood. We know what happens here, well in previous events, and I come from a village nearby here. Now, Europe. In your opening question, you said also what happens because Europe is in some obstacles. We celebrated the 40th anniversary. I think this is important because this meant that Greece prosperity, progress, development. Greece became an equal member, different powers, position in the European family. When it comes to the second strand of your question, what's next? What should be done from now on so that the European project will be saved? simultaneously. The crisis, the financial one, the migration one, and the sanitary crisis brought to surface some inherent flaws. The, the vision of those following World War II led to the birth of Europe, and this still exists, but this must leave to the next generation, follow the ones that took the historic decision, gave birth to the biggest historic endeavor of times, the EU, which in turn is an environment of peace and prosperity unique in the history of mankind if we remember what used to be the past. However, lately, Europe has forgotten its purpose. Europe was based on the need to embed peace, but at the same time on two main principles, that is solidarity, as you said it, and responsibility. What happened in between the crisis mentioned started to bring the member states back to an environment of being safe behind closed borders. There were stricter national policies, and since it should be explained why there was a series of crises, there was an ascent of nationalism. Let me here say that Europe is not the US. Europe didn't or hadn't managed to create federal structures. Some steps don't we take common currency without previously having a financial policy. As a result, weak countries have this including the European economy, but they were under pressure, which was quite useful for the state and the society. Dozens of one populists that very but throughout the world as a first moves to the European idea. What must happen? Many people say, as the historian of the future will elaborate on, we should talk about European leadership and national leadership. Could Europe take a leap forward right now so that we must look the dream of founding fathers may get an integrated foreign and defense policy? Many things are, but what about the practice? We have bilateral affairs with different countries, including our neighbors, and a national policy, as in the past, serves the so-called old national interest. If do not politically complete Europe, I'm afraid that it will be an organization, a legal organization, but it may never become a worldwide player or a worldwide force. So we have China, the US, everybody saying that there is Europe participating as Europe, but not as a big power, and unfortunately it can never complete completely one. We to avoid generations to experience dramatic moments. Because if we start with claims, exclusions, if nationalism is on the rise to the detriment of the European spirit of solidarity and cohesion, I'm afraid that the future will not be that bright. What about common European policy on foreign affairs? You talk about nationalism, which were the wrongs. But because there was no common strategy, migration, let's say, there was a margin left to them. How some countries decided that it would be better to be left alone because they cannot survive within the EU family. What about Europe? Is Europe Brussels? Is just Europe about European institutions? the member states are the ones tracing policies, because institutions consist of what? Institutions consist of perhaps at bureaucratic level, but also at the political level, but as well as in the European Parliament. Member states are member states. So when policy is directed by a member state based only on one national interest, this by definition cancels many of the European policies. So just saying personally that we should blame on Brussels, let us see who is in Brussels, who represents states, and what happens when the ones there represent each country. I believe that it's one thing theoretical and another thing having the experience of that. Well, before I talk about the migration crisis, I was lucky enough to have a portfolio. In 5 months after my mandate, after I took office, this became the most thorny issue because then started the migration flows. We had the first hits. One of my stats was about European safety, partnership to exchange information to tackle this phenomenon, this dangerous phenomenon. On the other hand, we should tackle migration issues. So when we were reaching the point of discussing that, because as a commissioner, I had to coordinate discussions between ministers, I will see that things were not that rosy. Nevertheless, we managed to adopt a common policy on migration safety. We tried to manage the first flows, the first big flows, and then what's next? The motto of the new pact suggested that the Commission we found some obstacles, some reactions by some Europeans, the host countries, the countries that first accept these people. Because I'm afraid that there is a visitor country, let's say. Quite lately, that is a country that has exited communism, has a trend towards populism. This is a phenomenon that is to be further investigated. What about these countries abroad? There are bilateral, of course, conflicts. But there are some other proposals, as I said before, coming from the governments of some countries. They are not that happy with the following, able for their country as well to shoulder some part of the migration. Now the secondary flows will from a secondary state they go to another. Or they go to Spain, or they go to Malta from Libya, go Greece from the Middle East, Turkey. Dublin, you know what Dublin was. Dublin was a European treaty. Whoever wanted in Dublin, before the migration crisis now, whoever entered that, they could apply for asylum if a refugee, and based on the then forecasts, they had a specific status. They couldn't move to Central Europe. 2015 came, people left, there were no borders, and then in practice, Dublin was cancelled. Germany, but then got Dublin. It's a new Dublin now. What is borders? It's a new Dublin from the back door. After the end of the alarm bell of COVID, Europe will be a safe destination because if some countries are left off the vaccination program, then we'll have new flows. I don't know to what extent the joint declaration between EU and Turkey will last. Up to 2019, it delivered. But what about now? No, it delivered. I disagree with you. It delivered. The only thing that was a message from the future is what happened in Evros, quite right, with the government. Raise the wall, stop the flows. why back then, when there was the invasion from Evros, didn't it open the door at another point? Because if that door, if they had reached 20, 30,000 people on the islands, then the system would have collapsed. This was not under the joint with taking worked up to that point. That is why we were more relaxed. When it comes to reality, our national policy should consist of that. What should we focus on? We are collaborating with the European South, but let's remind to the European North, at any point the crisis might hit their own door. 3,000 were in the borders between Russia and Philippines, and then they talked about it. There was a common understanding between these two countries. It's not something that we will encounter in the South because we live in an era of complexity and mobility. 150 million people are on the move. We live in a century of human move, as the historians would say. Usually, better please, collaboration with the other countries. It's feasible, you think, yes. And certain agreements. I have proposed by the countries of the European South form a scheme to form a structure that would facilitate us, but this did not deliver. What might happen now? First, it is very important to understand in Europe that it's high time everybody showed that they mean it when talking about solidarity. Solidarity should be interpreted into true results. How does this happen? With balanced allocation of the impact. Let's say 10, which is some less, and the European service, which are developed by the US, will assess demand, whether this person will be granted an asylum. If they have the right to, the ones that will be positive will go to Europe towards a program of balanced allocation. The other ones will be returned. This is not a part. This is a part involving Turkey. They will be returned to Turkey, then they will be promoted back to this road. They can be relieved now from text. Largely wanted to take the bank and then turn them back to countries. This has no stop. So first solidarity, then balanced allocation of the burden. But the European North should not believe that this is just a problem of the European South. Tomorrow morning, it will be your own problem as well. Germany, 2015, imagine that 1 million refugees and migrants would come to their country, but they got there. Sweden, 2 months' time, got 200,000. But if there is a new trend or a new wave, this has been discussed lately with the Commissioner of Migration, because this portfolio is now Johansson coming from Sweden. Herself, myself as a Greek, herself was biased by the Swedish perception. Sweden has a totally different perception about migration. The College of Commissioners, in combination with the tradition that is now built, shows there must be a historic and institutional memory of the Europeans. So I believe they will be able to affect Council and the Commission so that it's just taken towards a good direction. Why? Because have flows, the front and will be under pressure. There is an essence of nationalism in countries. Mr. Salvini, say in Italy, See what happened lately with the army, the military in France. It's underpinned democracy because people should see tangible results of the policy at the national or international level. Should show solidarity, and then countries should also demonstrate responsibility. You raised the following question: how Europe could move in the future, but also what the future role of the US? We are a country, a member country of NATO. How can Europe play a key role without a common policy of defense? There are some countries which do not wish for such a holistic approach, common policy that countries, all member states, understand and need European assistance under pressure, when under pressure. But we're talking about member states now. I would like us to talk about the government, because things have changed. As we said at the beginning, we look at the governments that came after two disastrous wars. But then the political leaders wanted peace, safety, and solidarity, so they were ready to cede part of their national powers towards a central European institution. Notice how they, or the European community was well, NATO as well, which you alluded to, remains an organization, but with low expectations. So what is an alliance? An alliance versus whom? Who is the common enemy? What's the common threat? The new US, the brand new US, through its philosophy, the philosophy of President Biden, I believe that they will offer a substantial meaning to NATO because the previous, former president had a specific mindset that Europe was insignificant. However, there is a need now to update the spirit and the concept of this organization. Its shortage at the European level of policy, foreign affairs and policy, many people are saying in Europe that the countries intervened after the end of the communist era that they don't need a common defense policy or a common policy for affairs. In other words, the European problem its expression towards the outer sphere is that there is no one voice. Rhetorically, or rather as a narrative, Europe has a voice, yes. And there are issues open, but at the same time, that publicly they are saying that they support Europe, they have the spirit of solidarity. The majority of countries have bilateral, special relations with Turkey. And of course, when it comes to that, there are specific financial interests. The broader out of the region, which is which is lost by analysts in Europe and Greece, it is very important because there is a crossroad, a strategically, geopolitically, and at the level of geo energy, it's of particular importance. So we have to be precise about the tone in our country. What Greece to member state of NATO and the EU. How can we become a role of stability? This friendly Greece, a powerful interlocutor, is a country with which quite rightly opted for dialogue. The other way would lead us to adventure, where numbers. So, in the framework of a common understanding, common respected, common rhetoric, we must have clear relationships. We're not talking here about negotiations. No, we need to understand one another first, and then later on, if there is a conclusion to be to be drawn. Political leaders should come to that. Greece is not alone. There is support of Europe, and I'm so. And let me repeat it once again, because we don't know whether there will be any results. We don't know whether the US like us, for instance, and whether they will help us in the territory. For sure, right now they are critical towards Turkey about internal matters, rule of law, human rights. The international community wants for the army of occupation to be withdrawn from Cyprus, but these issues still valid. These are pending issues. How can we solve them? We must be clear. This is my view. Must be clear, and we have a dialogue. Many times in the past, both leaderships that took the next step, and it's our good faith now because Kyriakos has exactly this mindset. Yes, but the Turkish president has changed a lot. You could give an advice to the prime minister to sit around the same table with the Turkish president. Having no, because he knows what's best. He has the prestige. He must be an equal interlocutor so that we can take some steps of progress and reach a solution. Look, the relationship between the two men has started in a good way. I remind you, he was the first one who contacted him to congratulate his election. The first signs were positive for the people right now. Back then, rather, there were no gray zones, not anything else. Back then, they both said that we need to forge a mutual understanding environment. Let us start with what unites us. And let's not something else because it's important. People know the difference between national supremacy and sovereignty. Sovereignty is quite clear. We have our territorial waters. Which, in fact, never threatened, but for some extremists in Turkey. But sovereign rights extend beyond the territorial waters. And here, the about the EZ people know the sovereign rights that you cannot put them in doubt, but this is put in doubt by others. We must see how we can have a mutual understanding. You cannot discuss about or national sovereignty apart from the 6 nautical miles. It doesn't mean that Greece at any given moment expands its territorial waters based on the law of the sea. But 6 nautical miles, it's clear there's no issue. Then what happens? And this is the difference. If you agree about the limited needs that you use what is under the surface of the sea. This is a question that later. What do we have as an assistant? International law. This is what we are invoking. This is what we need. I'm pretty sure that once again, this will be highlighted throughout the meeting between the two men in the framework of the NATO meeting on the 15th of June. If they accept to follow international law, then we can have a mutual understanding. What about The Hague? The Hague is open.
But who tells me that the Turkish part will accept The Hague? First of all, when it comes to the Greek-Turkish relations, you said previously that Europe had a different approach. Mr. Juncker, in his interview, says that nowadays it's an open discussion. we need to change our doctrine, foreign policy, when it comes to Mr. Yukin. Yes, he talks about Europe as a whole, but we're talking about bilateral relations with a neighboring country. The border, the external border of Europe is Greece. So the relations between Greece and Turkey refer to the relations between Greece, between Turkey and the European Union. We've repeatedly said that the resolution of disputes between countries can be resolved through three means. First of all, through bilateral direct dialogues, through international procedures. We see what's happening in Turkey. And the third path is the war. Yes, the war. We cannot make any concessions when it comes to our basic stance, our basic stance as a country. When I used to be foreign affairs minister, defense minister, we hadn't on the table the militarization of the islands and all the different fronts that are opened now and are on the table by the Turkish people. Yes, because now they opened all these chapters and they put all these things on the table because they are annoyed by the delimitation of our territorial, of our exclusive economic zone with all our neighboring countries. So Papagelas in Καθημερινή newspaper said that many reforms will be promoted by the government in health, in education, and in other sectors. Do you think that this is a real good moment for Greece to have recourse to The Hague? Yes, I think that it's the best possible moment because we have a very strong government. If we had a weak government, it would be an error because a weak government cannot defend its interests. So I think that this one is a golden and God-given opportunity, and we need to capitalize on that opportunity to seize it in order to settle disputes. We need to go ahead. Look at the international organizations. They praise Greece for its performance on economy, on the crisis management, etc. So I think that this is the best moment for that, on the premise that the official opposition of the country will take on board that it should play a crucial role in this effort, and it needs to lower the tone when it comes to these national issues. We need to act with determination, and I think we are at a very crucial, at a tipping point. So thank you very much, Mr. Avramopoulos. Thank you very much for your valuable insights that you shared with us, and we the floor to the next present moderator, Yanis Kandelis, for the next session. Good morning. I'm Yanis Andeli, journalist of Sky TV. Thank you for being here. We have a lovely, a very distinguished panel, and we are going to talk about the European Strategy and Development Goals. I would like to say hello to Mr. Skalko, General Secretary of Public Investments and NSRF, the Nectarios Farmakis, Governor of Western Greece, Dimitris Papasteriou, President of the Central Union of Municipalities of Greece, and Apostolos Tzitzikostas, who will be virtually with us, the President of the Association of Greek Regions, Thierry Ballet, Secretary General, Council of European Municipalities and Regions, who will be virtually, and Mrs. Marino, General Secretary of the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions. General Secretary, as I said, of the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions. I'd like to say hello to all of you, to wish you a very fruitful dialogue. And this dialogue has to do with the funds, the European strategy and the development goals. How these resources can empower all the local and regional authorities in order to have
Οι data consultants
be
παρουσιάζει
prosperous.
συνοπτικά τις
Now
προκλήσεις
we'll
που
see a
αντιμετωπίζει η
video
τοπική
and
αυτοδιοίκηση
then we'll start with
σχετικά
our
με την
panel.
αξιοποίηση χρηματοδοτικών εργαλείων ώστε να επιτύχει συνθήκες βιώσιμης
Utilization
ανάπτυξης.
of
Το
funds.
2020, ο κορονοϊός άλλαξε τον κόσμο.
2020,
Οι
COVID-19
περιφέρειες της
changed the
Ευρώπης
world.
δεν ήταν το ίδιο έτοιμες να ανταποκριθούν στις προκλήσεις
The
που ανέδειξε
European
με ηχηρό
societies
τρόπο η
weren't
πανδημία.
well prepared in order
Οι data
to face the
consultants
different
ανέπτυξε το βαρόμετρο
challenges.
περιφερειακής
We
ευαισθησίας εν
as
μέσω πανδημίας, για το οποίο συνδυάστηκαν ποιοτικοί και
consultants,
ποσοτικοί
we
δείκτες που
created the
συλλέχθηκαν σε ευρωπαϊκό
barometer
επίπεδο.
for the
Η
pandemic.
ετοιμότητα και η ανθεκτικότητα μιας
The
περιφέρειας
preparedness and the resilience of a region is of crucial, of paramount importance.
από το κρατικό χρέος, το ποσοστό εργαζομένων σε κλάδους με ευπάθεια απέναντι στην
The
πανδημία,
vulnerable
το
sectors
ποσοστό
of vis-a-vis the COVID-19 crisis is not equally allocated. So
χαρακτηρίζεται πολύ ευαίσθητη, καθώς έχει υψηλό ποσοστό κατοίκων μεγαλύτερης ηλικίας.
we have many
Υψηλό
vulnerable
ποσοστό απασχολούμενων σε τομείς που πλήττονται από την πανδημία, ελλειπείς υποδομές υγείας,
vulnerable regions that are hardly hit by the pandemic. And through this barometer, we try to give balance and to provide with valuable insights when it comes to the current situation, the state of play in each region. Through this barometer rather is a very good instrument for the policymakers in order to track the problems and to resolve them at a very fast pace.
2014-2020, οι χώρες μέλη της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης είχαν
The programming period 2014-2020, the different European countries had at their disposal more than 1 trillion euros of allocations and funds in order to promote urban life, rural life, to promote prosperity in the regions and the local communities throughout our continent.
Με άλλα λόγια, οι περισσότερο ευαίσθητες χώρες έχουν
The
ισχυρή
most,
ανάγκη θωράκισης των συστημάτων τους.
the countries that had absorbed more were the more resilient countries. So that's a very important gap that we should fill, because the most vulnerable countries of Europe are in desperate need of funds, and the allocation of these funds must be done in an informed and thoughtful way. That's why our barometer is a very important instrument in hands of the policymakers in order to render the country more prosperous ahead of the new programming period 2021-2027. More than 1.5 billion euros will be available for the member states to capitalize on these resources in order to digitalize their economy, to decarbonize the power generation, and to deploy new digital networks in order to render Europe more flexible, more prosperous, and more resilient ahead of the many challenges across the board that we are facing. At the same time, through the resilience and the recovery mechanism, Europe will allocate 750 billion euros. And some of this money will be available for Greece, and this will be used in order to promote green transition, digital transformation, and prosperous Europe. More resources are allocated for Western Greece and for Thrace and Northern Macedonia. And that's why we should keep working. And we should seize any opportunity in order to foment our preparedness vis-a-vis other pandemics or other crises in the future. For the first time, the programming period 2021-2027, we have new models when it comes to the resilience. We have a new plan and a new allocation mechanism in order to exploit the available resources in the most efficient way in order to foment productive overlapping of sources. When it comes to the sustainable growth targets, we should render our regions more resilient vis-a-vis future crises. In this framework, we organize this conference in order to promote the dialogue. Good and fruitful works in your conference. So, we have many resources available for the country, and this is a big bet when it comes to their exploitation, their good and efficient exploitation. We have this money. So that's one question, the money. The other question is the management of these resources. There is a need for cooperation between the central government and the local authorities. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this great conference. The process, this conference is an institution, is already an institution because for at least 3 years we are organizing a very special event, very well structured and very interesting when it comes to the different topics treated throughout this conference. And in the past, we didn't have good results when it comes to this conference, but I think that this was due to perspectives that were lacking. But now I think that things have changed a lot, and especially with the pandemic. So I will talk about the NSRF and the resilience and recovery mechanism established by the European Commission, which was characterized as a super weapon by Mr. Skinas, Vice President of the European Commission. This 70 billion euros are available for Greece are paramount importance because it's on the basis of these resources that we can sweep to a new era for Greece. We have 6 billion euros pertaining to the new programming period of the NSRF. Other financial instruments available to all member states, including Greece. So we need to succeed in complementarity. We need to leverage resources in order to go beyond the 70 billion euros. But at the same time, we need to prioritize, we need to set priorities so as the different mechanisms, the different funds not to be overlapped because all these funds are available will be used for the green transition, the digital transformation, and the recovery from the pandemic. That's why we need to avoid overlapping. We need to augment the absorption rate of Greece when it comes to the absorption of these resources. And we need to be more technocratic in order to set some very ambitious goals and very ambitious policies and fulfill them, the waste collection, waste management, sewage treatment, and other very important issues in which our country is a current laggard when compared to other nations of the European Union. I would like to further elaborate on the resilience and recovery. You are aware of the fact that the Greek government has submitted an official proposal to the European Commission when it comes to the set of priorities. For example, the Elliniko project is highly ranked in the list, and the NSRF is of paramount importance as well, and it is included in this strategic plan submitted by the Greek government to the European Commission. I think that should we coordinate in a good way all these efforts, our country will change, will switch to a different, a new era. A great challenge ahead of us is the green transition. And local and regional authorities should take action in order to, in the context of this new model submitted by the Greek government, to submit on their turn their own local and regional programs in order to manage the best and the most efficient exploitation of these resources. This constitutes a great challenge both for the Greek government, the central government, that is to say, and the local and regional authorities. We need new methods when it comes to public procurement, call for proposals and standards. We need a new context in order to expedite the processes. We need to expedite all the big projects and distinguish big projects from middle range or low range programs. At the same time, we took the initiative the municipalities, regional authorities. When it comes to technical assistance, we will have a special access when it comes to smart and specialized advice. And I think that should we exploit in an efficient way this new development, our country will change pace. We are facing a new, very big challenge. The COVID-19 pandemic created new realities. On one hand, it stressed our weaknesses, but at the same time, it presented many opportunities. So we need to seize these opportunities. And on the following day, in the next day, we need to manage a new reality that is here to stay. It's not an exceptional situation. This situation we are living today, we are living currently, is a situation that will be here after the pandemic as well. That's why we need to draft some plans before receiving the resources in order to come up with the best strategic plan. And we need to calculate every aspect and every institution included and engaged in this process. And now the most important thing is what we're doing now, because very often we're talking about the past and all the problems that we are facing for many years, but we need to envisage, forecast the future. The decision that should be taken today will have a very heavy impact on the life of many generations to come. We are living through historic moments, both for Greece and the globe as a whole. Then you can understand that all these new challenges, such as the green transition, the digital transformation, you know that the historians in the future, we will talk about this era as something very special. It's a very tipping point of humankind. So our decisions today will be of paramount importance when it comes to regulating the life of the future generations. We, as a country, were forced to be flexible throughout the centuries, and we have a very important stake. The cohesion, that is, cohesion must focus on policies that will bring us together, will bring all the regions together, that will render closer one region to another. So our plan must take on board all the different aspects of our country, geographically speaking, but socially speaking. Every region has different needs. That's why we need cohesion policies, because only through these cohesion policies we can deliver on our pledge, namely to render Greece a prosperous country ahead of the future. Now I would like to change the topic of our debate in order to share with you a very important insight. If we had exploited in a better way their resources in the past, we would be at a very good position, at a very good standing today. But this is not the case because we have misused all these opportunities in the past, and that's what we should avoid now. What does cohesion policy mean? Mr. Skalko said previously, talked about efficiency. Yes, it's a super weapon, as Mr. Margaritis Chinas said. This new mechanism, this new facility, resilient recovery facility, is a super weapon for all the European countries, and we are very fond of this decision taken at the European Commission level. But once the money gets here, we need to rationalize their use. For example, our country is lagging behind when it comes to collecting uh, uh, taxes. For example, entrepreneurship. We have 10 million of we have 100 million proposals, and we have evaluated 70 million proposals. We need to do more, and we need to implement these policies in a cross-cutting way and across the board, because we need to exploit the money in the best possible way. Now we enter the second round of our discussion, and I will give the floor to Mr. Gigi Kostas, who is president of the Association of Greek Regions. And can you share your insights, because you are consulting with other colleagues in Europe and with other decision makers? So can you share with us your insights when it comes to European strategic development goals?
Thank you for this invitation to be with you. Unfortunately, I couldn't be in person, but indeed I must congratulate you because you managed to organize a conference that has become an institution. And it is a fruitful ground for substantial dialogue, substantial discussion. I congratulate Peloponnesus Gero for the region of Western Greece and my dear friends there for this high-level organization. There's no doubt, we said it, let me repeat it, we are in a critical crossroad. The pandemic has left behind. The signs and the stigma will not vanish. So if during this 1 year and a half we lived problems, we should all understand that only together we could overcome difficulties. I'm pretty sure this is even more important the next day. There's many difficulties, many problems. Some of them are not mature enough to be discussed. So there is one way. We need an organized plan and we need to be inclusive. The big target is the next day of the pandemic. This should not just be a normality, going back to normality of 2019, but a better future for our country. Better perspective, high quality services without any exclusions. Nobody should be left behind, and this should be our beacon for the next day. Regions might play a critical role to that. You said it. The regional governor and the others talked about it. We showed that amidst the financial crisis, but managed to abide by stability and efficacy in an era of crisis. We proved that right throughout the financial crisis by having and establishing a safety net for all that created small scale, big scale projects across all levels. Now we have ahead the RF. Thus, we are given a huge opportunity. Having 2030 ahead, what does this mean? Is that our country should be echoed across all levels. Personal view is best because we need proper investment and thus benefit from that. This money should be channeled all around Greece, especially institutions that make guarantees that this money, RF, other programs, will be channeled to Greece, go exactly where needed. Regions and municipalities, this is a reality. Regions are the heroes of our lives. They know the pros of local society and they can use resources in a speedy way, speedier than the central state, and yet this model and spread should be also applied in the case of the RF. Must also find some arguments verifying that the region of Western Macedonia, let's say, 7% is behind at the European level. We need to talk about expenditure. And 50% of public expenditure comes at the regional level. Most importantly, actions, the impact rather of the actions coming from the municipal authorities can be outputs directly from the side. So RF, NSRF 2127, it's the public program, capital coming from the public, from the private sector, all these combined and properly channeled, I'm confident that after the pandemic will be better for Greece compared to the previous. The key to that, and the Greek government should understand that, the key to that is the following. Municipalities and regions, we have signed joint with the Commission. We have participated in the Green Deal. Then we have been in contact with the Commissioner, and we were able to see the support from the municipalities to local society. So here we have a role of a hub radio municipality because regions become the protagonists in different projects, and thus they can solve real problems. We must have a bottom-up approach. We must build. This is the Greece of tomorrow, having this approach. Regions and the government. We have a very good partnership with the Greek government up to now. I feel that we are following a good pathway, legally speaking, can move on to a regional governance, which is the model that prevails. In any case, we need to succeed. What about resources, which are an opportunity for this? That opportunity lies ahead. What we shall have no other opportunity because the money will not be channeled properly. And I believe that we should have with us regions from A to Z. I believe that money will be channeled properly. There is no margin to lose any cent. And what about if regions find difficulties? What about municipalities? Can they absorb money? They are in more direct contact with the citizen. They know exactly where the problem lies. I would argue the following: is follow a reverse order of what happens today. Here we have a seller. Now we don't have this margin. We must be quite quick, and then we must have results. The performance of municipalities for Antonis Treaties might show the size of the problem, that is the problem of infrastructure that should be promoted, but also the possibility that we have right now in order to put forward the locomotive of development. More than 4 billion proposals have been submitted with a specific budget, especially with some of uses they can propose agricultural smart cities. There is a plethora of proposals showing the side. We must benefit from these ready proposals, their maturity, to see how we can pass a part of their resilient fund to their REF. We must rectify errors that were committed up to date. First, let us not fool ourselves. There were problems of understanding what the speaker said. Municipalities, they knew NSRF without any excessive point. We should participate across all phases in order to be mature enough and follow the logic. There were some cases, and I'm not referring to any person present here. I'm not referring to Apostolos or to any other regional governor. Well, there was an issue with the media. As a result, these projects didn't become mature. The new NSRF, we must be there to the extent we can, so that we not just be there present, but we should be we must be just passive speakers, but be active participants. Now, RRF, an exquisite opportunity, possibly the last. There are parts that can be promoted through municipalities and, of course, rejuvenation, life, for instance, or energy upgrade. The existing, of course, what is important is to be able to have leverage of private capital to guarantee results of the RF, road safety. Be able to implement the right projects must be able to find solutions. To me, technical assistance is important. This is the big problem faced by us and the region. We must see what went good, what went well, and what went wrong. Smart cities have huge proposals, calls, and challenges ahead. Threats, RRF, and NSRF must see how the technical assistance should be disseminated across. Now, regional development, because there lies the problem. Based, certainly Western Macedonia, if we are based only on assistance by the urban centers, we cannot make things happen. We cannot face any regional particularity. For instance, ETA. Nothing happened. Again, alone with municipalities, we had to find a way, no matter how imaginative we could be. Technical assistance participation of the first level, along with the second level of regional governance, because we go hand in hand, in order for us to be able to use this tool in order to prosper. Now, let us go to Mr. Valde, the Secretary of the Council of Regions, Municipalities in Europe. We shall see the problems, shall see a European face, another gaze about how regions and municipalities contribute to the further development of a country. Please.
Yes, Kalimera, dear all, Mr. President of KEDE, Mr. President of the Committee of the Region, dear colleague Eleni Marianu. Let me start by saying, well, first of all, thank you for allowing me to participate in this important forum. Let me say first that we all are convinced that COVID-19 has had a huge impact on our lives over the past year and will have a huge impact in the way we understand the society in the years to come. And local and regional governments have been and remain key for bringing appropriate and timely responses to managing the crisis. And in fact, to managing all kinds of crises. And we saw that already 10 years ago when Greece was impacted more than others by the financial crisis. In a multiple ways, local and regional governments have demonstrated their ability to provide relevant and timely interventions in the face of major challenges, and will continue to timely do that by searching adapted solutions on their territories. In general, the pandemic clearly showed that there is a need for good collaboration and cooperation between national, subnational governments at all levels, and in particular in managing the public policies and ensuring that basic services were effective. This fact has been confirmed by the OECD report on the territorial impact of COVID-19 published in 2020. Whilst the COVID crisis has underlined the need for accessible and affordable public services, especially healthcare, of course, it has also highlighted the need for access to education, culture, to name a few, for all, wherever we live. The priority of the national recovery and resilient plans should be to focus on quality and accessibility of public services and infrastructures, as it was already mentioned by the President of the Committee of the Region, and to ensure that no one and no place is left behind. It is a perfect occasion to reconnect the European Union with the citizens and to bring the European achievements to the ground in cooperation with local and regional governments. The funds made available by the facility are somewhat very substantial, and they are destined to help Europe rebuild and respond to the challenges we face. Local and regional governments are key to ensure the effective working of the governance in partnership approach, that we will deliver the policy responses that are necessary to foster the economy and to ensure social development on the ground. CEMR, the National Associations of Local and Regional Governments, have been busy raising their voice to have their interests taken into account by member states in the drafting phase of the plans. We succeeded in having a recommendation from the President of the European Commission that the national plans should be organized, built, and designed in cooperation between central governments and representatives of regions and municipalities. Unfortunately, we did a survey together with the Committee of the Region last December that showed that this was not really successful. Many central states have organized their national plans, and hopefully they will be good, but they did that without really involving the local and regional level, and this is for us a disappointment. Nevertheless, the Commission has now assured us that the member states are being required to justify how they involve local and regional governments and civil society organizations in their national plans submitted to the Commission. What we call for now, as representatives of local and regional governments, is to ensure that all funds are distributed locally and regionally, with the aim of achieving outcomes that target needs of all citizens by focusing the local level. This is the way we will build a more sustainable, resilient, and equal Europe, and more sustainable and resilient communities. And this is a chance. The recovery plan is a chance for us to transform our society, to make it more friendly to the environment, and to boost the economy in a transition way towards a greener and decarbonized society. So I hope we can take it. Thank you. That will.
Και το πώς θα ήταν. Θα είναι το
de là, j'entends plus rien.
by these consequences, just immediately. And they have this closeness to the citizens. They're voted by the citizens, in and out. So they have to deliver. And there's accountability in the region, immediate accountability to the region. So it's important in the consultation phase between consultants. I'm taking the Greek recovery plan because that's, CBMR has analyzed all the plans. And we are, of course, now focusing a little bit on the Greek one. There has been some consultation on the process, but not necessarily the consultation we would like to see in a way that we work together hand in hand. Okay? So there we still have things to do. The second is the territorial dimension of the plan. There are elements in the Greek plan of territorial, in particular for the islands. And they have explicitly said in the plan how they will work together between the recovery and the just transition plan. There are specific allocations, specific projects announced there, directions which I mentioned, which is good. They have also said and announced complementarity with the cohesion, ESPA, the cohesion policy appropriations, but in a moderate way, we find, in a moderate way. Because there's going to be a great competition of projects on the ground. You're going to have projects to be submitted into one fund, into the other fund, and what is the ready-to-made fund to be submitted now, immediately, because don't forget, the recovery is for the next 2 years, immediately. And the structural funds is for 7 years. So you're going to have competition on the ground, which project where. You need the regions for that, because they know which ones are ready. They are ready, and some of them for now, and the other ones for later on. So you need them. There is no way you can do this, a recovery in Europe, without really, effectively, not economically, associating the regions at the heart of the way you want to go ahead. And of course, the whole recovery package is coming under the semester. So the European Union is giving instructions as what's going to be best for each country to establish their recovery. So you need to do the recovery fund and the structural funds to deliver those recommendations. You cannot do it otherwise. So I think if we are serious about recovery in Europe, then we should be serious about associating the regions in the implementation for both funds, for all funds, the ESF as well, for the social round of it. There's just transition fund, all of this. And because the plan becomes a little bit the political kind of highlight, everybody speaks about the recovery fund, the amount of it, etc. So everybody focuses there, and I congratulate Greece because you did the partnership agreement on the cohesion. Some other countries haven't done it yet. And don't forget, Still, we haven't approved the regulations of the cohesion fund. We are 6 months in the programming period. Mr. Omarjee will tell you, he's the president of the Regional Policy Committee of the Parliament, he will tell you it's going to be soon made available in June. But Greece has already started working on that, hopefully with the regions that have decades of experience on the subject. So I think this boat of the recovery has sailed, and we are all on it together. All of us, we have our responsibility for it. We can deliver, and we are here to help. We are not here to be accessories. We are here to be effective partners. Take us on board. You have to really be the ones that you will leave no one behind, and then we will do no harm. Thank you.
Now I will give the floor to you in order to make a final comment on what has been said up to now, or a conclusion before wrapping up our. Need to seize on this opportunity, but at the same time, we need to resolve many problems at the same time. And Greece has been through a very hard financial crisis, and this financial crisis entailed many, many problems in different Greek regions. On the other hand, within very little time, we managed to resolve problems during the pandemic that have devastated Greek economy for years. So what's your opinion on that? First of all, we have 1 minute each to 1.5 minutes. Yes, I have 30 seconds. 30 seconds. The regions, we love the regions. 1/3 of the NSRF will be allocated to the region, to the regional authorities. This accounts for amounts to 8.2 billion, and we have 600 million euros for the region, an increase of more than 50% compared to the previous programming periods. When it comes to the territorial investment, we have 1 billion euros, and we have only absorbed 65 billion. Therefore, we need to mature mature the project, and we need to uh, uh, both for the resilience and recovery mechanism and the NSRF. We have some additional funds that will be of great use. We still focus on the first level of local administration because we have a very ambitious agenda ahead of 2030. We have a very intense consultation phase now, and they will be held accountable to our people. So we need to take action at the municipal and at the regional level in order to uh, take.
I believe that the municipalities should join their forces to take at least 1 million of this billion. And as you understand, this is the last opportunity for Europe. I would say that this is important for European integration. And we're starting to discuss to see if we could have this in the coming years with the second package, which would give an opportunity to Greece. And in Greece, we have managed to do a lot as regards the convergence index in the last few years. So this means that over the, because usually in the last 20 regions of Europe as regards convergence, 13 are regions of Greece, and now we're doing better. Yes, but have a huge challenge ahead of us. So what can we do? I'm going to talk about two or three of the things we heard about. And there was a specific proposal that I'd like to talk about to have some mature actions through the recovery funds and to have a speeded up progress fund and for us, for citizens with for prospects for growth. The second thing has to do with what the president of KED said, who talked about the inability of some at um, at certain municipalities to deal with these funds. What did we do at the region of Western Greece? We already gave a lot of money through the public investment program. We are the only region to do this in Greece. And this could be done in other regions as well. There is a way to exert pressure on them through specific actions for municipalities that have not done this far. But we've done it. We have awarded it to a contractor. So regions, our region is a pioneer in exercising policy, and I think that we should see the same kind of will from the central government. So I know our time is up. I'd like to remind you that the day ahead, after the pandemic, we all agree on this, and we should all collaborate on this. It should be based on the need for regional governance. Regional governance does not mean an increase in funds and resources. No. Yes, it's not about how much money has been given, but how, which has to do with joint decisions, with joint planning, with all these things that are at the heart of creativity, which has to do with deciding jointly. Sorry about taking up more time. Did you like it, Apostle? Yeah, I actually fully agree with Nectarios. We have a great collaboration going on. He supports our effort through the schools as well. And I know that we can collaborate for growth. Regions are not little lab rats. We want from each government to contribute to this. We need the government to understand that we need it to support the regions in planning, in implementation and planning. And what's the challenge ahead of us today?
Το ζητούμενο είναι ή δεν είναι οι πόροι αυτοί που έρχονται να κατασταθούν στις πραγματικές ανάγκες του πολίτη.
What we need is for the funds coming in to be channeled to the needs of citizens. And who best knows the needs of citizens? The regions, of course. So, if we understand that the regions should be involved at all levels of planning and design, then it's a win-win situation for the government and for the country at large. So, who should be, it's, what should happen is that the government should support the regions, and that would mean that it leaves its mark in history. And we should, in this way, we should support our citizens. I know that, we can be all fine words about love and stuff, but we need true support. And I hope that you manage to achieve this. I really wholeheartedly hope that you manage it. Thank you. Yes, a little bit of love is always needed. So our time's up. So we'll be very brief. Okay, I'll end on a kind of more positive note. It's not only the journey, it's also about the destination. And I think that with the team we have now, we have a very good chance of reaching our destinations, because I think with the people from the regions and the people from the Ministry of Development, we will manage to coordinate a little bit better, and we'll find a way to do it. Of course, there's room for improvement, but in local government, we need to make this a reality. Last comment from you? No.
Όχι, να πω
Mrs.
ότι
Mariani?
το καλό
I'd
είναι
like
σε αυτή
to
την
say
περίπτωση.
that in any case, Mr. Ballier would like to comment?
Yes, no, I just want to say something. The partnership I was calling for before is very important to be set between national governments and regions, but also within the regions, we don't want to re-centralize in regions. So the regions have to reach out to municipalities to build their regional plans and involve all the actors at local level to create the conditions for the development. Decentralization, respect of subsidiarity principle are key elements for the development of a territory. And for Greece, it's very important to go in that path and taking the opportunities of this moment to go forward into empowering local and regional governments to set their own development plans. Thank you.
April. And it was one of the first to be submitted, and then it was followed by much larger countries, which means some of the funds that we are to get will come in very soon, maybe until the end of July. So we've got good prospects there, which means that if we can collaborate, we will achieve mature programs, and we will achieve stability. Yes, if we have collaboration, we can think positively about the day after. Thank you very much. We're all ready to start. I'd like to make a brief introduction. I'm very happy to chair this, to coordinate this session, to be a moderator, because I believe that it's one of the greatest reform efforts of the country. As a journalist, having worked as a journalist for 3 decades in political affairs, I believe that the powers of mature local government as a tool for the country to go ahead and for municipalities to offer a better quality of life for citizens is a large challenge, and I believe that it is at the core of what we are going to discuss today. So I'd like to present our speakers, this panel. So welcome to on Skype, Mr. Michalis Stavranilakis, the Secretary General of the Ministry of the Interior. To his left is Mr. Zachariadis, the head of the Syriza sector of internal affairs. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. Yes, I wish I could be with you in person. And we have Mr. Kabeldaris, who's the General Secretary of KEDVE. I think you all know him. You know Mr. Kabeldaris. Mr. Spiridon is someone we all know as well. At the moment, he manages ETA. And then we have Mr. Panagiotis Yakovas, who is the chair of the scientific committee of the KEPE. Another person who needs no introduction is Mr. Papatheodorou. So I'm going to start by asking all speakers. So I'd like everyone to be as brief as possible so that we can finish this difficult session on time. But this will allow us to start a brief dialogue on the issue. So, Mr. Skandaroudakis, I'd like you to tell us what the ministry is preparing on the separation of responsibilities with local government. I'd like to stress that what we're doing is only for this year because the government has a lot on its plate. But it's one of our top priorities. So we've got actions aiming at implementing this, especially at a regional level. And of course, we're focusing our efforts on boosting our regions. So we've got specific actions that are aimed at this. We are trying to make things a little bit more rational in local government. We've been talking about this for years, but we need to do something about that. And we need the central government to have only an executive role, leaving regional governments free to decide on many other issues. So since last year, we started an effort which I hope will be completed by the end of this year, to make various procedures more simple for citizens through the local government. And then we need to see what support procedures are behind this and to provide for the institutional support of these structures to avoid things that have happened in the past. I believe that we could actually do this, especially given the recent law that was actually voted in yesterday, which allows local governments larger scope for implementing the various projects they have. Already, we're in a working group that is dedicated to the role of the local administration and local government. And this has to do with the structure of the municipalities under the Kallikratis program. We are trying to fully clarify the limits of the powers of the municipalities and we are looking into the technical issues relating to this in collaboration, obviously, with the Union of Municipalities of Greece through the submission of proposals for various proposals that can be implemented in each different region and each municipality of Greece. Yes, would you like to tell us some of these? Yeah, would you like to talk about this, about how you can transfer the powers and various procedures from the central government to the local government?
Every competence transferred from the central government to the local and regional authorities, every transfer is made contingent on the resources available. For every initiative, when it comes to transferring competences, we have already safeguarded the available and the necessary funds, resources that need to exist in order for this transfer to take place. So, moreover, we need to be aware of the operational cost of each competence that is transferred to the local and regional authorities and the municipal authorities in order to be sure about the future of such a transfer, because we need to be sure that these transfers will be made in the best possible way. Mr. Zacharias, Commander Internal Affairs, can you share with us your insights when it comes to the stance of the government vis-a-vis a new code of local authority, a bill of law of the Ministry of Interior? First of all, thank you very much. I would like to share with you the following. I don't fully understand what's the main objective of the government through this new code of local authorities and this new bill of law of the Ministry of Interior on the transfer of responsibility to municipalities and regions. In theory, there must be a consulting phase during which we will discuss with the different stakeholders, between the stakeholders and the government and the different social interlocutors who will express their point of view on this new. I followed with a lot of attention to the previous speakers, and they focus exclusively on the positive aspects of this new bill, new code of local authorities. However, a great part of these policies promoted by this new code of local authorities will be decided at a central government level. And this is a big error. These decisions and these schemes must take place in the on the field and in every region separately, and not at the central government level, because now ministries have more competences than before. You know, it has been said by previous speakers that every region has its particular features, particular aspects, and these particular aspects must be taken on board upon when it comes to the set of priorities. And for example, the financing is a very important pillar of this policy. I'm aware of the fact that Callicratis in the past was embraced by the local authorities and the local communities. However, this Callicratis scheme, this Callicratis code of local authorities has done nothing at all when it comes to reduce time lags vis-a-vis the completion of the different projects. So we should ask ourselves whether through this new code of local authorities, this new rule of law promoting material transfer of whether this new code render the situation less complex and more smooth. We took an initiative as a government back in 2016 to back in 2018 to decentralize power, decentralize resources to the benefit of the local and regional communities. We did so through dialogue, through ample consultation phase. And we, as an opposition party nowadays, we are open to, we are open to, we are fond of exchanging views with all the stakeholders on the field in order to set the priorities and do fruitful work. But the government, the current government, doesn't want any form of dialogue whatsoever with the municipal authorities and the municipal and local communities because they rule by decree. Yes, this is a very important issue indeed, and it's an issue requiring a whole of discussion, and we don't have time now to elaborate on that. Now, Mr. Zachariadis, I'll give the floor. You talked about the Central Union of Municipalities of Greece, so I give the floor to Mr. Kafadaris, who is virtually present. So, what's the role of the political system, Mr. Kafadaris, when it comes to this new code of local authorities? I would like you to share with us your insights when it comes to these new developments. We need to see things in a direct way. We should we have a reform uh, promoted by this government, another reform that was promoted by the previous government, as Yaris said. The names change and the intentions change. What are you asking? What are you asking for? What's your point of view on that, and what do you want to say to the government when it comes to these new developments? We need to render our communities more prosperous, and we are already in a digital era, and we need to make a swift shift towards the digital transformation, because the digital transformation will impact the lives not only of the current generations, but it will impact the lives of the future generations as well. That's why we need to embrace this change now. Yes, but it was said before that many resources have been lost in the previous year. Yes, in a speech some days ago, I was asked by the moderator about this very thing, and I told them that we need to focus on the present and not on the problematic past. Now we have some instruments, we have some good tools at our disposal in order to promote the prosperity of the local and municipal and regional communities. Therefore, I think that the ministries nowadays cannot take decisions and draw plans on the future of local authorities without taking on board the point of view of these very local communities. Unfortunately, even today, we have a vast problem when it comes to this consulting phase. For example, the resources. For example, in the past, we did cooperate with the government. We did come up with a plan, but then when at the crucial point, when the government should give us the resources, these resources never reached our communities and our authorities. So we need to be transparent, we need to be frank, and we need to be sincere in this dialogue, in this consultation phase. We are working in close cooperation now. There's a close cooperation between KEDE, Central Union of Municipalities of Greece, and the central government. We are talking about a reform, approach. We need an up-to-down approach, up-to-bottom approach in order to change the whole attitude, the whole mindset when it comes to local authorities. We need first to answer the following question: what kind of regional policy do we need? That's a very important question to answer to when it comes to this issue. So first of all, we need to transfer structures, all the different structures that are all these the structures that are bearing a name, a public, are called the public administration, public hospital, public. We need to change that, and we need to render them local. So when we use, while we used to say a public hospital, we need now to say regional hospital or local hospital. This is very important. This is not a mere bureaucratic aspect of this issue. It's a very practical one. The municipalities and the regions and the local authorities are aware of things that happen and all the structures must be controlled by those who are aware of the current situation on the field and not by those who are found in their office very and they are very far from the local communities. We cannot receive projects that have been carried out, whose planning has been carried out at the ministerial level and transpose them into the local reality. No, we need to grow these policies with the central government from the very beginning, from the very outset. We need to work in unison with the central government. So we have submitted many proposals. We have launched a dialogue with the central government, and we are trying to put all these theoretical aspects into practice. What is of paramount importance here is to change our mindset and embrace a completely different approach. We need to cooperate and not impose policies of local communities. You are a very experimented person when it comes to European financial tools and you have a very good experience when it comes to administrative aspects. Yes. First of all, I would like to thank you for having invited me to this very important conference. It's a very fruitful conference, and the results of this debate will help us shape the policies that we desperately need in order to change the paradigm and enter a new phase vis-a-vis the local and regional it is very important what has been said previously, namely that the dialogue must be a fundamental pillar of this initiative, and this dialogue must start from the local communities because the mayors are the ones who are aware of the real problems, and we need to sideline all those bad practices of the past and embrace all these new challenges in a different, should embrace a different approach when it comes to dealing with these new challenges. When it comes to accessibility, for example, the Piraeus, for example, which belongs to the region of Attica. For example, Piraeus, the municipality, the region of Piraeus, had many islands pertaining to the region of Piraeus. These people of the islands belonging to Piraeus region couldn't move from one place to another because they were islanders, and the islanders needed to take the boat. And so, for example, we cannot implement the same policy in a continental area and the same policy in an insular area. This is paramount importance because every region has different needs and has particular aspects that must be taken on board. That's why many institutions established in the past haven't been, in practice, haven't been implemented, haven't played any important role because of this gap between real needs and local authorities. The last code of local authorities dates back to 2006. So now we need a brandly new code, and we code code both for the first level authorities and the second level authorities, and we need some a customization, and we need to integrate in this code every aspect of the legislation. We need an integrated code which takes on board all the different dimensions of the local aspects. Before any change is brought about, the consultation phase must take place. And during this consultation phase, we need the information system in order to survey and in order to monitor all this process and the project, the implementation of this process in order to adjust to the needs of the field. Moreover, we need to fully understand that what the new code of local authorities will entail is more competences to the municipal authorities. And we need to fully understand that the exclusive competences are meaningless today because all the different subjects today are interlinked with other policies. So every level of power needs to engage in any part of the policy, and because every aspect, even those competences that are of exclusive belong exclusively to the central government, have dimensions that alterate the local life. Therefore, we need to engage in every aspect of policy making and decision making, because we are a buffer between our local communities and the central government. The mayor is a buffer between these two zones, and he is there. The mayors are there in order to bridge the divisions, to bridge inequality. There are many inequalities when it comes to what can be done by one municipality and what can be done by another municipality, because there are some municipalities wealthier than others, and this point at which the cooperation and synergies are of paramount importance, because through intermunicipal cooperation and through interregional cooperation, we can bring positive changes to all the different parts of our country, also the board. So the competences must be delimited depending on on uh, the local community. Sanidaki is here, still here. Mr. Hayad is here. I will ask for your patience because you participate in a virtual manner, and this is always difficult and daunting task. Yes. So, uh, uh, I would like to thank you for to extend my gratitude to the organizers who have hosted such an conference. It's an institution nowadays, and I'm very glad of this fact. And thank you for having participated. I am very honored to be seated close to experts of international outreach. I'd like, President Scientific Director of YEPE, would like to share the results of some very important studies. Yes, indeed, your studies, the case studies are very important. Yes, indeed, and we have dealt in the context of these studies, we've dealt with the new code of ethics. So, the first insight I would like to share with you is that we are before an historic event. We are, we can today change our life for you ahead of the future. We need a holistic approach. It has been said previously. I repeat it, I stress it. Yes, we need to see the resources, we need to see the particular features of each local community. Third thing that I retain from the previous speaker is that we should not take a one size fits all solution. No, we need to embrace a flexible governance. Embrace a flexible governance, taking on board the differences between the different municipalities, because not all municipalities are the same. We have small municipalities, big ones, we have wealthy ones, less wealthy ones. All these aspects must be taken on board when it comes to the implementation of reform, in order to avoid the negative aspects, in order to reduce to minimum the negative aspects of these reforms. Now, I would like to share something with my economist hat on. We have more than 25,000 competences registered in the belonging public register. 25,000 competences. And for the local authorities, we have only 650. We're talking about a huge difference. A second element, the second insight I'd like to share with you is that in other countries, in the countries where there is a greater rate of decentralization, uh, benefits are much important and have trickle down benefits. This is a third hint like to share with you is the rate of decentralization when it comes to the expenses is Denmark with 63% least, Greece with 6.98%. When it comes to income, the biggest rate is Sweden, 34.1%, and the least, Greece, with 2.1%. These comparisons are very illustrate in an excellent manner our lagging behind. We are the laggards, the European laggards, when it comes to decentralization and the local authority. And without any further ado, I would like to wind up my intervention with the results of a survey we conducted with QC. And there we created the Greek economists panel. And every month we raise a question to this panel of Greek economists. And we raise a question in order to register and register the points of view of high-ranking economists in very important issues. And 76 economists working for 59 different institutions in 11 different countries. We raised the question whether the EMFIA, the property tax, should be transferred to the regional authorities. 2 out of 3 economists are convinced that these funds must be transferred to the local authorities. Those who agree with that believe that this transfer will entail a new era for this for the local authorities. But there are some people that disagree with that, and they are very skeptical when it comes to the ability, the practical ability of local authorities to manage these resources given the local corruption level and the clientelism that governs relations at the local level. Moreover, there are some people who are aware of, who firmly believe that this transfer would entail a very complex situation which cannot be dealt with at a local level. So we need to go to further progress in that point, but we need to take measures in order to reduce the negative impact expressed by some economists when it comes to this fiat transfer. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sticking to the agenda, Mr. Patriodoro. You're here for the second year in a row, and in order to talk about this very important issue, namely new code. Give you the floor by saying that we all agree that we need to take action. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Thank you very much for having invited me. Congratulations for the organization for a third year in a of this very important regional growth. Let me start by saying the following. It's a crucial issue, and we all agree upon that. We agree on the fact that the country in the post-COVID era will need to take action in order to transform not only to transform the country, not only in terms of concluding the reforms, but we agree that among these reforms needed by the country, either we need to reform as well the structures of the state. And this state reform, along with the digital transformation, not entail only a new distribution of competences, and it does not entail only clearing up of the competences between central government and local authorities. It's a question of a great overhaul of the competences as a whole. And we agree upon another thing. All the previous speakers and all the institutional stakeholders agree that this governance must be multifaceted and must be conducted at the should be multidimensional. But what does multidimensional stand for? We need some cooperation and good relations of Europe with central government, of the central government with the OTA, the local authorities of primary and secondary degree. And where are you start from? We start from a solid state. If we start from that solid state, therefore we need to clarify the competences of this solid state, and then once we have this plan, we should sit at the same table in order to come up with different schemes in order to promote local and regional governance. And we need solid regional and local governance in order to succeed. So, if we don't combine the governance, the multidimensional governance with funds and resources, if we don't agree on a common framework, if we don't agree on the fact that the central government isn't an abstract idea, rather it is it's not an abstract idea, it's a very concrete idea, and there we need to launch a debate when it comes to the available funds, the available resources, the available structures that must be transferred from the central government to the local and regional in order to agree upon this thorny question. We need to take on board that these changes that will be brought about today will affect the life of people within 50 years. First of all, if we have regional directorates in the different ministries, so we can transfer these structures to the local administration. If it is done, it will be disruptive, a revolution in the functioning of the state. When it comes to the environmental policy and the green transition, we need to decarbonize our economy. But in order to do so, we need to take on board all the different particular features of each region, of each municipality. In all these competencies, there is a broad area, a broad administrative area where competences can be transferred. But we need to set some criteria when it comes to this transfer. So this is the most important criterion that we need to identify the vicinity policies that must be that can be implemented in a better and smoother way from the regional and local authorities, and what's the control retained by the central government in order to hold the local and regional authorities accountable. In order to render it a little bit more interesting, I would like to say the following. When we talk about vicinity policies, for example, a municipal police is a vicinity method, is a vicinity policy. Competence of the municipalities, and they need to be to have autonomy vis-a-vis their functioning. Municipal police, for example, can earn an income from its job. No, the income of the municipal policy goes back to the central government and is not transferred to the local authorities. No, what you've just mentioned pertains to the past because now central governments are fully aware of the necessity of the need to transfer assets along with competencies. There are European countries where regions and municipalities administer hospitals, while we as a country are still need to find tricky ways in order to pay for municipal health services. This is an obsolete system. That's why we need to set and hierarchize the different priorities that should be transferred along with the resources. We need to take the most important issues of local policy that are of paramount interest for the citizens. For example, health, education. Education should be a competence of the local authorities. Nowadays, the schools, the buildings, the competence for the buildings, the school buildings, belong both to the central government and to the regional authorities. And this is an obsolete way and not efficient at all as a system in order to transfer competences and promote well-being at a regional level. Therefore, in order to wind up my intervention, we need consultation phase. We need cooperation, dialogue in order to launch a real reform. And the real reforms always start from scratch. And when we say scratch, we mean the local community. Mr. You used to be governor, president of the Western Greece region. For example, Mr. Katsiparas, I give you the floor in order to share with us your insights. Thank you very much for having me invited to this very successful institution, which is held for the third year in a row. If we don't focus on the real stake, we won't focus we won't be able to embrace the future in an optimistic way. We are called upon to pass from an obsolete system to a brand new system of administration. For example, for those among you who are very experimented in local administration and local authorities issues, you remember that these changes, uh, these reforms always have about changes, lasting changes, whose impact is still visible today. So we need new instruments, such as, for example, the electoral law for local and municipal authorities. We need a reform of the reforms. So we need an over reform forming agenda. We are talking about governability, but when we talk about governability, we should take on board the fact that we uh, we have some electoral problems in the country. We have some we have a political culture which is not very compatible with the electoral system, the absolute representative electoral system. So we have many issues to deal with. We are living through a very difficult era. People are not mobilized because of the pandemic. Now we should dare and make a very important political reform. It's a great challenge for our country, and we need to embrace it regardless of the political ground we represent. We need to agree upon some aspects because, for example, the constitutional reform that occurred some years ago didn't dare to entrench these new aspects of life into the constitutional text. We need to reach European levels at the centralization. We need spatial planning following European standards. We need European standards in all aspects of our policies. We have a mirror, which is called Europe, in which we can see our face and we can set our ambitions. We need a new regime for local, regional, and municipal authorities. We need to fight against clientelism in order to be able to transfer all these competencies and all these resources entailed by these competencies to the regions. This financial dimension is of paramount importance because now we have institutionalized some instruments in order to finance these transfer of competences. But we need to do more in order to consolidate this trend and be able to implement this policy in the long term. For example, when it comes to investment priorities, we have different investment priorities in a region and other investment priorities in a different region. Therefore, we need to act in unison, both at the financial and at an administrative level. we want to succeed and come up with a real centralized system, we need to do all this, and we need to do it in unison. Both the government and the opposition and all the parties across the board embrace it. For example, Denmark has an electoral system, has a very representative electoral system in Copenhagen, and there are 29 hospitals administered by the local authorities. Moreover, the municipality of Copenhagen runs the primary health care and all the multimodal transport system of Copenhagen. Moreover, the local and municipal authorities in Copenhagen run the schools at the local level. How do they manage to do so? They do manage to do so because they have fought against clientelism, which is not the case here in Greece. So you can see that we're talking about an uphill struggle and very daunting task, and we need to support it institutionally, both institutionally and financially, and we need to combat clientelism in order to safeguard the transparency. In the past, we didn't do so. We must see inequalities, for example. We must see inequalities, and we could finance these inequalities. We could finance different projects in order to reduce these inequalities through this new resilience and recovery mechanism. So it's a political issue. Yes, we need to put a full stop now. We need to, yes, just a phrase, we need to bring about a radical change in order to trickle down benefits to the society across the board. Thank you very much. Like you just have to wrap up our session. Tomorrow we host the minister, so we cannot give you the floor for more than 3 minutes. Yes, but many questions have been raised, and I would like to have some time to answer to all these issues that have been raised. I followed you. I followed the whole debate with patience, and now I need some time to share my insights and to answer to all these questions that have been raised throughout the session. Yes, indeed. I heard about 25,000 competences belonging to the central government and the only 600 competences belonging to local authorities. And, yes, indeed. We're talking about one of the most important and complex problems Greece is facing for many years. Now we have an historic opportunity to change this trend. Out of my experience, the most important aspect for reform to be successful is to have political consensus. And this political consensus is paramount importance, and it's the crucial pillar on which these endeavors are based. It was told previously that no consultation whatsoever took place. This is a downright falsehood. We launched consultation phase. We launched the consultation phase, and we were surprised by the pandemic. And the pandemic produced a very important blow in this consultation phase because overnight we needed to shift to the digital transformation, and this was not this was not an easy task. But we cannot be accused of not having given the floor to the different stakeholders in order to shape, along with them, this bill. Moreover, when it comes to the transfer of responsibilities, yes, we talked about transfer of responsibilities, but this is not the most important aspect. The most important aspect, in my view, is what has been said previously by different speakers, namely the allocation of funds. And what has been said before, and it's of paramount importance, and I retain it, is the fact that we need to take on board particular aspects of each region. An insular region with a continental region have nothing to do. Their problem, the problems intrinsically linked to insularity, must be taken on board should we want a new code of local authorities which will be efficient. Moreover,
we need to be more precise. That is, we need to cover a social gap. It's bodies of the general government. So, very important because indeed we have to talk about financing tools, and then the risk, etc. are very important. We need new scenery. Treaties program is important, and of course, the ministry to have an autonomous management when it comes to this budget. Now, the investment fund, indeed, the previous year, Philademos had many issues. We believe that it would be nice to guarantee some resources. When we took office, 100 million, very important. And this was about another topic, and a very part 59 million is doesn't mean the idea was wrong, but this says that there was guarantee about the fact that we should be sure to say that indeed can step on solid ground. Another important to me point is indeed governance is of essence, but it plays a key role. The following fact: who will judge competencies this came from the administration. I listened to many different proposals, many suggestions. Municipal police pre-existed. It was not this competency. We need to be close to the municipalities. We need a proper institutional framework. At the same time, there shouldn't be any need for extra resources, but also guarantee the proper staff. For the Addis committee, there was no final proposal. Some thoughts were made, and then we believe that this should turn into a serious process. It's not just about allocation of competencies. It's just not about staying in theory, but it's about the practice as well. Good, good. Thank you so much. I think that you have no complaint. I didn't interrupt you to reply because you're right. You were right. You should reply. Hariavis, what about your intervention? Is let us have an idea from you as well on what you said. Apologies for because I know the discussion endless. It may end in 1, 2, 3 hours. We will discuss about it. We will be discussing about it throughout the next period. I just wanted to do something that we can discuss now. Mr. Zacharias, you have the floor, and before the lunch break, we can listen to Mr. Sakellaropoulos, who is the Vice President of a committee. Please, Zacharias, please, and then Mr. Sakellaropoulos just before the end. Mr. Stakos, the discussion takes time. It takes everything text because I think that here we interpret these terms in a different way. Some people might believe that this might happen in the executive state. If we really need multifaceted governance and devolution is meant another way, I believe that we will reach different examples. Things are quite simple in my view. There is a developed experience. There is rich and enriched, and an enriched idea. We're talking about different population, different maturity. Many examples, several examples. I don't mean to turn the discussion and say, do you have another example in different states? I see that the governance is very important, and what is stated was never implemented. Secretary General before said that well since 1990, but we were in office since 2020. We cannot only take the examples that exist in other countries because the debate can never move forward. Then we believe in devolution, in this of this. We believe in institutional integration of our country, and I would argue in this critical discussion that there should be proposals and counter proposals that will make us go a step forward. Thank you so much, my friend Kostas, because you understand my tight time. We are known, we've been together from previous years. Now, there isn't to Mr. Kafadaris. If somebody else wants to take the floor, Mr. Secretary, before Mr. Secretary, give it that take more time. Okay. It is a bit, but okay.
Okay, we have very little time, so we started talking about 5 things, so let's finish with that. So, to plan the new model, of governance. We need to see how we can handle these issues. So this has shown that we can do. The local governments can take part in this process. But we need to change our motto, our image. We need to change everything. This means that we are changing from scratch. And then the other part has to do with the financial aspect of this whole thing. And on the other hand, we need to see what kind of new model for the administration and support of municipalities we can have in order to be able to support them in the existing projects and in the new ones that are being planned. So, unfortunately, we can't do this without collaboration. We need to focus on doing away with inequality and boosting growth. So this project has to do with simplifying procedures. First of all, we have employed 2,500 new employees in various municipalities across the country. So to have a kind of action that requires 10 steps done the through of the procedure, and we create an IT system that can support this. And then the last part of what we do is to train employees on how to use it, which means that obviously we have greater transparency, greater speed in anything that has to do with local administration and development, allowing citizens to find information quickly because about 60% of cases that by citizens have to do with addressing the local administration and not the central administration. This is a very important issue for, and obviously it was very important what you do with the kindergartens. And this was very difficult. And I'm mentioning this because it's a very good example how you speeded up a procedure and you managed to have a positive effect on the environment. You managed to save resources. You managed to save water. And we didn't, because people didn't have to saved and sending more than 200,000 applications. So no water, no paper, no accompanying document. All this was done away with. Yes, very briefly, I want to say that I personally, myself, and my administration, the KEPE, is at your service, at the citizen service. If we can give you offer any support, and we hope to implement the best practices we have seen from other places to see how we can implement this in our reality. So, as regards the European models based on which we can draw best practices and to see how we can implement them. This doesn't have to do with the government only. We need to be clear about this. There are models for governance of regions, obviously exist kind of according to the tradition each country has in this. And there we should obviously select the one that's more suitable for us and adjust it to Greece's reality. There's no other place in Europe that has a Greek model of governance, where the problem is that even at the level of European cohesion, of the European Union, our regions cannot be compared with the competences of other regions across Europe. This is where we see a great difference. So it's a key issue here to make a transition to the next reform period. Yes, this is a first step, but we can't move on with based on the processes we used up until yesterday. We need to change these. So we've also seen some other issues in this discussion, the issues of political parties, because all the different parties have their role in a democracy, but they need to focus on the future. Any institutional changes made now can be changed perhaps in the future, but we can have great divergences from what the country needs based on our political system. We can all help in this direction. Of course, we need to have a positive attitude towards this to manage to safeguard democracy. Yes, correct. I agree. Now I'm going to ask you all to be patient just for a few more minutes to ask what the guy who's responsible for all this has to say. So, Mr. Sakelaropoulos, the president of the Financial Committee of the Region of Western Greece. Yes. Let's see what we can do with the data we have in our hands. Obviously, in the beginning, we had smaller municipalities, and now under the programs that have existed in the past few years, such as the Kapodistris program and the Kallikratis program, these municipalities have become bigger and bigger. This has changed the image of municipalities, and we have seen various proposals on how these new structures can best be managed. We have obviously some problems that relate to short staffing, to the lack of political will, to the lack of planning. And Greece, unfortunately, even despite the recent reforms under the Kallikratis program, remains at the tail of the EU as regards the performance of municipalities. However, we need to overcome these problems and to see what we can do. It's a problem that at the moment the local government is financially dependent on more central structures. So we need to change this to a more independent local government that will have a robust administrative structure.
Τα τελευταία χρόνια περικοπές που υπερβαίνουν το 60% των πόρων. Σε όλα αυτά θα πρέπει να προσθεθεί και το καθεστώς πολυνομίας και κακονομίας που χαρακτηρίζει την
And another problem is the various different conflicting laws that we often have. These create a lot of problems for all cases. And obviously that leads to incomplete reforms.
Η μετεξέλιξη της περιφερειακής αυτοδιοίκησης σε περιφερειακή διακυβέρνηση.
So now if the regional administration is to become a local government, it requires a lot of steps.
Να μετεξελιχθεί η περιφερειακή αυτοδιοίκηση σε περιφερειακή διακυβέρνηση.
We need to change the regional administration to regional governance. This means that it has to overcome the problems of the past. And one of these problems is extensive red tape. So we need to dare to reform, and we need to have more staff, more responsibilities, more resources to handle a greater scope of work. We need to be independent of the state. And we need to overcome the extensive red tape involved in a vertical structure of the state. This would allow the growth of the regions.
Οι τοπικές και περιφερειακές αρχές γνωρίζουν τα προβλήματα και τις δυνατότητες του κάθε τόπου. Είναι σε καθημερινή επαφή με τους παραγωγικούς φορείς και δεν εμπλέκονται στην καθημερινή μικροπολιτική σύγκρουση που χαρακτηρίζει το πολιτικό μας σύστημα. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
So this is a problem that we have with the political system in general. Thank you very much to all our speakers for this very interesting session. We'll have a lot of time to discuss this throughout the year. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The future after COVID, what kind of policies should be implemented right after the COVID disease, the pandemic crisis. So I invite you to join us. We have a quite interesting panel. We have the pleasure and the honor of having with us the alternate Minister of Finance in Greece, Mr. Skylakakis. Mr. Skylakakis, thank you for taking the time being with us for this next hour. We have Victor Gaspar, all the way from Washington, D.C., 1900 Pennsylvania Avenue, I guess. It's from IMF, an economist from IMF, Fiscal Affairs Department. And we have Jeffrey Sachs with us, also the professor, president of the United Nations of Sustainable and Development Solutions Network. And last but not least, we have Mrs. Phoebe Koundouri, professor of economics in the University of Economics and Business in Athens. Thank you all for being with me. I suggest that we let the economists speak first. Let's see what Victor Gaspar has to say. What kind of policies should be implemented in the future? Victor, are you with us?
I am with you, Christos. Thank you so much. Do you want me to go ahead?
Yes. How's the weather back in Washington, D.C.?
The weather is overcast, but it's warm, as normally is the case in late spring. So it would be great to go out and have a walk. But if you allow me, Christos, let me share my screen and start my presentation. And what I want to share with you is a global view that will start with what is going on right now in terms of economic development, and then we'll zoom in on challenges that are specific to the times of COVID-19, and I will draw on the work that we're doing for the Lancet Commission, where I collaborate, among others, with Phoebe and Jeff, who will also be participating in this panel. So let me see if I'm able to share my screen in an effective way. So you should have now my first slide on your screen. And without further delay, I give you, thank you, Christos. I give you, without further delay, the path of GDP per capita in important areas of the world, US, the Euro area, and China. All of this is on a log scale, so the slope is the growth rate. You can immediately visualize. The gray line gives you the pre-COVID-19 path, and then we have the last two vintages of a forecast of the World Economic Outlook, the ones that we did in the fall 2020 and the latest in 2021. What you see is the US is quite remarkable in the sense that the path that we now project brings economic activity in the US above the pre-COVID-19 path already in 2022. And we basically have the catching up with the path pre-COVID in 2021. It is during 2021 that the level of economic activity pre-COVID will be reached. You see on the right-hand side that China is also an exception. The growth rate in China is projected to be very strong. China did not have a decline in economic activity in 2020, and China is very close to the pre-COVID path. Now, in the case of the euro area in the middle, what you see is that although we are in a recovery at this point in time, catching up to the levels pre-COVID-19, it's only in 2022 that the euro area will be above the pre-COVID-19 level of economic activity, and in the time frame portrayed in the chart that goes up to 2024, the economic activity in the euro area will be significantly below what was projected pre-COVID-19. And what we see is that for the rest of the world, typically there is an ongoing recovery. The latest economic projections were revised up, but there is quite a big downward revision compared with pre-COVID-19 growth paths, and that's what allows us to speak about divergent recoveries. Recoveries are very different all around the world. Something that we very much emphasize in the Lancet Commission, but we also put as IMF a staff discussion note by Argowal and Gopinath, the chief economist of the IMF. Something that we very much emphasize is that in a pandemic, health policy is economic policy. Our colleagues from the research department estimate that if vaccination would be appropriately accelerated, there are potential gains of 9 trillion additional GDP accumulated up to 2025, and that will entail about 1 trillion additional tax revenues in advanced economies alone. The proposal suggests that in all countries around the world, at least 40% of the population of all countries should be vaccinated by the end of 2021 and 60% by the end of 2022. But since the evolution of COVID-19 is very uncertain, it's important to have contingent plans and retain flexibility, including through non-pharmaceutical interventions like testing and tracing. Mobilizing multilateral financing is urgent, and at this point in time, the approach suggested in this plan is endorsed by the IMF, the World Bank, the World Health Organization, and the WTO. Health policy is economic policy in a pandemic. The gains are quite considerable. Probably the investment in health under the current circumstances is the highest return investment possible. What we see in this slide on the left-hand side is that the divergences around the world also apply to progress in vaccination. Dark blue is good and red is definitely not good. And you can see that there is a very strong correlation between these divergences and the level of development. And you see on the right-hand side that the projections for growth and the estimates of medium-term GDP losses are very different in accordance with the region you're in. In the Lancet, and I've discussed this many times with Phoebe, we have shown that there is a very strong relation between access to financing, the ability of policies to respond, and the growth path of GDP, with countries with easier access to financing performing substantially better. This is a very important point from the viewpoint of stability in the world economy. But linking more to the topic of this session, we have ample evidence that COVID-19 is a transformational shock, that COVID-19 accelerates transformation. And we have here slides that we are borrowing from Barrero and others with data for the United States. And what we see is that the reallocation rate in the labor market is quite above historical norms. And on the right-hand side, we see the sectoral composition of that reallocation. And we see that leisure and hospitality is actually the most affected sector, which is not something which is irrelevant from the viewpoint of Greece. This data is for the United States, but the patterns that I'm reporting are relevant for most countries around the world. Another point that is very important is that COVID-19 caused a tremendous rise in uncertainty. You have the economic policy uncertainty index on the left-hand side, and you see that it peaked at extremely high levels, but it has been reduced quite substantially. And on the right-hand side, you have the uncertainty related to the pandemic specifically. Now, that led us in the fall to push us what we claimed was a very strong case for public investment, transformative investment. And in that context, we highlighted that in conditions of high uncertainty, the fiscal multiplier for public investment can be very high. We have an estimate of 2.7, and that is explained by complementarities with private investment and the guiding role of the public sector in conditions of very high uncertainty. And that leads me to the bridge to this session. That is, as COVID-19 is brought under control and uncertainty declines, we move from support to transformation. And in that context, it is crucial that public interventions and public investment facilitate change and guide change. Only that way, it will be possible to have a smooth transition to sustainable, inclusive, and smart growth. And I stop here. Thank you.
I think I learned something today. I understand that recovery is going to be very different. We have diverging recoveries. I understood that in a pandemic, health policy is really an economic policy. Financial constraints drove diverging policies. I learned that COVID-19 finally accelerates change, and the biggest change of all, we have a strong case for public investment, and that brings us to the Next Generation EU, the program which Greece is one of the first countries to implement it. And we have the alternate Minister of Finance and the person who leads the effort of this regeneration, the Next Generation EU program. Mr. Skylakakis, tell us, where does Greece fit in all of this? We cannot hear you just yet. You have to unmute yourself.
Let's unmute. Okay.
I like to mute politicians a lot. It's my favorite joke.
Not only politicians, journalists sometimes as well. But let me start by saying that I find that in times of crisis, of a pandemic crisis, the investment made in terms of health is sometimes extremely beneficial and makes extreme sense. And I would say that we could have done bigger investments at the beginning in the vaccination effort, and we still must do worldwide much bigger investment in the vaccinations effort, and that would be money very, very, very well spent. Also, it's important to realize that there is a deficiency also in the area of the therapeutic interventions, because normal economics are not do not work well there, because if you succeed to find a drug that cures coronavirus, let's say, very fast, then you have no clients. While in the vaccination case, you have clients. So we have to think deeply on how we can accelerate the interventions worldwide to avoid a prolongation of this pandemic, plus the experiment that we now have, the global experiment of what happens in terms of mutations when a virus goes global. This is an experiment that nobody should be happy about. So it's not just what is going to happen to the countries that do not have the ability by themselves to vaccinate as fast as possible, but also what will happen to the rest of the countries if this experiment goes hellishly wrong. Now, to get now into my main responsibility, which is the Resilience and Recovery Fund, which we indeed have proposed. We were the second country to make this final proposal to the Commission and to the Council, and I think in the next few weeks we will be able to move forward there. We are already, we had a very good cooperation with the European Commission, and we are already moving forward in terms of investments. But there, I have an observation to make to Mr. Gaspar, which is that it's a different thing to say, as an economist, public investment can help, and it's a different thing to implement public investment. Because the real problem with public investment is that it matures very, very, very slowly. No matter what country you are, especially in advanced countries where you have procedures in terms of bidding and everything, and legal protection and all that stuff, it's not at all easy to move forward with public investment, and because there is not a pipeline of projects ready. And then what happens is that people turn consumption, name consumption as investment, as the monks during the Middle Ages did to meat in order to eat it. And this has a totally different multiplier, depending also on the consumption. And also politicians are involved in public investment, and they are not at all unhappy to become monks in these situations. Now, in our RRF, we have a heavy reliance on public investment, but an even heavier reliance on mobilizing, using public funds to mobilize private investment. This is due to the fact that Greece had a huge investment gap during the last 10 years. We had an investment gap of about 9% on average of GDP, which was the main, let's say, mistake of the interventions during the period 2010 to 2019, 18. And this huge investment gap created a shrinkage of the country's production possibility frontier in two ways. First, we did not have the
ability to modernize our physical capital. And second, about 400,000 of very able people left. Thus, both in terms of capital and in terms of human capital, our production possibility frontier shrank, which was not something that would help neither our economy nor our debtors. Now, this is something that we are trying to remedy through our intervention in the Resilience and Recovery Fund, where we aim, using 18 billion of grants and 13 billion, 12.5 billion of loans, to mobilize close to 60 billion total investment in the country. Out of that, 46, 47, we hope to be private investment, and the rest, 12, 13, public investment. And that would, to happen, we would have to double public investment next year in terms of actually mobilizing that money, which is hellishly difficult to do, I can assure you. We'll do it, but it's going to be extremely difficult to do. And in my mind, to be able to mobilize at the same time both public and private investment through public intervention is the best way to go during this recovery effort, because private investment can actually happen a lot faster than public investment in reality. And also because there is a curve of the usefulness of the mature projects. And when you add more and more projects, then you either get into less mature projects or projects that have less and less real public value in terms of what they give back to the public. Also, we have to take into consideration, in terms of public investment, the amount of imports that they might mobilize, because there are cases where public investment is, of course, public, but does not mobilize the resources of the country by itself, but rather it imports resources from other countries in terms of ready-made products. And if these products are really productive, then nothing is wrong. But if it's public, and let's say you buy to every public employee a laptop, in 3 years, the investment will be gone. The laptop will not be technologically relevant anymore, and thus you have to be very careful as to what kind of public investment and what kind of private investment you mobilize in this recovery. We are very optimistic that we will have a very good recovery, that these amounts will be used properly, that we will achieve these very difficult targets. But if you ask me what does not let me sleep at night, it's the possibility that public investment will have the money and will not be realized in reality.
To you, Minister. Now,
Mr. Konstas, if you would allow me,
I did hear the red phone next to you ringing, and I know that someone from the Prime Minister's office is calling you. So you can be excused anytime you wish, Minister. Anyway, I will have you here tomorrow afternoon in a face-to-face discussion. So you will not escape from here. Be sure of that. Thank you very much for your participation. You can leave anytime you think that is appropriate. Thank you, Minister.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Jeffrey Sachs, everybody is talking about the vaccination procedure, how fast it goes, and what important factor of growth is the vaccination procedure. And I was wondering, what about COVAX mechanism? How is it working? I know you have devoted a lot of time and effort in this program. Can you tell us more about it, please?
I can. Let me talk about that and a little bit about the longer term. Thank you for having me. COVAX has not been successful to date. I don't know whether it will be successful in the future. I think there's two parts to that story. One part is that getting a vaccine within 1 year of a new disease is unprecedented. So we have to put this in context. The emergence of SARS-CoV-2 was only recognized and the genomics only known on January 11th, 2020. Within 1 year, there were approximately a dozen candidate vaccines and several of them already in use, unprecedented in history. But I would say that the global cooperation on this has been very limited and, to my point of view, completely inadequate. On the one side, we had Trump. All you have to say is Trump, and you know there was no cooperation on anything. There's a good Greek word for Trump. It's psychopath. So we should understand that Trump was completely incapable of cooperation, uninterested, pulled out of the WHO in the middle of the pandemic, and did not discuss Operation Warp Speed with the rest of the world at all. COVAX made many promises, but couldn't deliver. And then, unfortunately, India, which was the big hope for producing vaccines for the poor countries, had its own out-of-control explosion of disease, and then it froze its exports to COVAX. So many, many countries paid cash, hard cash, to COVAX and haven't gotten anything back in return. And their governments are destabilized by that because people say, oh, our government is corrupt. It took our money, it stole our money. But what they don't understand is that the international process is broken down. To this moment, there is not adequate cooperation because the big players, the United States, China, Russia, European Union, and UK, do not talk to each other like grown-ups. What we really need is that senior officials in those countries have the same kind of Zoom that we're having right now, get on the line and say, how many doses are you going to have each month for the next 6 months, for the next 12 months? Let's figure out how to allocate them. But unfortunately, our governments are not grown up in behavior. And this is a big problem. The United States and China do not talk to each other properly. Europe and Russia do not talk to each other properly. We don't have cooperation. We have name calling, finger pointing. And so we have a lack of a plan to this moment. I'm very unhappy about it, obviously. And Greece finds itself hard pressed by this because Greece is a country that depends on tourism and on the world economy functioning for shipping, for global cooperation. And so Greece is really hard hit by all of this. And it counts that we get back to normal. I've done rough calculations as best as I can on using a simple spreadsheet to figure out how fast we could get coverage. Vitor mentioned a very fine report by the chief economist of the IMF along the same lines. I'm a little more optimistic, but she's got better data sources than I do. But in any event, we both find that there could be substantial coverage of the world by the end of this year. But it requires a grown-up phone call between China and the United States, EU, Russia, and with WHO, which, by the way, doesn't know these data because they can't get line of sight. So one of the problems is the companies are off on their own, trying to make a lot of money. They're making secret deals. They're not at the table. Our governments are not at the table. So all in all, sorry for the little complaint, but this is not working the way it's supposed to. I understand it. Cooperation is hard. Having a vaccine or a dozen vaccines within a year is unprecedented. Everybody's scrambling. Every politician is trying to get their own countries immunized. But that's not how cooperation needs to work. And this is really where we are right now. It's ridiculous, frankly. Sorry, you're on mute.
Yes. Can you listen? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We all agree that we need a green, digital, job-based and inclusive recovery. How close are we to this effort?
You know, here it's probably a little bit better than the COVAX story because at least there's a conceptual agreement that we need a green and digital recovery. So that's a good start. Second, the European Green Deal is a big and important measure. 27 countries agreed on a strategy. The strategy is a good one. It's a sensible one. There's actually funding behind it. I applaud Europe for getting its act together quickly and pointing the way for other regions. So this part is all good. And President Biden, of course, is a huge breath of fresh air for the United States in this because under Trump, we were trying to promote brown and polluting to the maximum extent possible. Trump was simply, like his party, the Republican Party, just an agent of the oil and gas and coal sector. It's a retrograde gang, which was trying to maximize oil and gas drilling and not a green recovery. And Biden got 40 world leaders online by Zoom. I'm a big fan of Zoom, by the way. I think we should talk with each other by Zoom. And I think world leaders should talk with each other by Zoom. Because if they talk with each other, they'd figure out that they have the same challenges. They don't talk to each other, they yell at each other. So if they Zoomed together like they did in April, they agreed. Even holdout countries like Bolsonaro suddenly said, I'm green, I want to be net zero by 2050. So this is actually what real progress can do. I think Greece, if I may say, can play a very, very special role in this and should. So I just wanted to say a few specific things about the Greek recovery. Of course, Greece depends on the world situation because Greece is a meeting road. It is a shipping capital, a world tourist capital. It's the place everyone loves to come. I can't wait to get back to Greece. By my humble, objective opinion, you have the most beautiful place in the whole world. And so Greece does depend on the global recovery. But green really can work for Greece because Greece can really champion a solar network, not only for Europe, but connecting the Middle East, North Africa, and Europe together in a regional grid. Don't get distracted by Mediterranean oil and gas. Leave it under the sea, please. Focus on your sunshine, which is the most beautiful and productive sunshine imaginable, so that we could really, and the wind power in the Black Sea as well. Let's make a regional grid. Greece is in the center of that. Greece is also the connectivity point for international shipping. the fact that China is a major investor in the port of Piraeus, to my mind, is a good thing, but it needs to be in the context of good global diplomacy and cooperation, where Europe and China are cooperating well, because then Greece is a central point, a central node of that. And also, again, if I may, Greece invented universities, Greece invented philosophy, Greece invented science, Greece invented democracy. Use that so students from all over the world, scientists from all over the world come to Greece to work on these common issues together. So I see Greece really as a great center point for the kind of global cooperation that we need. It's well positioned geographically, it's well positioned historically, it's a place everyone loves to come. I think you have special assets that can be honed. Now, Secretary Skylakakis noted it takes time, but I would spend the next 10 years building higher education in Greece, building the science in Greece, building the capacity of Greece to be what Athens was for a millennium, the very center of global knowledge and global ideas. And I think that is a fantastic thing. I was reflecting that epidemics are not unknown to Greece. The epidemic of 430 BC was probably the fatal blow to Athens. So there's some precedent for this. But let's not have it happen again. In 430, they didn't know how to make vaccines. They didn't know how to deploy them. This doesn't have to be such a hard shock if we do it right. I think you're on mute. Not hearing. Oh, now we are.
Consta, unmute. Unmute.
Yeah. Okay. But now I will be muted again because I will give the floor to you, Phoebe. Not only because you speak last and you're wiser and you're prettier than all of us here, but also because you led that report on how the green digital job-based inclusive recovery is moving ahead. So please give us some details of how we are moving that.
Thank you, Mr. Kostas. Thank you, Christos. The report was co-written with Jeff Sachs. He is, together with myself, the lead author of this report. This is a report of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. This is the network that Jeff is leading. It is under the auspices of the UN General Secretary, and it's the biggest network in the world working on communicating sustainability solutions that are developed in universities and research institutions and organizations to the rest of the stakeholders that need to implement sustainability, need to implement the transition to sustainable development. So we are talking to policymakers and politicians, we are talking to businessmen, to financial institutions, to NGOs, to the civil society. This report tried to connect the 4 major policy initiatives in Europe. And the first major policy initiative is a global one, is UN Agenda 2030 with the 17 SDGs and the 169 targets. The European Green Deal, of course, with the 4 major axes, climate neutrality by 2050, clean tech leadership by European companies, reduction of pollution, and of course, inclusiveness, leave no one behind. The third initiative is, of course, the EU recovery plan, that is EU Next Generation and the recovery facility, which basically absorbs most of the money of Next Generation EU. And all these 3 policies need to be implemented in Europe in alignment with the European semester process in alignment with the country-specific recommendations of the European semester process. The report showcases how you can bring all these policies together. And the follow-up of the report, because this will be an annual report, integrates the new developments of 2021, that is the climate law, the EU taxonomy that identifies, makes explicit which investments are going to be considered green and sustainable, and proposes a directive on corporate reporting with regards to sustainability, and includes delegated acts with regards to fiduciary management and asset management. The first thing that this report showcases is that you can use the achievement, the level of achievement of SDGs in each and every country. And this is reported in the annual United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network report on the SDG index. Combining this SDG index with the country-specific recommendations of the European semester process can showcase where you need to put emphasis in terms of the investments you are going to make that will be financed by the recovery plan, but also by the MFF, the multi-annual financial framework. We should not forget that in addition to the 750 billion in the EU Next Generation, we also have the 7-year multi-annual financial framework, which is an additional 1 trillion, more than 1 trillion. So what we did first is we cross-mapped the European Green Deal with the SDGs. We've searched into the text of the European Green Deal and identified the commonalities with the SDGs, and it is impressive to see how the European Green Deal, 9 policies on biodiversity, farm to fork, sustainable industry, clean energy, sustainable agriculture, climate action, electric mobility, how this framework mirrors the SDGs. It does mirror the SDGs with the only qualification that the SDGs are a more holistic framework. And this is the reason that we applaud the fact that the country-specific recommendations and the semester process of the EU puts the SDGs on central stage. The country-specific recommendations, which refer to recommendations that try to align micro policies within the EU and refer to fiscal policies, green and digital investments, taxation, social policies, education, finance and banking, public administration, policies with regards to the labor market. They give recommendations for each country how it should restructure its policies in order to align with the macro scene within the European Union. And the interesting thing that this report does is that it cross-maps these recommendations with the areas in each and every of the 27 countries where we have major challenges and significant challenges in achieving the SDGs. The results from Greece is that although Greece is not a champion with regards to achieving the SDGs, unfortunately, we have not achieved any SDG at the moment, and this is measured in the SDG index report of UNSDSN, and we face major challenges in all but 2 SDGs. The good news is that the semester process recommendation of the European Commission are aligned with SDG difficulties, the significant challenges that are faced in implementing the SDGs by 17%. So we have a clear picture, and this picture is confirmed by the recommendations of the Commission on where we need our recovery and resilience plan to be spent and where we need our multi-annual financial framework money to be spent. And the even additional good news is that this alignment is also supported by the recommendations of the Bissaridis report that I was also happy to co-author, honored to co-author. This is the 10-year development plan of Greece. And there we also see an alignment with regards to where the investments need to be made. The investments, the major difficulties of the country, as they have been identified both by the minister and Jeff, is that it needs to invest in aligning first of all, in reducing low productivity and introversion. It needs to invest in improving the inefficiency of the public administration. It has a big lack in terms of achieving environmental goals. It needs to increase exports, and it needs to protect the vulnerable households, which are in the brink of poverty. And in order to do that, what we suggested in the 10-year development recovery plan for Greece, the Bissaridis report, is that we need to invest in reducing the cost of formal work, reducing the tax and insurance burden, create a more favorable tax depreciation treatment, invest in energy upgrading, invest in infrastructure, strengthen the export sector of manufacturing, invest in waste management and circular economy, invest in upskilling and reskilling human capital and connecting the education system with the labor market requirements, and of course invest in the public sector and administration. And if you look at the recovery and resilience plan for Greece, you have all these recommendations there, and you have alignment with regards to the 37% climate mainstream and 20% digital mainstream. That is the requirement from the Commission for the investments of the Recovery and Resilience Plan. So our Recovery and Resilience Plan invest in power up, renovate, recharge, refuel, and sustainable use of resources and climate resilience. It proposes investments with regards to better connectivity and modernization of the public sector and digitalization of businesses. And it also includes projects that promote participation in the labor market, focus on education, training, and skills, improve resilience, accessibility of healthcare, and increase access to effective social policies. And then we also have a series of policies on tax administration. So if you allow me to close my presentation, I know I always talk too much, and I apologize for this. I want to reconfirm.
We all enjoy listening to you, though.
What Vitor, thank you, Christos. What Vitor and Jeff and Mr. Skylakakis said, we really need to use this money beyond the supporting the vulnerable. We really need to use the recovery and resilience money in transforming our public sector and especially infrastructural transformation in a way that it will leverage private investment and in this way allow the country a sustainable and resilient recovery. Thank you, Christoph.
So we have now 5 minutes left, and I will ask you to do my job. So I'll ask you to come up with our conclusions of our discussion. First, I start with Victor Gaspar. Will the principles of sound policy making permanently change after COVID-19? Which principles will apply from now on? Victor?
Thanks. Allow me to react very quickly to what others have said and what I will take out from what they have said. And starting with the minister, he made 2 points which are crucial. One, that the quality of public investment is crucial and identifying potential gains from public investment is not enough. What is crucial is to implement public investment that realizes those gains. We at the fund have actually published quite a lot on how it can be done, and that links to your question on the governance for this period of COVID-19 and afterwards, and the good governance of public investment that the minister was emphasizing is absolutely key. It's also key, the complementarity between public investment and private investment, right? The multipliers that the minister was referring to as implicit in the Greek plan are quite ambitious, but in general, the complementarity between public and private investment is crucial, as Phoebe was emphasizing in her presentation. For Phoebe, the only thing that I was slightly uneasy in the way you presented your conclusions is that you had priorities for spending. You had some aspects in which you were explicit that taxation had to be reduced, for example, to decrease the gap between the formal and the informal sector, and you quoted the Pisaridis report. But if you're spending more and you're collecting less, how do you feel the public finance balance constraint in your concept? Jeff, for you, I'm much more optimistic than you are, and I want to point to 2 little things where we may have slightly different emphasis. The first, in the development of vaccines, I was actually quite impressed by the amount of international cooperation. The genomic sequence was identified in China. It was used in the US to identify vaccines. Those vaccines were then industrially developed both in the US and in Germany. The vaccine shots were first administered in the UK. So clearly, there's a lot of international cooperation going on. And as what concerns official cooperation, I do believe that the potential to make tremendous progress in 2021 is very high. That applies to health, obviously, but also to important aspects as global governance, taxation, the financing of sustainability, and much else. I stop here.
Thank you, Victor. Jeffrey, what are your conclusions and what are your remarks or what you have heard?
I think what's important is actually coming again back to the Secretary of Finance. These things take time to have public investment to work its magic. And so we need a medium-term framework to think about them. Yep. At least 10 years. That's why 2030 is a useful date. Because if you're going to invest in people, in digital, in renewables, it's going to take many years to see the results, but these are crucial investments. So use 2030 and use 2050 as important benchmarks for public planning. And this is not easy for governments that face all the political uncertainties, face elections and so on, but it's very, very important that we have these medium-term plans. Second, think regionally. Again, not easy for governments within the European context. Yes, there is obviously a regional framework, but it's important to have a Black Sea framework. It's important to have an Eastern Mediterranean framework. It's important to have a global cooperative framework. And none of those is very easy with geopolitics right now, but all of them are extremely important and extremely important for Greece. Very complicated. You live in the most complicated part of the world, as you know, but the most wonderful part also. The final thing I would say is that Greece has an overhang of debt that is large, 200% of GDP, roughly speaking. I would use every financial engineering opportunity you have to make this low interest, long term, not vulnerable to fluctuations in the short term, not able to derail or create any kind of liquidity problems. Fortunately, the euro borrowing rate for Germany, say, is zero for 30 years. You should continue to press European institutions to put your debt on a near zero 30-year basis so that you really have all of the horizon forward in order to be able to make all of these important investments.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Phoebe, you are the wisest of all, because you, not only because you're a woman, but also because you will have the final words of this discussion.
I will just say one sentence to respond to Vitor. Tax avoidance and tax evasion is being one of the major problems of the Greek state since the last 100 years. So it will be important to have a tax system that allows as much as possible the official participation in the labor market, avoiding the black economy and producing jobs that can increase the, can widen the tax basis and can allow higher tax income through this route. At the moment, the taxation in Greece, income taxation in Greece, is one of the highest in Europe and extremely high compared across the world. Okay. So I think this is a major issue for the and for the productivity in Greece, and we should get that right.
Could I make one quick comment on that?
Okay.
You know,
very quick.
Tax policy is also global policy. Yep. The biggest tax evaders are the United States, the UK. They made the world tax havens. Add in Switzerland and Netherlands, and you have the crowning jewels of tax evasion. So we need global cooperation so that people pay taxes. It's not only Greece. This is an international system rigged by the two countries that created the international system, the UK and the US. I know all about it. It's called our Caribbean. It's got $20 trillion of assets in it. So we just have to be aware that this is the moment for global cooperation on tax honesty and tax reform. Fortunately, the Biden administration has put forward some good proposals for that.
Dear friends, thank you. Thank you for being very precise and very concrete on your suggestions. I hope this discussion was pleasant and useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christo.
Νομίζω ότι τελειώσαμε, κυρίες και κύριοι.
Ωραία.
Φίλιππος, επενδυτών, συνταξιούχων και νέων εργαζομένων από το εξωτερικό, με εξαιρετική επιτυχία. Εκκινήσαμε την εφαρμογή του νέου εξοδικαστικού μηχανισμού ρύθμισης οφειλών, με περισσότερα από 5.000 άτομα ήδη να έχουν κάνει αίτηση μέσα σε λιγότερα από 2-24 ώρα, με την προώθηση της υλοποίησης του προγράμματος αποκρατικοποιήσεων και αξιοποίηση δημόσιας περιουσίας, ενδεικτικά να μιλήσω για 4 περιφερειακά λιμάνια, να μιλήσω για τη Μαρίνα του Αλήμου, να μιλήσω για το ελληνικό. Δρομολογήσαμε και υλοποιούμε σχέδια ενίσχυσης βιωσιμότητας εταιρεών του δημοσίου, τα οποία στοίχιζαν και στοιχίζουν πολύ ακριβά στους Έλληνες φορολογούμενους επί δεκαετίες, Ελβό, Ναυπηγείας Καραμαγκά, Λάρκο, ΕΑΒ, ΕΛΤΑ. Αναβαθμίσαμε και εξυγχρονίσαμε με τη βοήθεια της Επιτροπής Κεφαλαίου Αγοράς το θεσμικό πλαίσιο εταιρικής διακυβέρνησης ανωνύμων εταιρεών και της αγοράς κεφαλαίου. Εκκινήσαμε με ιδιαίτερη επιτυχία και αναγνωρίζεται παγκοσμίως το πρόγραμμα Ηρακλής για να μειώσουμε τα κόκκινα δάνεια προκειμένου να ενισχύσουμε την πιστωτική επέκταση μέσω του τραπεζικού συστήματος, θεσπίσαμε το πλαίσιο των μικροπιστώσεων, προωθήσαμε την αύξηση των ηλεκτρονικών συναλλαγών, θέσαμε σε εφαρμογή ένα νέο θεσμικό πλαίσιο, έχει και αυτό την αξία του, για τα διαδικτυακά τυχερά παίγνια και διαμορφώσαμε ένα σύγχρονο και αποτελεσματικό πλαίσιο κρατικής αρρωγής για φυσικές καταστροφές που δυστυχώς πολλαπλασιάζονται τα τελευταία χρόνια. Άρα, αυτά κάναμε στο δημοσιονομικό πεδίο και αυτά κάναμε στο πεδίο των διαρθρωτικών αλλαγών, προκειμένου να δημιουργήσουμε τις προϋποθέσεις για ισχυρή ανάκαμψη και βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Τρίτο ερώτημα. Πετύχατε? Να μιλήσω με συγκεκριμένους δείκτες. Συγκρατήθηκε η ύφεση σε πολύ χαμηλότερα επίπεδα από ό,τι κάποιοι εκτιμούσαν και προσδοκούμε ότι θα έχουμε ισχυρή ανάκαμψη το 2021. Θα επιμείνω, κύριε Φιλιππίδη, παρά το γεγονός ότι με προκαλούν όλες οι εκθέσεις των θεσμών, σε ανάπτυξη 3,6% το 2021. Είμαστε οι πιο συντηρητικοί στις εκτιμήσεις το 2021. Ο ΩΣΑ θεωρεί ότι θα αναπτυχθούμε με 3,8% και η Ευρώπη με 4,1%. Εμείς με τα στοιχεία που έχουμε σήμερα θα επιμείνουμε στο 3,6%. Ισχυρή ανάκαμψη. Διατήρηση της απασχόλησης σε σταθερά χαμηλά, σε σχετικά σταθερά επίπεδα. Δεν είχαμε αύξηση της ανεργίας, είχαμε την καλύτερη επίδοση στην Ευρώπη το 2020. Σημαντική μείωση των μη εξυπηρετούμενων δανείων, αναβάθμιση μέσα στην κρίση της πιστοληπτικής αξιολόγησης της ελληνικής κοινωνίας και οικονομίας, επιτυχημένες εξόδους στις αγορές με χαμηλό κόστος δανεισμού, σημαντική αύξηση των ιδιωτικών καταθέσεων, 22 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ από την αρχή της κρίσης, συστηματική αύξηση της βιομηχανικής παραγωγής για πέμπτο συνεχόμενο μήνα, βελτίωση του δείκτη οικονομικού κλίματος και του δείκτη υπευθύνων προμηθειών για τον τομέα της μεταποίησης και επιτυχημένες ολοκληρώσεις των εκθέσεων αξιολόγησης από τους θεσμούς. Άρα όλα τα στοιχεία δείχνουν ότι έχουμε κάνει ικανοποιητική διαχείριση, βλέπετε εγώ δεν θριαβολογώ, αλλά ούτε κινδυνολογώ, της υγειονομικής κρίσης και των προκλήσεων. Πηγαίνοντας μπροστά τώρα, ποιοι είναι οι στόχοι και πώς θα τους... Θέλετε απλά να πω 5 στόχους για να κλείσω και αμέσως μετά μπορώ να σας πω στον διάλογο πώς θα τους πετύχουμε. Οι μεσομακροπρόθεσμοι στόχοι στην εποχή που έχουμε θέσει είναι 5. Η επίτευξη υψηλών και διατηρήσιμων ρυθμών οικονομικής μεγέθυνσης, με βελτίωση του ΑΕΠ, της ποιότητας του ΑΕΠ, υπέρ των επενδύσεων και της εξωστρέφειας, από το 2021 και μετά. Έξοδος της χώρας από το καθεστώς της ενισχυμένης εποπτείας εντός του 2022. Επίτευξη μονοψήφιου ποσοστού μη εξυπηρετούμενων δανείων το 2022. Επίτευξη δημοσιονομικής ισορροπίας το 2022 και ρεαλιστικών πρωτογενών πλεονασμάτων από το 2023. Και τέλος, αναβάθμιση της ελληνικής οικονομίας σε επενδυτική βαθμίδα το 2023. Έχουμε αποδείξει επί 2 χρόνια ότι αυτοί οι στόχοι είναι εφικτοί και θα τους πετύχουμε. Θα τα καταφέρουμε. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Καλησπέρα και ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση, την ευκαιρία που μας δίνετε να ανταλλάξουμε απόψεις για την οικονομία σε μια τόσο κρίσιμη στιγμή. Και εγώ λυπάμαι που δεν μπορώ να είμαι μαζί σας για τους γνωστούς προσωπικούς λόγους. Ελπίζω να μας ξαναδοθεί η ευκαιρία. Θα μου επιτρέψετε μετά την τοποθέτηση του κυρίου Υπουργού, ο οποίος έδωσε μια εικόνα επιτυχίας της χώρας στην οικονομία και στην κοινωνική κατάσταση, να παρουσιάσω κάποια δεδομένα που αφορούν περισσότερο το πού βρίσκεται η ελληνική κοινωνία σήμερα και νομίζω ότι είναι πιο κοντά στην πραγματικότητα. Αυτή τη στιγμή... ελπίζω όλα καλά. Να δώσω λοιπόν μια εικόνα της κατάστασης όπως έχει σήμερα στην ελληνική κοινωνία, όπως νομίζουμε εμείς δηλαδή ότι είναι η πραγματικότητα για την μεγάλη πλειοψηφία της ελληνικής κοινωνίας. Η ελληνική κοινωνία αυτή τη στιγμή βιώνει τις πληγές της κρίσης. Είναι αρκετά μακριά δηλαδή από την αφήγηση του Υπουργού μιας επιτυχημένης κατάστασης. 2-3 δεδομένα μόνο να δώσω. 4 στις 10 μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις κινδυνεύουν να κλείσουν. Ξέρετε ότι οι μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις ουσιαστικά απασχολούν το σύνολο των μισθωτών της χώρας. Πριν από λίγο το Ευρωβαρόμετρο στην έρευνά του έδειξε ότι 8 στους 10 Έλληνες έχουν ήδη βιώσει ή βιώνουν αυτή τη στιγμή μια χειροτέρευση της οικονομικής τους κατάστασης και αυτό είναι ένα από τα υψηλότερα ποσοστά στην Ευρώπη. 1 στις 2 επιχειρήσεις, μικρές επιχειρήσεις, αυτή είναι η δομή της ελληνικής οικονομίας, δεν έχει καθόλου ταμιακά διαθέσιμα για τον επόμενο μήνα. Και σοβαρότατο είναι το ζήτημα των χρεών που αντιμετωπίζουν. Δηλαδή, έχουν οι μισές επιχειρήσεις τουλάχιστον οφειλές ληξιπρόθεσμες προς το δημόσιο, προς τις οποίες δεν μπορούν να ανταποκριθούν. Το ίδιο ισχύει και για τις οφειλές τους προς τις τράπεζες. Το ίδιο ισχύει για τους οφειλές τους προς τους προμηθευτές. Την ίδια ώρα η Ευρωπαϊκή Κεντρική Τράπεζα κρούει τον κόδωνα του κινδύνου και για αύξηση των πτωχεύσεων, πολύ μεγάλη αύξηση των πτωχεύσεων στη χώρα, με θύματα τις μικρές και τις μεσαίες επιχειρήσεις. Σε ό,τι αφορά αυτό που είπατε για την απώλεια των θέσεων εργασίας, αυτό ακόμη δεν μπορεί να φανεί, όσο ακόμη, δηλαδή αυτό θα αρχίσει να φαίνεται το αμέσως επόμενο διάστημα, διότι τα σχήματα των αναστολών συμβάσεων εργασίας λήγουν σταδιακά αυτό το χρόνο που μιλάμε. Δεν έχουν απολύτως λήξει, έχουν κλείσει σε κάποιες περιπτώσεις, όχι σε όλες τις περιπτώσεις των επιχειρήσεων. Άρα το πρώτο ζήτημα νομίζω ότι αφορά το σήμερα, τις πληγές της κρίσης. Και εδώ σε ό,τι αφορά τις δημόσιες πολιτικές νομίζω ότι είναι ήδη αργά. Δηλαδή, από την πλευρά της κυβέρνησης δεν είδαμε να υλοποιείται ένα σοβαρό σχέδιο για την επούλωση αυτών των πληγών. Για το σήμερα, ξαναλέω, ένα σχέδιο άμεσης αντιμετώπισης των τωρινών προβλημάτων, κυρίως δηλαδή των προβλημάτων ρευστότητας, των προβλημάτων που δημιουργεί η σώρευση του ιδιωτικού χρέους και του χρέους της πανδημίας, μια ριζική δηλαδή αντιμετώπιση, την προστασία των θέσεων εργασίας για τις επόμενες μέρες, για τους επόμενους μήνες, και το εισόδημα των νοικοκυριών. Η ουσιαστική δηλαδή επανεκκίνηση της οικονομίας δεν έγινε με μέτρα στήριξης, έγινε στην πραγματικότητα με την ανακοίνωση της άρσης του lockdown και την ανακοίνωση πια σταδιακά της απόσυρσης των ανεπαρκών, κατά την άποψή μας, μέτρων στήριξης που εφαρμόζονταν στο lockdown. Και άρα έχουμε ένα πρώτο θέμα που αφορά τις πληγές της κρίσης, οι οποίες δεν επουλώνονται και αυτές αφήνουν ανεξίτηλο το σημάδι τους στην ελληνική κοινωνία. Είναι κάτι δηλαδή που θα το κουβαλάμε όσο δεν λύνεται. Το δεύτερο ζήτημα αφορά την επόμενη μέρα, αφορά δηλαδή την αναπτυξιακή πορεία. Το ότι θα υπάρχουν θετικοί ρυθμοί ανάπτυξης στην οικονομία, αυτό είναι αναμενόμενο. Είναι δεδομένο, ιδίως μετά από μια τόσο μακρά περίοδο ύφεση, μετά από μια τόσο βαθιά ύφεση. Αυτό είναι δεδομένο, δεν είναι κάτι το οποίο είναι προς ιδιαίτερη έτσι, υπογράμμιση ως να παρουσιάζεται ως κατόρθωμα από την κυβέρνηση. Αν έχει μια τόσο βαθιά ύφεση, θα υπάρξει μια στοιχειώδης ανάκαμψη. Το ερώτημα είναι, και νομίζω ότι εκεί είναι και το κεντρικό πολιτικό ζήτημα, πώς και αν θα βιώσει αυτή την αλλαγή η ελληνική κοινωνία. Τι χαρακτήρα δηλαδή θα έχει αυτή η ανάκαμψη, ποιους θα αφορά αυτή η ανάκαμψη. Διότι και στο παρελθόν, όπως θυμάστε, περάσαμε εποχές με θετικούς ρυθμούς ανάπτυξης, που το μεγαλύτερο μέρος της κοινωνίας όμως ασφικτιούσε. Άρα το τι θα σημαίνει αυτή η ανάκαμψη είναι το κεντρικό ζήτημα. Και εδώ νομίζω ότι η κυβέρνηση έχει λάβει αποφάσεις οι οποίες εν πολλοίς προκαθορίζουν ότι το μεγαλύτερο μέρος της ελληνικής κοινωνίας δεν θα δει βελτίωση στην καθημερινότητά του από αυτούς τους θετικούς ρυθμούς ανάκαμψης που θα σημειωθούν. Με άλλα λόγια, έχει ένα σχέδιο το οποίο αποκλείει το μεγαλύτερο μέρος της ελληνικής κοινωνίας από την αναπτυξιακή, ανακαμψιακή φάση. Ενώ δηλαδή δεν έχουν έρθει ακόμη θετικοί ρυθμοί ανάπτυξης, στην πραγματικότητα ο διαμερισμός των ωφελιών και των ζημιών έχει εμπολής γίνει. 3 κεντρικές επιλογές έκανε η κυβέρνηση που δείχνουν γιατί αυτή η ανάκαμψη δεν θα αφορά την πλειοψηφία της κοινωνίας. Το ένα είναι ο πτωχευτικός κώδικας, δηλαδή ένας μηχανισμός γενικευμένων πτωχεύσεων οριζόντιων και των μικρομεσαίων επιχειρήσεων και των νοικοκυριών και ρευστοποίησης περιουσιών. Το δεύτερο είναι η πολιτική της στην αγορά εργασίας, η οποία αναμένεται να επιδεινωθεί τώρα και με το νομοσχέδιο Χατζηδάκη, που έχει μια ουσιαστικά ευθεία μείωση των μισθών και ακραία ελαστικοποίηση της εργασίας, συνολική υποτίμηση της εργασίας. Και το τρίτο είναι το σχέδιο που κατέθεσε για το Ταμείο Ανάκαμψης, το οποίο δεν είναι ένα σχέδιο συμπεριληπτικό. το κυριότερο πρόβλημα εκ των πολλών που έχει, ίσως έχω τη δυνατότητα να πω μια κουβέντα και μετά, είναι ότι αποκλείει τη συντριπτική πλειονότητα, αποκλείει τις μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις από την πηγή της χρηματοδότησης. Άρα ουσιαστικά τις βγάζει εκτός του παιχνιδιού της ανάκαμψης. Άρα τι έχουμε εδώ? Έχουμε μια συνταγή γνωστή trickle down economics, η οποία επαναλαμβάνεται και η οποία, όπως έχουμε δει και στο παρελθόν, δεν μπορεί να ευνοήσει τη μεγάλη πλειονότητα της ελληνικής κοινωνίας. Είναι ένα σχέδιο μη συμπεριληπτικής ανάκαμψης, δεν μπορεί να αποδώσει κοινωνικά ωφέλη. Να πω και δύο σκέψεις ακόμη σε ό,τι αφορά, για να θέσω και το ζήτημα και στην ευρωπαϊκή του διάσταση, και ίσως θα είχε μια αξία αυτό λίγο να το δούμε. Αυτή τη στιγμή το οικονομικό περιβάλλον συνολικά στην Ευρώπη είναι εξαιρετικά αβέβαιο και εξαιρετικά ασταθές. Και βασικά επικαθορίζεται σήμερα από το έκτακτο πρόγραμμα που εφαρμόζει η Ευρωπαϊκή Κεντρική Τράπεζα, της επαναγοράς ομολόγων που κρατάει και τα επιτόκια σε εξαιρετικά χαμηλά επίπεδα. Από αυτό ευνοείται και η Ελλάδα, ωφελείται και η Ελλάδα, και από άλλες διευκολύνσεις, όπως η αναστολή του Συμφώνου Σταθερότητας. Το μεγάλο ζήτημα είναι το τι θα γίνει όταν αυτές οι διευκολύνσεις τελειώσουν. Το έκτακτο πρόγραμμα της ECB τελειώνει την άνοιξη του 2022. Το μεγάλο ζήτημα λοιπόν είναι τι θα γίνει όταν, ολοκληρώνω με μια φράση, τι θα γίνει όταν αυτές οι διευκολύνσεις τελειώσουν. Η Ελλάδα ελοχεύει ένας σοβαρός κίνδυνος εδώ και για την Ελλάδα, διότι η Ελλάδα δεν έχει, όπως ξέρετε, δεν καλύπτεται από το κλασικό QE, από το πάγιο πρόγραμμα ποσοτικής χαλάρωσης όπως οι υπόλοιπες χώρες. Θα πρέπει δηλαδή η ίδια αυτόνομα να εξακολουθήσει να έχει την εμπιστοσύνη των αγορών. Και το άλλο ζήτημα είναι πώς θα επανέλθει στους σκληρούς κανόνες του Συμφώνου Σταθερότητας. Φαίνεται ότι αυτοί μάλλον δεν θα αλλάξουν ιδιαίτερα, όπου και εδώ θα υπάρχει πολύ σοβαρό πρόβλημα αν η χώρα δεν έχει καταφέρει να έχει υψηλούς ρυθμούς ανάπτυξης και σταθερούς. Η κυβέρνηση δεν κατάφερε, κατά την άποψή μου, να συγκρατήσει την ύφεση. Είχαμε την τρίτη χειρότερη ύφεση στην Ευρωζώνη πέρυσι. Αν λοιπόν δεν έχουμε μια σοβαρή και σταθερή βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη, τότε ελοχεύει ένας πάρα πολύ σοβαρός κίνδυνος και πάλι για περιπέτειες δημοσιονομικής προσαρμογής που δεν νομίζω ότι ούτε η χώρα ούτε η κοινωνία αντέχει.
Let's see what the challenges of the policy are, and let's believe with the priorities. Let's start with the priorities. This is the safe restart of the economy.
This is quite critical. And in a beneficial environment. So the decisions of the European Central Bank to relax policy or a facilitation by global organizations, it is a margin. A margin and an extended solution. But following the budgetary rules, how can we see that? What about up to 2023? Now, we must do anything possible to step hard on our feet. We must have a strong relaunch of the economy, and we must see also the front of restructuring. First point, safe reboot. Should we fight now the different political parties, the opposition with the government, whether it's 3.5, 4.1, I will not enter this procedure. What matters is to stress once again how much was lost from the first and the second crisis. The economy matters. The economy has known twice a recession within 10 years. Then this is a recession of 8% approximately. What about the GDP? The GDP went back to the levels of 2003. We should not be proud of that because the GDP of the country is back to 2003, etc. I don't think that this discussion is useful. What should be our goal? Our goal should not be to turn the GDP back to 2009, but our target should be to accelerate the course of the economy, conquer the levels of 22 if there was no pandemic, because this is the only thing to guarantee that we can live abiding by the minimum standard. How can we achieve that? Possibly we need some new means of budgetary policy that will recover demand and supply. The minister was glad and said that there can be recovery because we can have a different narrative based on the same numbers. Upon a study of the Council, there's a prioritization in Greece with the other European countries and ends up with the following results. What is important is not to say that I have smaller recession than the one foreseen, but for the money you spent, what was the result you got? We are first in expenditure, a country that has a debt more than 200%, 200% of the GDP. Imagine that after us, Germany with a lower public debt. So what did Greece achieve with 10.7% of the GDP expenditure? It got a very bad rank in the Eurozone, which means that the multipliers did not work well. Expenditure made were not properly evaluated based on a multiplier effect that would be to the benefit of the society or the economy. So we didn't know back then multipliers, and we give away much money rather. Now, loss of income. Only that 42% of the lost income was replaced. We rank 11th. We rank 11th. It is quite problematic. The minister said, yes, but we managed to save some labor posts. Yeah, but this meant a decrease of the participation in the labor market because, in essence, in 2020, 70,000 people left the labor market. This is not something must be proud of. A country which needs to keep the development rates more than 1.5%, shown by the supervision report of the EU, because it ranks us there. In the midterm, we will be 1.5% against 1 to 1.25% according to the IMF. If we need to have a growth rate that will solve our problems, it should be more than 2.5%. This may not happen taking into account people who will leave the labor market. We must not call that a festivity. No way. Some people wanted to exit the labor market. The question is, will these beneficial limits continue in the next time period? In my view, no. Why? Because still these are measures taken for the protection of the labor post. Businesses should abide by their obligations and then take into account the perspectives of entrepreneurship. We should decide how many posts we can keep, and then in an environment of green transition, digital transformation, you understand that mathematically this leads to a catastrophe in the labor market and the creation of new vacancies. The ones leaving their posts have skills that are not suitable for these issues that will be upskilled within the economy. So the big question now is, will there be these chances through the restructuring problem through the RRF rather? May we give this upskilling to people who want new vacancies? Can they be literate digitally wise? May they find an alternative so that they can truly find a post in the private market? What about lignite free status? These are the big challenges. These are the big challenges, yes. There are positive points, as with everything, as the freedom we have until 2022, that is the money coming from the RF, then we must use this money. I believe that the government needs to discuss about the bill that's submitted. The Ministry of Finance in Germany has uploaded on the web the whole text. We're talking about 2,000 pages, but the Ministry of Finance here domestically has not uploaded any document. What are the programs that were eligible? What criteria? What were the ones rejected, and what criteria were they rejected? It's very simple. I heard two different measures. If we accept what the Bank of Greece says, the dynamic that our economy will get, this can lead to reforms. But what type of reforms? Listen to what OECD says. Quick decision taking. For the last 2 years, the government hasn't done anything when it comes to court rulings. I don't mean to be biased against Syriza or Kinema allies, but for the last 10 years, we're highlighting the crucial role of the delay in decision making in the court rulings, but we don't have this possibility. Why not? Measures to increase the participation in the labor market, especially measures about the youth and women. Please, put an end to your face. So we need to increase the participation percentage to give a dynamic to the economy. And a last point, please. You cannot say that you attract investments when you reduce the corporate rate in 22% and then you reduce the dividend share in 20%. So this should lead to an increase of investment. Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, DP. You were a true bullet. Now, the Greek state was never infamous about its speed, even in extraordinary conditions. Some sectors appear to that. The development bank, could it do the job? Mrs. Hadjipetru, do you have a different view? There are disbursements, there are earmarkings. Can you give us more data? Hello, Mrs. Hadjipetru. Hello. Thank you so much for this invitation. I adore this panel. I regret I couldn't attend due to vaccination, second dose. So I prefer to be on Zoom. I heard, as I did many times in the past, that the Ministry of Finance to deploy the big restart of the economy, as well as the restructuring of the productive basis of our country. I believe that I can start safely by saying that the big investment gap seen throughout the financial crisis was even worsened during the pandemic. We in the bank do believe that it is our duty to contribute with new tools in the coverage of this gap. We are 15 months since we took office, and in this unprecedented situation of this pandemic, today we can say that we managed to increase our pace by 10 times. But what matters most, since we talk about reforms, we are able to transform a very slow mechanism into a modern tool, I would say, to implement targeted policies. The Hellenic Development Bank is a sector with 280 million euros under its umbrella. Throughout the 10-year financial crisis, we've seen that the 17,000 businesses talked about a cumulative amount of money of 1.5 billion euros. Throughout the financial crisis and through the NSRF was taken for granted. Today's development bank has under its auspices loans that overcome 8 billion euros. Within the pandemic, we managed to finance more than 30,000 businesses, and the businesses that offered in 2019 a turnover of 160 billion euros. It is the 60% of the turnover in the Hellenic economy. We finance through different tools, the most dynamic part of the Hellenic economy, which is the one that concerns thousands of people. To help you with a bigger picture, the 70% of these credits was given to businesses that have up to 10 employees. 80%, those that have a turnover, the average of loans was 240,000 euros. Now, when it comes to repartition, 38% to trade, 24% 2 billion for processing, and 15% to hotel and restaurants. What I can truly say is that we have created a structure, but also we have drafted a structured plan for the development of new products so that there can be not even €1 of available resources that would go in vain. We firmly believe that not only do we follow the international rules, but through the leverage, we can multiply by 2 or 3 times, as in the example of the pandemic. We can offer a multiplier to the Hellenic economy. I don't think that I have anything else to add. No, that was all. It was good. Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Hadjipetru. You were to the point, indeed. And in crisis, let us only be left with guarantees, because this is important. Gradually, it may lead us to a brighter future. I believe that this is not just one of the new measures taken. You mentioned all the different financial tools when it comes to some.
As regards the support of the economy in every stage, Mrs. Lazzarato, and the capital markets, I think, are going to play an important role in the stage of recovery, because these are the major tools that will allow us to do this. Now we're still going through the period of the financial crisis where the market is in suboptimal operation. Thank you very much for inviting me here. I'm very happy to be in this magnificent place, and I would like to thank the organizers because they organized this conference at the right time of a juncture for the Greek economy, which is now under transformation. It's very important because in this transition, we have a lot of unknowns and we have a lot of key things to unlock in the economy. It's going to help us prepare properly for the transition to the new, greener, more sustainable economic model. So we now have to handle correctly all these challenges. And these have to do with the challenges in the capital market. As you said, the one has to do with drawing funds. So the EU, in the context of the recovery fund, created 3 new legislative initiatives. So first, targeting the measures. So now there can be a European recovery brochure that will help companies draw resources quickly to tackle the pandemic. And the second thing it did for the capital market is it managed to make changes to the structures. And now at the Capital Market Commission, since October 2020, it introduced new decisions, which at a national level implemented 2 specific decisions that have to do with the placing orders in other countries, and simplified procedures for much faster processes, so less red tape, more digitalization, allowing faster drawing of capitals from the market. And over the past 17 months, when we're under the new administration, they've drawn more than 2.5 billion euros, which shows that there is a trend for improvement. And another thing that happened recently, we examined everyone, lawyers, all stakeholders, to make an updated brochure to help in the market and drawing funds. So one challenge has to do with drawing funds. The second has to do with the companies themselves and the new legislation. And as the minister said, with corporate governance. And this was a challenge for the ministry, but it managed to do a lot of things at the level of corporate governance, which means that now these companies can correctly and effectively become more attractive to investors, and because investors prefer companies with a good corporate structure, obviously. So we need environmental social governance, obviously. So this is what we're discussing. With the integration of criteria of sustainable development, we can give added value to these companies. So the existing challenge has to do with the digitalization of services and of procedures and the digitalization of the companies themselves, which are underway at the moment, and they've progressed, and we've developed systems, we've upgraded systems, and we are amongst those who have actually made resource to the funds available from the European Recovery Fund, and we're going to see where this will take us in the future, as it is very important to be able to have even faster procedures across the board. And one of the steps for doing this is digital transformation, and I believe that this is very important. I hope that it will lay a very important role on what will happen and how we will make the transition to the next page. Yes, obviously, digital transformation is a great challenge for us all. Obviously, globally, digitalization is a key tool, and it's a key tool for companies to make use of international resources, and in Greece it has been neglected up until recently. So corporate governance, the Greek companies find it very difficult to adapt to this situation. There are always conflicts. Only one comment here. It's important for Greek companies to understand how effective it is to approach corporate governance correctly. Yes, they need to safeguard their investments, but this will provide added value. Mr. Veta, you're here just before you make some important announcements, I think. Yes, the latest prospects talk about a good and a bad scenario. This was what you were talking about 6 months ago, but now I don't know, what was I? These were your forecasts. Yes, okay, they were forecasts, but they're not very different to what actually happened. I believe that for this year, the Greek economy is going to grow by about 4%, just above that. And I believe that, when I was coming here, I wanted to present the positives and negatives all, but having heard all these important things that you talked about, I feel that we should yes, the economy is going to recover, obviously, with the help of the European recovery funds. Obviously, some things are being done correctly, but we have a long and winding road ahead of us. Normality in the Greek economy. So what we had, say, a year and a half ago, is not a normality we should be satisfied with. The economy has been, shall I say, frozen because of this. And, labor has also been frozen because we don't want to lose any jobs. This is, you can agree or disagree with this, but this is what has happened so far. We have a small recession. We've managed to avoid a disaster. But when you open a freezer after a while, things are going to start to defrost. And what is going to happen then? You're going to hope that what you put in there a year and a half ago will still be edible. So we can't go back there. And why do I feel that I like the story with the freezer. Have you read about this somewhere? It's very nice. Yeah. So let's talk about what is actually the case here. Yes, we have made a lot of progress in specific points and overall in the economy. But it's not enough. And why? Because we need to look at the economies to see what happened with economies that started from the first point is this about 20 years ago, let's say, and why the course we're on today is different to ours. Why, for example, should we not stick our finger in the wound called low participation in the labor market? It doesn't have to do with the relationship between just making sure. We are missing the transition from the economy. We need to draw what we can bring in from international funds. And if we could do this, we would solve our problem. But when Mr. Efthymides was asked,
one way to see that is that the GDP has fallen, and it's very important to know to what extent the GDP has fallen. But we need to link this fall when it comes to exportation. For example, some exports were stable. Moreover, the type of tourism we have is based on a product intrinsically linked to sand, beach. We need to decouple this. We need to decouple the economy from this uncertainty. We cannot grow as a country by increasing the public administration. we've reached a limit beyond which the system is not sustainable. So we need to reduce our public sector. Moreover, the tourism has supported our economy a lot for the 5 or 6 last years, but apart from the tourism, we didn't have in the past any other flagship sector to generate new jobs. So we need to ask ourselves, where do these new qualitative jobs will come from? And yes, indeed, in the past we've taken some steps forward, but the question here is whether these steps were decisive steps towards the goal, or were some steps back, forward and backward at the same time. So we saw in the past that the European Union would perform very well, while the Greek economy wouldn't perform very well. The big countries, the important countries, do have a different mix. So these are the reasons for which I personally believe that we need a momentum. We need to gather the momentum, and we need to know where we are heading to, because these reforms are very important. But reforms are means to an end and not an end in itself. So we have, for example, a health system which doesn't exploit the most important aspect of current developments in telemedicine. For example, we don't take on board the information technologies when it comes to health. So I think that we need more. We need a clear direction toward reforms, towards overhaul, and we need solid steps towards this goal. But we need all to converge, all the parties across the board, the political board, need to converge towards a common path. That's why I'm optimistic, but as I said, we need to take more decisive steps towards this direction. We have one round of questions, one more round of questions, 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes each intervention. Mr. Staikouras. It was said by previous speakers that your government benefits from the loosening when it comes to the fiscal rules at the European level, and not because of what you really did as a government. What's your point of view about that? I don't want to avoid any question. I want to answer to all these questions. And I'm very fond of criticism, because through criticism, we can draw more important lessons and more important conclusions. We are living through a very difficult period. We have some mutations when it comes to the coronavirus, and some new strains which are which concern us. So, but now we need to consolidate our fiscal policy.
We need to be decisive. We need to have a clear plan, because I was recently in a presentation And I was able to talk about reforms, which is of paramount importance. And by saying that, apart from what I'm saying, markets, the institutions, the credit agencies, the partners, the society should acknowledge the effort made. If everything went so bad, we wouldn't have had the results that I presented to you. Without this meaning that this is a panacea, no, but we have found a solution, which is very, very important. There is a question to reply to. As you said, Nikos, how will we be in the post-COVID era? From the image that I have, and for the need for the reboot of the economy, we must have a satisfactory approach. 10 billion of new bad debts, for instance. Yes, good. For the rest of the 50% now we're talking. This is not a triumph, but it is a progress. The support mechanisms are delivering. So the precursor indicators are saying that this is very important. Savings, very important. This is unprecedented. We are the second worst in savings in the EU. Now, what are the priorities? Now, we need to have tangible, we need to enhance the households. Then we need the economy, to reboot the economy. 4.5 billion euros will be the measures that will come forth, and we will support in this transition the next 6 months. This is the main scenario. Then implement a cohesive policy, that is, pay social insurance and have good and sound indicators to the benefit of the middle class, because they are the ones we want. Third, the enhancement of the bank system to offer liquidity for real economy in the next time period. For the first time, holistically, we have at least two. There's a program of identification. We implement that. We see that in practice. We implement that. And each week this is implemented. And then investment. These may appear from big business abroad. Fifth priority, structural reforms, and then justice. Justice is an element that we have all seen. It has been heavily criticized by the institutions, etc. But during the last decade, many steps have been taken. Sixth priority, the evaluation of the institutions. We need calmness, stability for the markets in periods of turmoil. Seventh, the use of all stakeholders and for the funds, which is equally important, and policy sectors, an important factor that is.
So it's an important part in this. We have the pillars to do this, but we don't have the time. So I'm going to be brief about this to see how we can do it. In all the companies, we have 360 million through the house energy savings program, 250 million. And you say, how does this happen? Yes. How can this be? How can this safeguard the active participation of the country. How we will move on to the integration of European cohesion. We have a discussion on this pillar. We want the broadening of the capital markets. And we'll see how we can make changes to the Stability Pact to make it more flexible in supporting the economy. I think that you all want to speak more about what happens with the risk of spreading the gap. Are we going to discuss something like an issue of taxes? Yes. Okay. Since you made reference to this, Biden has shown that he wants to head along. So if we decrease the labor costs, so we need to see how this can be used to be, how this can undermine the effort that what leads to cheap labor posts, which does not help then training our labor force and improving their skills. And I believe that as regards the government, there is no actual support for this. We need to see how this can work. And basically, we need to target social inequality and the green transition, and to see what we need to do with the households and with everyone else who needs to be supported. We need to overcome the digital gap. This means that this should go through systemic banks. So this is what we have to do. This is how we can welcome the future. And this can go through the... We need to do this. We need collective labor agreements. We need to invest in research and innovation and knowledge. We need to see what we are going to do. And this can guarantee a stable development. And this is the aim. And this, we can see an example of this from the States. So essentially, this is very important because we want to see how they focus on boosting So what we saw that is missing, we need to see how we need to move away from such things.
So you know that this is very important. It brings results. It gives investment results, which are important. What about the European landscape? We need an inclusive growth. If we see politically, see the Trump administration that way, look at the imbalances, etc. So we need a different step, and I believe that this should be taken into account. The forces of the left and the different forces. Thank you, Ms. Axioglu. Earlier you mentioned the tax reduction implemented by the government. Now, if not the entrepreneurial tax and the dividends, then what? It takes partnership, and of course, we need to abolish the solidarity taxation implemented in 2011. It should be abolished because this is a distortion. We can have another coefficient about taxation. Yes, why not? We can discuss about it. And in early May, in Porto, the Portuguese Prime invited all leaders to convene. So all targets were described. Targets about a new social approach, an approach to relaunch the European economies, reduction of poverty, reduction for the education of people between 17 and 64. I don't see how we can unite these links. We're talking about RRF. I listened to the PM talking about how nice things are. Let me remind you that we have seen at the EU level that things might be good in theory, but what comes to practice? When we were talking about the bond project, we couldn't be certain. All of a sudden, we can see that all things can be solved in a magical way. No, there's not a solution. Then the IMF vis-a-vis what we've just said. How can we have a growth that would be based on capitals and banks? We have a weak economy. The 96% of our liquidity is quite absurd. And then we are based on the economy that we can yield results. The bank is just in theory. 1 or 2 billion may not solve the problem. If banks do not improve the quality of capitals, and according to the IMF and the OECD, the quality of bank assets should be improved because this is a problem for our growth. 27 billion of leverage, and this is for economy to step on its own feet. That was all when it comes to, I think, Mr. Sakinidis, a question that came from the analysis of Mrs. Axioglu. Can you finance the very strict bank criteria? Let me tell you 30,000, which coincides with what was said that this is a unique company in Greece that offers that opportunity. We finance companies which are bankable, and we put very strict criteria. Stricter are the criteria when it comes to community, to European resources. European resources which are quite hard when it comes to the eligibility of businesses, and these entail some limitations. Our objective in our next steps and what was mentioned before is that the Greek businesses have a very serious structural
problem. Many Greek businesses have taken many loans. The next steps need us to be creative through partnerships. As we've done in the Hellenic Development Bank, we have made some partnerships with EID, we have memoranda with the EIF, and also we have partnered with social bodies and institutes like Democritus, Innovation Always, etc. How can we move on? We move on with shaping some tools, some founding tools, different mechanisms, at the same time as financing and as participatory part, we can enhance liquidity without putting any obstacle in a closer way to the liabilities of the company. These are some proposals that will concern us in the months to come, in the next big period. Of course, to take the link with what Mr. Lazarakis said, this is a foundation. It was mentioned before, and the speakers talked about the shift and extroversion. All these have a foundation, and the modern form of modern governance to be able to support this specific case and support the shift of businesses. Furthermore, promotion of sustainable development, a holistic approach. This is the inclusion of everybody. One of the criteria that we will see in the next month. This will parallel us. Likewise, I would like to come to the end saying that in that way we can enlarge the circle of credits because we can include criteria based on growth and essentially one intervenes towards one orientation to benefit liquidity. There are many people competing to finance 30,000 people. What about the stock exchange, the capital market? Now, let us see the Greek capital market, the Greek stock exchange. It is a broad area. This includes funds, etc. Greek businesses could either come to the stock exchange or elsewhere. And then we can go to other mechanisms and other institutions. Let me tell you two things. First, managerial, the other of supervisory nature. The Greek law is fully adapted to the European one. Then the stock exchange market abided by the European rules. That's why before I talked about the law, which changes. This affects Greece because it's adapted. The Greek framework fully harmonized. Now, supervisory thing, stock exchange. The supervisory, let me tell you, this is a first that the Hellenic Committee is under the umbrella of the supervisors, the European supervisors.
So we are from the European supervisors. Through this, we are trying to find how to have supervising for this. And this, we need to have other priorities in this and to see how we can do it. And the capital market will have to face the challenge of the transformation and to see how we can do this. And this has to do with the evaluation of data and how these can be used. And then we need to see how this can change and can allow us to find new financing channels for what we're going to do. Because we're thinking of various different solutions and how these can be used. And we will have new products and new tools. So, because this will allow new companies, and this will allow, you think? Okay. Έλα. Ναι. Ναι. Με ακούτε? So we'd like to welcome you to today's conference, which is organised by the Peloponnesus newspaper. And it's dedicated to regional development issues. All the speeches are going to be have basically focused on two specific features. They are a very important opportunity to do a lot for the regional development. And there is a need to transfer resources and competences to the region. We have excellent speakers, and we're going to talk about this issue. We're going to see to what extent the regions are ready to do this, and to what extent these principles can be aided by the tools that we have. We have the government of Western Greece, the organizer of the conference, Mr. Spanos, the governor of Central Greece, the member of the European Council, Yunus Omarjee, who is the head of the regional development, and we also have the governor of the region of the Ionian Islands. So we will have a dialogue, and we will have speeches by all speakers, and we're going to see how in this time these authorities can help us find solutions. And to what extent the planning can help us in doing what we can, and how the organizational structure of the region can help us to implement the strategy. So it's my great pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be here in this session. This is a very important issue for the government and for the country in general. It's important to overcome this step, and this will lead to the direct improvement of all levels of the country. And why am I mentioning this? Because we have the ability within the European Union to have what we need to do is we need to go ahead with things that we need to progress with in Greece, things that look like science fiction in Greece at the moment. And now we need the regions to help to support this vision, because 70% of citizens contact the regions and we are all part of this effort. There is a difference in how we understand this regional development. In Greece, we need to see how we can handle at best this organization to manage our efforts, and each regional administration needs to do the best it can to take advantage of these funds, and the state has an institutional role to play in this, to manage not only to do something, but to help support this effort. There's an effort that's ongoing and we want it to be implemented fully. What the self-administration needs in Greece is not to be guided from above, but to have independence. We need to give more independence to the regions. This means that we will be closer to local administration, but we still need to go a step ahead. We need to have a joint planning and we need to have a joint effort as regards the policies to be implemented. This is not, we're talking about a bottom to top approach to policy, and this is not just a cliche. What we really need is for local administration to be given room to maneuver, to be closer to its citizens. And this we need to understand that the local administration is a way to exercise policy. It represents citizens of the central government. And this is something that we have to do as a regional government. It is our role to do it. Over time, we have to do this. We all need to participate in this. And how can we do this, and through what procedure? Because this is something that we have to do over time. We need to put local administration on the map to see how our independence and our autonomy in taking decisions can be supported. As a Greek state, there's nothing else that we need. We just need support from the state to manage to be independent. It's obviously that we have a problem with the sound, obviously. Before we do this, we need to see what Elamia. We need to see how we can from the moment the administration is asking for this, we need to see what we can do from our point in the system to manage to support the independence of citizen decisions and to manage to allocate resources correctly within the system. This is not going to be a problem-free course, obviously. And of course, there are some people who will not like it. It doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't matter. It'll change the ways they're used to doing things, but it doesn't matter. There's a problem with the sound. I will now move on to the lady on the panel, Mrs. Gretchen. You're head of a region with great particularities, and obviously you have specific problems that you're facing. How can regional policy be implemented, and how can a region be administrated in this kind with such particularities? Can you hear us? There is a problem with your sound. I can hear you. Okay. First of all, yes, obviously, we have a problem with the sound. I don't know if you can fix it. First of all, I would like to thank the Peloponnesus newspaper for giving us this opportunity this year as well through the Growth Forum to meet with each other, even from afar, and to meet up every time closer to the core of the current issues. So in this time when the conference is organized, we have all the well-known challenges. We are possibly at the end of this global adventure of the pandemic, but we don't really know what's going to happen in the future. We are at a time of very difficult forecasts, and we have the possibilities of joining our forces and making a great leap ahead all together. As an old MP, obviously I know how important this is. And I lived through the fiscal crisis. I would never have thought that the EU would be forced to borrow to face some kind of problems from the international markets. We have citizens with problems. We have problems at all levels of society. And this obviously is a positive thing for what might come. So we do have some financing tools. We have the recovery fund, we have all the other financing tools. We have transition funds and all that. All these are tools that allow us to make the transition, thanks to resources, thanks to methodology, to move ahead to see how we can overcome our problems. So during the forum, we need to see the adventures that lie ahead for all of us and what we can do about them. And there are key factors that will help us in this. We need to take into account the environment, policies for climate change, and of course, we have the resources of the recovery fund. And a lot of these resources, these funds, are going to be used at a regional level. So we all understand that regions have an important role to play in this. But today, regions do not have the necessary tools to do this. And of course, then we have to see what happens at the institutional level. We need to have a structure of government that will help support this. We need to reach a kind of a model of governance that will help us sustain this, but this will be a different model of government. We don't know how this is going to develop, but of course, we have a lot of things to do to improve it at a regional, national, and European level. And I'm saying this because everything is related. And of course, the great challenge is European cohesion. The regional policy helps the single market. It will give opportunities for development, for the use of funds throughout Europe. And of course, European regional cohesion is very important for all of us. I don't really need to talk more about this, but only in the sense of creating a European central market and policies that will be implemented from a central point for the regions with their own point of view, closer to citizens, closer to the particularities of every region. So the European Union has never had this kind of discussions before to such an extent about regional development at the European Council. So now how will this take place? Will it take place with a bottom-up approach or a top-to-bottom approach? When we have a region, when we have a time when we have easy access to funding, things are different. So it's very important in parallel with institutional changes to change the attitude of everyone involved. Now, as regards the question posed to me, I believe that we have, yes, particularities in Greece. We have specific needs and specific things that we need to protect and have never been part of a comprehensive policy up until now. So there too, we have a gap that we need to face. And we need to see how we can handle these things in cities and villages and mountains everywhere. So apart from institutional stakeholders, we need to serve as supporters of society to see how we can help all kinds of citizens. But this regional discussion will be transposed to a European level to see how regions can become more competitive. We need to see how we can increase competitiveness, to see how this picture can be improved, to see how to see how the regions can be to see how this can lead to flexibility and how we work to see and how this can change how we take our decisions. So we have set the foundations to manage to make the most in our daily tasks. I don't see why we should have challenges ahead of us. We have a lack of human resources, and we have shortcomings in our structures. And we need to see how we are going to manage all this when we have the reshuffling of all the elements concerned, to see what kind of tools we work with and how we can support the regions and how the governments support the regions to allow them to achieve their tasks. As Mr. Farmakis said, they have a moral obligation to support the regions. And of course, we have not forgotten that Europe has a moral obligation to do this. So we are in front of a large challenge to say that regions are now at a position to play an important role in what we can do. To see how we can serve citizens and how we can boost our competitive advantage. Because, of course, we have cultural and financial advantages. But there are some regions that do not have the opportunities that they should have. This is what I had to say. Feel free to ask me questions. We are at a time when regions are called to absorb European funds. So in the post-COVID era, society now has to absorb funds. And at the same time, the existing institutional framework is called to meet all these challenges. So how can this money reach its due destination? I couldn't hear you because so we have specific actions to do. We have a specific recovery fund, and some certain studies have shown that this can be achieved through the new tools that we have. We have a series of studies pertaining to the recovery fund. For example, we have received suggestions that have ended up in very mature studies. And in this, we can use it to base our actions henceforth. That we have some projects in our areas that have not been completed. We have European projects, we have some seaside Olympics in Preveza and in other places. We have other institutions that can absorb fund the changes at an institutional level are not so many. But some things in public administration need to change so that we can move ahead. So this is an issue that should include the assessment of what can happen. In general, we need to have the input of institutional investors and technical consultants to help us in what we want to do. We need to see how we can do this in a decentralized manner. We need to see how we can use these funds and how these funds can come to the regions and how they can be used to support citizens. We might have, for example, private projects in a specific area, or we might take decisions through public-private partnerships. In the past year, the COVID pandemic led to a lot of problems. There are many problems that we have faced, and it's very difficult to find a solution. Obviously, we've had a focus on hospitals and university hospitals, but there are other things that need to be done to support society. Since I came here to this region, it's very interesting to see how much has been done in this area to support the people in the region and accommodate them. In regional collaboration, we have collaborations with the private and the public sector, and we have so we need to absorb the European funds and the NSRF funds and all other funds, and we need to be used in the next programming period to achieve social cohesion. So this is what we are preparing now. The countries of the South. So we are going to see how this can be used to help put Greece on a par with other European countries. We have a right to do this. We need to see how we can collaborate with the municipalities, with social structures, with everyone involved, to see how we can all work towards a common effort. And this all needs great understanding, and we need to see what we're going to do with all the refugees, with all the immigrants coming in, and how we are going to handle this issue. I saw in Stuttgart that a decision was taken to solve this issue. And for many years, the universities tried to support this. But so some people were given coupons to eat at restaurants in the region. This was a small effort to find a small solution to a practical problem. I tried lots of times to introduce something like this here, but for this program, I believe that these 3 years if we want things to go ahead in Greece, we need to look at what the new generation is doing and how it can be introduced to the labor market. Greece does not have a right to lag behind so much. This is what I wanted to say. So these are the tools that we have for regional development, yes. Yes, usually they send us what they want in writing, but we also need some things to have a room to have seminars, to give us the tools, to give us the inspiration to go ahead. And we need to have data that we can use. Obviously, there are other people who have worked more for this and they've done a lot, so they have greater experience. And I believe that this is something that can help us. So there's a way to do this, obviously, yes. Yes, and there's how can you do this in this case? We're talking about how important regional development is from a bottom to top approach. And of course, we have opportunities for regional collaboration. In Greece, this can be independent. If we want to talk about regional administration, what can we do in this respect? Thank you very much for inviting me here. I'm happy to see you. I want to say that the regional governors, in an effort to make the most of these tools, will take advantage of all the mechanisms offered. In the context of this collaboration, we all serve the same people. We want to have a collaboration on all levels, which means between a region, between the regions of the church, and even with the new NSRF, with all possible mechanisms and resources. And we want to reach conclusions that will allow us to move on to new projects that will help the land. And I'm happy to see such things happening. Yes, we've taken some steps in this direction, which I believe will allow us to move on greatly. But I'd like to say a couple of things. I'm brief, usually. They concern the questions that you raised. And of course, I would like to thank the great historical newspaper Peloponnesus that organized this conference. And I have prepared a few things that I want to say, not too many things. I am a very old and experienced officer in local administration. For 13 years, I've been working in local administration. In a region that, as we know, has a long history. But it hasn't fared as well as it could have done. And I would like to see, for example, a governor, somewhere who could govern a ship. I want to see someone who can lead a land, a region. I have been asking for a forest manager for a year and a half to cut down some trees, but still nothing has happened. I mean, I'm just asking them to cut some trees, but nothing is happening. So imagine if we have I don't know, I want to do something that will bring into the land 25 million euros, but they won't give me a license so that I can start the investment. And despite the fact that I enjoy very good collaboration, so this will always be a problem. Most of us have lots of cases pending at the courts with various levels of administration because we have fires, we have lots of other things. And across the Peloponnese. And you know, one time when we had a fire that broke out and I was called to answer, why did we let a fire this beautiful area? I was told, you know, why did you not create fireproof zones? Why did you not cut down the trees? And well, you know, it's just a matter of putting the blame on someone else because we were waiting from the administration. So this is just one note that I want to make. And I know that in the Peloponnese, this is a problem that we have often. And obviously, apart from anything else, what we would like to see is respect. To give the local administrations respect, the respect due, and to give them responsibilities and give them a role, an active role in doing things for the land. So another thing I'd like to say has to do with something else. I was in Tripoli until midday today, and I was discussing something. Okay, let me give you an example. In the 80s, I used to come to Patras for a seminar conducted then, and it was about a new road that was going to be built then. And with the road and the trains that would reach Patras. So, with the first European support package, we had asked over 10 years for help to support this investment. But it never happened. The same happened with the train. Investments were left half completed. We got some money, then the train stopped. We lost the money, and it's the same story over and over again. The train reached a certain part of the route, but then no more. So Who says that we won't do exactly the same thing with a new support package? We all need to plan together jointly to take advantage of these funds and to distribute the funds as well as possible. The project is ready, and we need to see how we can overcome these perpetual obstacles, because after 5 support packages, we haven't completed some major infrastructure projects. Our region has actually is actually given 10 times more money that it needs for its requirements, but it doesn't use it. It's just left there and it's never used up. So I'm happy that in 2021 we managed to start the trains again, that we're starting the natural gas. We're trying to get natural gas to Patras. And we will manage this with a lot of care for the area. The previous generations, though, have left us with such infrastructure that allow us to live until then. But I want to see things get better. I want to say that what I am planning and in general what we're fighting for. Talking about Argolida, first of all. There are 2 areas not connected to the highway. Argolida does not have a hospital. This has to be the first priority. And I would like to extend my thanks to the Regional Hospital of Patras because it helped us. We didn't have a hospital. We didn't, and now they've started building a hospital and they helped us until then. And now we have the great issue of Megalopolis and what's going to happen there. We have €1 billion coming in, €1.5 million coming in. So we also have this amount for Megalopoli. We need to see what can happen there in collaboration with all the stakeholders involved. So as regards Corinth, we were working together with a social fund to upgrade things there, to see how things can improve there, and to see how we can get people to visit the monuments in the area. We need to build a training center for people in the area, and we need to make the most of the recovery fund to build a beautiful, natural, protected area to cover. So obviously this is a problem because in this way we will never be voted again if we do not have a specific solution to give to people. We're talking about a lot of money. We need to see very carefully what we can do to use them correctly. It is our responsibility to do this because we did not use the money correctly in the previous packages of funding. So And this was all done because people were after votes and they were not interested in the good of the country for the best possible use of European resources. And we do have a lot of sources of funding at the moment. So I think that, can we move on with the staff that we have? No, they do have shortcomings. If you ask the unionists, they would say yes, obviously, everybody has to stay in their job. But if I use this assistance that we can have with training personnel, yes, we can achieve things. Collaboration has to be a given. The governor of the region has to be close to citizens, close to the mayor. They shouldn't be interested in being politicians. They should be humble. And I know that my time's up, but I want to say that we did not do well socially. We did not do well in terms of absorption of social resources for social issues. We need to build our social role. And our priority should be to focus on this. And we need to help the elderly and the Roma in Achaia and in Argolida and in Corinthia, so that we can stand by the children who should be at school. There are lots of other resources, but we need to move on to help the countryside. We need to move away from cities. We need to build roads. We need to build a better countryside. We need to take care of our cultural monuments and promote the Greek countryside. The land is being abandoned. We need to avert this. Thank you. Yes, it's been said that the planning has not been good. But why and how did things change with the pandemic? The regions were on the front line of tackling the pandemic. But what happens now? Will the regions adapt to the post-COVID era? And taking into account that obviously at the moment the regions do not have the role that they should have, with more responsibilities and more freedoms to exercise authority. Okay, we've been through a very difficult time with the MOUs and all that in Greece. So now we need to see how we're going to grow through this and mature as a society. We hope that this effort is going to bear fruit soon. Our aim is to support society and support the economy. It's not to get out of this pandemic better at first, but to get out of it alive with the least possible wounds. And then, as we count our wounds, to see what we can do to make up for lost time, and then to go ahead. I agree with what the previous speaker said. Yes, there are some things that are completely necessary. I only have 2 examples that come to mind. When we're talking about licensing and approving power, we have a combination of things. In my mind, it's crazy for the state to decide at the same time for the regions, like a traffic warden looking after the cars, and at the same time deciding things like police cards at a local level. So, responsibilities. The European example states that there is no reason for them to deal with any other project. The state needs to deal with big things like the railways. All other smaller projects should be handled by the regions. And we need executives with specialized skills that will do this and that will help in this regard. The region of Catalonia showed what power a region can have. This is a good example. And of course, we do have the European structural funds that could help in this regard. The European technocrats talk about the structural funds being like a mountain of rice and people are trying to eat it with chopsticks. And of course, in any case, we have, no matter what the context is, it needs to be simple and clear in structure. We shouldn't have journalists asking, why did you block the forest roads and all that? We need to know what's happening on a regional level. So you'll ask me, does it depend on each governor of the region? Why should they care about all this? Is this what we want? Is this what we want for our regional governors to care about minor issues? I believe that I express all those involved in local administration that, apart from the fact that it's not that we're trying to take on more roles than are needed, but it's very, very effective when regions take on as a manager of certain things because they're just the right size to do this. So we have local administrations and we have local characteristics as regards their structure. So what Europe calls a multi-layered government, we just call collaboration. Depending on the size and characteristics of a society, we can have better collaboration. In other words, we need to have the right people managing the right things. So, in summary, I want to say that as a side note, we're both from Rumeli with my fellow speaker. So it's necessary for the state to move on with this. You know, regions have grown up. They're adults now. They have responsibilities and they have freedoms. They can move and act on their own. So, thank you very much. We're now going to move on to the next speaker. So, what's happening with the new financing tools? What's happening? What's happening with the recovery fund? What's the stage in this? What's happening? Can you tell us? Θα μιλήσω στα γαλλικά και θα υπάρχει μετάφραση. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ που με καλέσατε εδώ. So we need a number of policies here, and this focuses on regional policies, obviously. And the politic of each region reflects the particularities of this region, which means that we need to take this into account in forming its policies. So what are the best practices that you achieved with this? We have limited time, so just a brief answer, please. Πιστεύω πραγματικά ότι όλοι σας θα βρείτε τον τρόπο να κάνετε το καλύτερο δυνατόν για τις περιφερειές σας και προφανώς αυτό είναι κάτι που θα πρέπει να δούμε όλοι μαζί ως Ευρωπαίοι. Όσον αφορά την παγκοσμιοποίηση και την πρόοδο, πρέπει να έχουμε κοινούς στόχους. Και θα πρέπει να κάνουμε ό,τι καλύτερο μπορούμε όσον αφορά την παιδεία και την οικονομία. Αλλά επίσης θα πρέπει να εργαστούμε και για την ασφάλεια. Ένα ασφαλές περιβάλλον. asking if this all has been handled correctly. This is a useful time for taking decisions. So we had the first wave that we were supposed to think that we did well. So, and we passed the land borders, and we did not have members there. And nothing else happened to manage with buses, with all these things, with the schools. It didn't take any measures in the second wave that mainly affected the mainland. All this period has created. Δεν βλέπει. And απλά δεν ακούγεται ο ήχος, έτσι, πάλι. From the Greek society and for Greek economy, and I believe that it's very, very important for this to take place. I believe that tourism needs support. It needs support on two levels. First, financially, we need to have subsidies, and secondly, we need a packet of measures that will help companies survive. Now, we need to see how we can improve this as soon as possible, and we need to see what we can do at an administrative level. I'm glad that the Prime Minister gave the opportunity for the companies to open up. But another thing that needs to be done is that we need to give incentives. We need to see what the test will be when the tourists get here, when they leave their country and come here, what will happen? So it needs to be agreed who will do the test, who will be charged for the test. You understand all this? We don't know about any of all these things. So all these things add an extra cost to tourist enterprises. So we all need to feel safe, however, if we want Greece to be a safe destination. And as regards tourism, what we want to do is to reduce VAT at 6%. This would help a lot, especially for Greek products. I mean, we lost last year. We shouldn't lose this year as well. We need a support framework. So tourism, catering, and restaurants, all these have suffered a heavy blow, and they need a package of measures to support them. We had proposed this a long time ago. So 100% subsidy for 6 months for those sectors that are responsible for a lot of employment, seasonal employment, and otherwise we will have a very serious problem. The second part has to do with the debt that has accumulated. And this is not only debt that has accumulated during the COVID era, but debts of previous years. And, you know, some people mock my party and they say, you know, what are you talking about now? But seriously, we're talking about what happens with SMEs that have suffered a lot and can't actually handle their debts. They have a huge amount of debt, due debt, and they're going to close down. But what we're saying is we need to find an arrangement for their debts with 120 installments to allow them to survive and to move on. So all this will depend on how many will take part in this program. And we will see about this, but we need the government to be willing to do it. So let's move on to debts to the banks. We need a spread out of the installments according to the laws of the government. The banks are in a strong position under the new bankruptcy law. So they can take all the funds of hundreds, thousands of business people if they do not protect themselves now. So, of course, we need to have protection from auctions. Any kind of protection is going to be useful because it's absolutely disgusting that we have people who are going to be kicked out in the streets. We need, I mean, there are companies that had to close down by law to protect the public from the coronavirus, and they are in danger of shutting down now. And that's not acceptable. So it's going to lead lots of small companies to closure. I mean, these are not zombie companies. We're talking about real companies that have real needs, but they just have accumulated debt. So it's absolutely necessary to have this now to save the liquidity of these companies. Because we're talking about quite a lot of money. And these funds have been channeled through certain channels to large, powerful clients. I mean, they could have completely avoided that and it wouldn't have changed things much. I have to say that the pandemic is violently changing the production model of the country, boosting large companies and leaving outside small companies. So the MOUs did not manage to do this because there were reactions. And then we had PASOK, you know. But we are also Kinal now. This is important. Because if you have a twin crisis, a health crisis and a financial crisis, under conservative, backward-looking policies, you are led to a new social crisis and a new impasse. Okay, I know that there's a lot of issues to talk about in this short time. And because as you talk about liquidity, the recovery fund will allow us to offer this liquidity But the government has made a proposal. Earlier on, you talked about zombie companies, but I believe that these companies, these zombie companies, will be perhaps aided by, if we're not careful, we will support zombie companies instead of supporting healthy companies. As time goes by, we understand more and more that the government is acting in a covert fashion, and it's not saying what it's going to do with the recovery fund resources. Obviously, it aims to support very large corporations. That is where the resources are geared towards. There has been no dialogue, no consultation with the productive sector. These have not been included in the Skylakakis proposal, and this confirms through the program and how the resources are going to be used the fact that the new democracy does not even know the term SME. We used to say that SMEs are the backbone of Greece and that we have to support SMEs. And this is completely opposed to the government's plan, because green development, which has great value for Greece, if it has a productive value, it's nothing. We haven't seen this at all in any of the government's plans as regards the recovery fund. So we say that these are significant resources and these should be channeled to production in the country, not to imports and consumption. We're talking about an economy that protects full employment. We need social protection, social cohesion, and this is very important for overcoming the impasse we are currently in. This is our proposal. And I think it's better than what anything the Mitsotakis government has to propose. For example, we also talk about green development, but we're talking about something different. So, Mitsotakis brought a bill about renewable energy sources, but it excludes small producers from renewable energy sources, such as, energy communities and other stakeholders. So in full contrast to our proposal, we want a true democratic plan for all. But New Democracy is actually passing this as a law. So what kind of green development is this? It's just an agreement to help large corporations make even more money. So does it create employment? No. Does it help the new generations? No. And does it create cheap energy for the lower strata of society? No. Does it offer green development, green growth to households? No. Because there is another dimension apart from energy democracy. Because you can't substitute lignite with any other kind of energy source. So we're talking about natural gas in this case. And there is a plan that should ensure the energy independence of the country. And this green development should create employment, should create costs for producers and their families. So this is the green social contract, basically. And this is another great difference. We have, for example, electric cars, but the government is not placing emphasis on electrically powered public transport vehicles. So the first generation buses are still being used in Greece, although they have been made obsolete and withdrawn across Europe. So across Europe, these are taken out of service, but in Greece, we still have them just to favor the big business of some people and not to change the course of the country. So we have a huge contrast with the plans of the government. Now a third plan, which is the energy saving scheme, it's is it done with social and environmental criteria? So how beneficial is a project and how fast do they get it? No. Does it have a criterion of social cohesion and the protection of citizens? No. The government has presented us with a list of projects that are unconnected to specific results for growth, for the creation of employment. These are projects that are just randomly selected. This is the criteria again. The conservative right. But of course, it's important that they feel that they are free to manage these resources that are very, very significant for the country. So they're at the moment where they're making us lag, although we want to be a step ahead. We have actually tried to visit or to have meetings at least with all regions of the country to see their problems, because the resources of the recovery fund are channeled into wrong channels. And I think that there should be a dynamic to change this. Where has the local government been in utilizing this? The local administration has not even been involved in facing the pandemic. I mean, they made the tracing system a nationwide system. This does not protect local citizens. And they're doing the same now. So in using these resources, in this development opportunity, which is a national effort, it's an axis of logic with these should be created with the regional governors. So let's talk about this region, the region of Western Greece. It's the Regional Growth Conference. So the region of Western Greece. First of all, I should say that I had to travel from afar because I was on a tour of Greece. And I had to come to Patras through this difficult road with huge delays. But until this May, this government has done nothing about the road here. We need to have a better road network and a safer road network. We have accidents almost every day. We need to free the project from the European Commission. And the second thing is that since 2010, at the committee that we held, we presented a proposal. There can be dozens of other proposals for the area, but our proposal is that each region should have different pillars of development. Each region has a different development identity. The region of Western Greece has a huge brand that creates a revenue of billions. And it's Olympia. Altogether, we should think about how this huge brand that could bring billions in revenue could have transformed this area. All productive factors in the area should have agreed on this. It's a basis for a dialogue. We were saying that we need to do something about sports. Why has this not taken place? Because it has never been a priority of the government to develop the region. As I've said, Syriza and the New Democracy, the blue Syriza, shall we say, cannot implement reforms in this sector. So I believe that in any case, the area has a huge brand that's left unexploited. There are some things that, if combined, you can create a huge added value for existing things. So we need to have a state-of-the-art training center, and we need people to come and dedicate their efforts to other things in the area, like superfoods, like other foods that can produce produce throughout the year. And all this could actually be great for all the SMEs in the area. They could make ventures, they could make consortiums that could act in this. And we have identified the public land that should be used, that's far away from monuments, from anything that it shouldn't be near. So we have identified the uses of the land that we need and that are permitted. We need renewable energy sources, we need a good environment, and we have identified and seen how this can take place in the region. So we want to say, everyone come and tell us what you can do for the region. There are great opportunities in this area. Today, I was in the forest of Foloi, and we were talking about the forest of Foloi, which is uniquely beautiful. And this should have tracks to attract tourists. But this should be protected and allow for eco-friendly tourist development. But someone has to care about this, and at the moment, only our party cares about this. These are only parts of our program. We want to stress that this is what we can do. 14 minutes, so I have another 3 or 4 questions. We couldn't be any quicker. So I want to stay on to talk about the labor issues a bit. So Kenal, your party, has done a lot about labor rights. But what labour issues are going to be created by the COVID era? The new bill about labour relations is tearing down everything that has been built. And it's not done by chance. It was the choice of the government to do this. It was a choice of the government not to support SMEs. So the bill on labor issues comes to complete this horrible puzzle of problems for laborers, for workers. How can they manage the resources? They need to, what they need to do is they want to lead us to a labor jungle. So they do away with collective labor agreements so that everyone can do as they please. So if an employee under these conditions in the pandemic feeling stressed that they might get ill as well, do they have the peace of mind to bargain properly? Will they really work on flexi time, or will it just be will they be taken advantage of? The only kind of security that kind of existed was the labor cards, the work cards, but this changed with the change of government. The Minister for Labour Affairs said that it's not going to be implemented, but only as a pilot project. And now they say that the Labour Inspectorate stops being a part of the Ministry of Labour and becomes an independent authority. This means that it should be able to implement regulations, but it's not part of the official state. So it can't be left outside all decision making. It's impossible, it's unheard of. The only thing that would make sense is that we need to have strikes, we need people to fight for their rights. And entrepreneurs are not all the same. There are people who understand completely what employees go through. And without these employees, their business will not prosper. So there is unfair competition between these because the only people we're talking about are those employers that want to take advantage of others. And of course, we have a series of other arrangements that makes firing even easier. Employees will not be rehired, but they will be dismissed very, very easily. So this is what's going to happen from now on. And we have fewer rights to strikes. And in general, it divides the employees and regarding what they want to do. This is the work of a deeply conservative government. But we need to work and to join forces to overcome this double crisis, the twin crisis that we've suffered. I'm glad that we will have a strike next week on the 10th of June. There's an intense discussion about this. And as you say, we're exiting the pandemic. We have the labor law, the law on elections. Some say that the Mitsotakis is going to head for elections now to make the most of any good climate in his favor at the moment. You know, all those scenarios about early elections. They're sometimes dismissed and sometimes not by the government. Yes, they leak some rumors and they take them back. I want citizens to know that as long as we are in the pandemic and we have unfavorable epidemiological data, we shouldn't head for elections. Now, after that, it depends. If Mitsotakis wants to abandon ship, and that's one choice, we will be ready for any eventuality in any case. And we are not scared in any case by early elections. We are looking out for the good of the land. So the issue of the pandemic, I believe that it should not be used to put grease in this sort of adventure when we're talking about lives, when we're talking about businesses. This is what we should focus on. Okay, this is very clear. We are in Patras, in Achaia. PASOK used to have a very strong base here. So what do you believe about the course of the Kinal party's progress? This is a historic land. I have many memories from here. When we walked along the cobbled streets of Kaledzi, Papandreou's village, and we wanted to bring change, and we will bring about this change together. It's a party with a long history. It has left its mark on the country. And many great things have been done by the PASOK governments, and the people know this. Everyone was tried and tested, and we can be compared. Everyone knows that PASOK was wronged by history. They all tried to do the most to cover their tracks and their responsibility. Of course, this is what led us to the situation now. And this is how we were taken to the MOUs and all these adventures for the land. Of course, Syriza kind of rode this wave, and that party was tried as well. But now we are kind of learning the truth about our past. And I believe that we have a lot to do. We took a big share of responsibility on our shoulders, but having tended to all our wounds, we are now free to move ahead, and we look towards future tomorrow. We want the votes of the progressive citizens of this country. These things are of great value for the Greek people. And I believe that we are the only political force at the moment to be able to change things, to go against Mr. Mitsotakis' government. And I believe that Kinal will be the key to manage to take a leap forward. And we need this leap. It's the first time in the post-MOU era, the post-bailout era, that we can do this. And people have not understood this during the pandemic. People are afraid and people have not spread their wings. They're in a different psychological state. And they need to face the results, not only of the pandemic, but of the way this was handled. When this takes place, the social changes are going to be great. And these social changes are going to be expressed in the change in political views. And this is where we come in with our experienced executives and with our new executives with fresh ideas. We can help. We can take the country ahead for development, for social cohesion. We've targeted on full-time employment, spearheaded by the efforts of all progressive citizens. So we want all these people to vote for us again, for PASOK, for what is now Kinal, so that we can make this a new reality. This is what the land needs. And the land needs something better than what we are experiencing today. A last note, in this historical area, there are many old executives of PASOK who left PASOK for their own reasons. What do you have to say to them? I've often said that we're always willing to collaborate. There are people who left PASOK for their own reasons, but we don't want opportunists. We want the people who believe in what we're doing. We want people with trust and confidence in our vision. And I want to say this to the old PASOK group who have left. We are building a new generation throughout the country. It's very moving to see these young people who, I know that they're not going to go and work at a ministry in the morning. They don't want to vote for us because they want to be favored, but they really do believe that we have a good plan for the country. And this is greatly important to us because we see how they embrace us. Have a look at these young people and join forces with them, because this is the struggle of the progressive party with the new generation. Thank you very much, Ms. Yamnimata. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here today. Good evening. Congratulations to the organising committee. Good night.